Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us. Shalom, Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of Arbovirus Summit, which co-hosted by Ministry of Health of the Republic of Indonesia and Ministry of Health of Brazil. We are truly honored to have such an esteemed audience here today. Before we commence, it's essential to extend our deepest gratitude to sponsor whose generous support has been the cornerstone of the Arbovirus Summit today. Thank you to Thermo Fisher Scientific, Takeda Pharmaceuticals, United in Diversity, Calbe, Biopharma, Illumina, Amazon Web Services, and Rockefeller Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us start our agenda today with Session 3, Mitigation and Surveillance Experiences and Perspectives. And to launch this session, I would like to invite our chair, Dr. Imran Pambudi from Ministry of Health Indonesia.
Distinguished guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone, and welcome again into the summit in the Kura-Kura place. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, as we close the first day of our International Arboviruses Summit, I'm privileged to summarize the key achievements and discussion that have shaped our collective effort today. This summit represents a significant convergence of global expertise and commitment towards mitigating the impact of arboviruses. And the discussions today have been both enlightening and inspiring. Our first day began with a warm welcome by Ibu Sri Indrastuti Hadiputanto, Chair Board of Trustees, United in Diversity, and followed by the message from global health leaders, including recorded addresses by Dr. Tedros and Her Excellency Nícia Trindade Lima from Brazil, and also insightful welcome remarks from His Excellency Minister of Health Republik Indonesia, Bapak Budi Gunadisadikin, and their insights set a compelling tone for our collective urgency and dedication. The high-level panel delved into the pressing questions. Is the world ready for an arboviruses epidemic? And that topic, distinguished panelists, Her Excellency Dr. Elia Dos Reis Amaral from Timor-Leste, His Excellency Bapak Budi Gunadisadikin, Dr. Leonita Gorgolon from Philippines, and also Dr. Eder Gatti Fernandez from Brazil, and Dr. Edwin Caniza Salvador, offered their invaluable perspective on preparedness and response strategies, emphasizing the critical needs for resilient health system and international cooperation. Throughout the day, sessions such as a keynote and panel discussion illuminated various facets of arboviruses management, from advancement in vaccine technology and diagnostic to also the strategies for pandemic readiness, and each presented by experts, Dr. Maria van Kerkhoff from the WHO, and also Prof. Paul Kelly from Australia. This discussion addressed current challenges and chartered pathways for future collaborative effort. As we reflect on today's discussion, it is clear that our journey toward combating arboviruses is both challenging and crucial. Yet, the dedication and expertise demonstrated today give us hope and direction for the task ahead. So, as we move into the second day of our International Arboviruses Summit, it's my pleasure to welcome you to a day that focuses on mitigation and surveillance, experience and perspective. And today, we aim to deepen our understanding of innovative strategies and real-world experience that countries around the globe are already implementing to combat arboviruses. So the first keynote speakers, we will start our day with a keynote address from Professor Adi Utarini. We call it Prof. Ud, who will share insights on the efficacy of deploying Wolbachia infected mosquitoes, a pioneering approach in vector control, and this session is expected to set a transformative tone for the day as we explore the successes and challenges of such novel intervention. And following the keynote, we will delve into specific case studies, starting from Project Wolbachia in Singapore, presented by Dr. Chey Sen Chong, which promises to provide a detailed view of Singapore effort in this field. And followed by Dr. Murielle Dupont Rozier will then guide us through the dynamics of arboviruses in the Pacific, focusing on dengue severity, zero survey results, and vector control initiative. Professor Vesna Duong will continue with a presentation on Cambodia experiences and perspective on dealing with dengue and other arboviruses, offering valuable lessons and insights. And after a brief coffee break, we will reconvene to discuss the impact of climate on infectious diseases with Dr. Osvaldo Inlamea, and then proceed to learn from Professor Leo Yeshin about Singapore's comprehensive approach to arboviruses challenges. And this morning's session will culminate in a robust panel discussion moderated by Professor Amir Ikram, where experts from Indonesia, Georgia, Malaysia, and Singapore will discuss operational consideration for integrated arboviruses mitigation and surveillance. And this panel is designed to foster and exchange strategies and insight that can be adopted and applied across different regions and contexts. As we proceed through today's agenda, let us continue to engage actively, question constructively, and collaborate openly. Together, we can build on the collective knowledge and experiences shared to enhance our global response to arboviruses. And thank you for your continued commitment and participation. Let us make the most of this opportunity to learn from each other and work towards a healthier world. And please be on time, because we will have very packed agenda today. And good morning and enjoy the session. Thank you. Good morning all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Imran Pambudi. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are proceed into the keynote speech on session 3, efficacy of Wolbachia infected mosquito deployments. Please welcome Professor Adi Utarini from University of Gajah Mada.
Thank you, Dr. Imran. Very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Dear Excellencies from Ministry of Health Indonesia, Ministry of Health Brazil, distinguished speakers, guests, and participants, and also GIS-8 and all the sponsoring institutions. I'd like to thank you for inviting me to share about one important work on the efficacy of Wolbachia infected mosquito deployments for dengue control. And specifically, this will be taken from the work in Yogyakarta, done by the World Mosquito Program Yogyakarta, where I led this work. And this is in collaboration with the World Mosquito Program Global at Monash University, Universitas Gajah Mada, and supported by Tahia Foundation Indonesia. Yesterday, we heard someone said that we all hate mosquitoes, right? So I hope today I will slightly change your feelings about mosquitoes. And I'll start with introducing about Wolbachia, especially for those of you who are still not so familiar with this. Wolbachia is basically an intercellular bacterium which present in around 50% of all insect species, but in Aedes aegypti. Now, we will show you a video which then better explain about Wolbachia and how we bring Wolbachia into the world of preventing dengue infection. So video, please.
The mosquito known as Aedes aegypti originated in Africa. Over the last 400 years, it has spread throughout all tropical regions of the world, transmitting viruses like dengue, Zika, chikungunya, and yellow fever. Today, this mosquito puts more than half the world's population at risk of dengue alone. But we made a breakthrough that changed everything. We found a way to prevent Aedes aegypti from transmitting dengue and other mosquito-borne diseases. Our method uses safe and naturally occurring bacteria called Wolbachia that live inside insect cells and are passed from one generation to the next through the insect eggs. Here's how it works. Wolbachia are found naturally in an estimated 50% of all the different species of insects. Insects that include fruit flies, moths, dragonflies, and butterflies. The secret to the success of Wolbachia is how it manipulates the reproduction of the insects it lives in to give itself an advantage. It works like this. If a male insect has Wolbachia and mates with a female that doesn't, then the eggs she lays won't hatch. If the female has Wolbachia and the male doesn't, she would lay her normal number of eggs. They would all hatch and all offspring will carry Wolbachia. When two insects that both carry Wolbachia mate, the eggs will hatch and all offspring will carry Wolbachia. Over a few generations, the number of individuals carrying Wolbachia increases rapidly until nearly all the insects within a population have the bacteria. We wanted to see if we could use Wolbachia as a way to stop dengue transmission. To do this, we would first have to move Wolbachia into the mosquito so that it would grow and be passed between generations. Using microscopic needles, we took Wolbachia from the fruit fly and injected it directly into young Aedes aegypti eggs. It took us thousands and thousands of attempts, but finally, we were successful. And once the mosquitoes carried Wolbachia, they naturally passed it on to their offspring without the need for further injections of Wolbachia. We then took the mosquitoes that contained Wolbachia and infected them with dengue and found something really exciting. The virus didn't grow well in the mosquito, and if it can't grow, it can't be transmitted between people. Our next step was to test the approach in communities where dengue had been a problem for years. Wolbachia mosquitoes were released once a week for 10 to 20 weeks, and within a few months, close to 100% of the mosquitoes had Wolbachia. Years later, they still do. The results are clear. Dengue cases have dramatically decreased in communities where Wolbachia mosquitoes were released. It is our hope that with continued success, the Wolbachia control method will protect the health of the nearly 4 billion people globally who live with the risk of dengue and other mosquito-borne diseases every day.
Thank you. And back to the slides, please. Yeah. So essentially, it's a love story. It's a love story between the Wolbachia infected Aedes aegypti with the Aedes aegypti, which is existing in the local populations. But of course, any love story can be complicated also. So when what is proven in the lab work that Wolbachia is able to reduce the transmission of mosquito to Arbovirus disease, dengue, and other diseases, and this needs to be taken further into the field work. So in the field, there are different methods of using Wolbachia, and later I think today you will also hear about the work in Singapore. So the method that we use in Yogyakarta and in Indonesia, including in other countries that applies this WMP method, it's called the replacement method, whereby we deploy male and female mosquitoes to the field for a period of 9 to 14 weeks, depending on the area wide, and also the whether you use the adult mosquito release or the egg mosquito release. And then up to a certain period where then we could find that 60% or the majority of the mosquitoes, Aedes aegypti mosquitoes, already have Wolbachia. So when it's already reaching 60%, then we usually stop the release, because at that time the Wolbachia infected Aedes aegypti will be able to self-sustain in the population, in the local populations, up to then reaching quite a high proportion of Wolbachia mosquitoes. Now this work is leading to the first trial of efficacy using the cluster randomized control trial in the city of Yogyakarta, which is 1 hour flight from Denpasar. And this is the city, is one of the provinces, Yogyakarta special provinces. It has 1 city and 4 municipalities of about more than 3 million people. The Yogyakarta city itself is about more than 400,000 people, and it enjoys a good access of healthcare and relatively good also status of health. However, like in other big cities, dengue is also threatening this city. And at the time when we started the work, Jogja is included in the 5 top cities for dengue in Indonesia. So the journey started in 2011, where our team was trained by colleagues at Monash University to improve the capacity building on using the technology. And also we need to understand all the regulatory aspects of this intervention, which is not so easy also because it relates to so many regulations. And then also in the beginning, we already exploring people's perceptions, attitude, knowledge on dengue, on the vector, and also later on when we try to educate the public about Wolbachia. Only in 2014 that we actually started releasing the mosquitoes. And this was about after 1 year of educating the public and the community about Wolbachia. So we started releasing in a small areas of about 10,000 population. At that time, it was still mixed of adult and egg release. And then, because we need to be careful and also in compliance to the ethical committee, we did the active surveillance for dengue. Only after that, that we moved to phase 3, which is where the cluster randomized control trial was done. Before that, there was an independent risk analysis carried out by nationally at the national level, and this was initiated by the Ministry of Research and Technology. And only after they concluded that this new intervention, the risk of doing harm is negligible. So after they conclude that, then we started to do the impact study. And this is deploying Wolbachia in half of the cities of the Yogyakarta. I'll share with you the result of this trial. And then the last phase is when we started deploying in adjacent districts, that is Sleman and Bantul. Okay, I'm aware of time, so let me just jump into the efficacy study. This is how we deploy the Wolbachia in the community. We use this small bucket, and you can see the holes around the bucket, and then we put the mosquitoes, about 100 to 200 mosquito eggs with the food, and put 1 liter of water, and then place it in a place not directly under the sun. So, and then also spaced about 50 to 75 meters of this bucket. And once the people really understand what's the role of this bucket, you saw that there's a handwriting in the bucket showing that please don't steal this bucket, don't take this bucket, don't play with this bucket, because this is owned by the Sultan. This is owned by the king. I mean, this is one of the expressions that they understand the importance of the bucket. So these two community and stakeholder engagement, I would say this is probably the most challenging activities to do. Because before we can actually release the mosquitoes, we need to secure and make sure that the community accepts this intervention, and also the stakeholders support this intervention. Otherwise, it's going to be much more difficult to do this intervention. So on the picture is the Sultan of Yogyakarta and the head of the Provincial Health Office, just to make sure that the community understands that the stakeholder supported this. So for the efficacy study, this is done in Yogyakarta city, part of the Yogyakarta city, where we have 24 clusters divided into 12 clusters with Wolbachia intervention and 12 clusters with control. In all areas, the dengue control activities are unchanged, so they still apply whatever dengue control activities under the program. We then deploy the Wolbachia for about 9 months, up to when they reach about 80% of the total mosquitoes are having Wolbachia. And after that, we did the recruitment of patients suspected with dengue in the primary care facilities. And then whenever they can be positive or negative, and then we ask where do they live, and whether in that area we deployed Wolbachia or are they living in the control areas. So that was in a simple form of how we did the trial. And after 3 years of recruiting the patients, and we just finished when the pandemic started. So that was very unfortunate that the sample size was enough. Otherwise, I will not be in front of you presenting this work. So what we found from this trial was that we identified there are 318 dengue cases out of 3,083 test negative controls from the control areas. Compared to the 67 dengue cases from the 2,838 test negative controls in the Wolbachia intervention areas. And this gives the figure of the 77% reduction in dengue incidence in the Wolbachia treatment areas compared to the control areas. And similarly, we also observed even a much higher reduction in hospitalization due to dengue. 86 reduction of dengue hospitalization. And this certainly also has quite a big impact in terms of cost for hospitalization. Yeah. And this efficacy, we saw it in all serotypes, dengue 1 to 4. And I think the top there, you could see that it's comparable to the vaccine studies efficacies. So if it has been said that prevention is more important than treatment, so I think these methods of Wolbachia and also the vaccine perhaps is the future for this. Just that the Wolbachia gives a long-term protection, because in the city of Yogyakarta, when we released 2017, up to now, so 5 years later, Wolbachia is still very high, more than 90% frequency of the total mosquitoes. So that means the self-sustaining is evident. Similarly, fogging was also reduced. Fogging in Wolbachia treated areas is reduced 87%. And this means a lot if we think about the cost for the dengue program. So this is where the efficiency comes from this intervention. So Yogyakarta is the small area with the blue color, and you can see that this is actually surrounded by a much higher incidence, dengue incident areas, which is Sleman and Bantul. And we have deployed Wolbachia in these two areas, and now we are still monitoring the result. And this is we developed also the implementation model. Okay, time is up, 2 minutes more. Implementation model, because when we work together with the district health office in applying this method, then it's no longer us leading the work, but it's more of the district health office leading the work, and we are supporting the district health office. Other countries applying the same method, the result shows the same effectiveness study. So you could see in Yogyakarta, and also confirm also with colleagues in Colombia and also from Brazil, where Wolbachia is deployed in a much larger area already in Brazil. I think this all shows good result. We could also see in the very recent publication, this is review, Cochrane review done by colleagues, which actually said that using all the different ways of using Wolbachia, the conclusion is potential significant impact of WML Wolbachia. But this conclusion is still limited to one trial in Jogja, which is already completed, and others are non-randomized. And we are awaiting for another trial in Brazil, and I think also another trial in Singapore. Right. The most interesting part is this, because this is how we compare dengue from the surveillance system from 2006. This is before the Wolbachia intervention. You can see the fluctuation of incidence. And then this is during the trial where we deploy Wolbachia in about 1/3 of the area. You can see dengue still fluctuates, but at a more reduced level. And then this is when Wolbachia is already applied in the whole city area. If we work even more backwards, since 30 years, I think what we observe now is that there is a dengue case notification is suppressed continuously at the end, at the lowest level, and we wonder whether this is a potential for local elimination of dengue. So further work is continued for another 2 years. And after that, I think the Ministry of Health has decided to implement this in further 5 cities. But I'm not going to share about this, just to mention that it's already taken up by the Ministry of Health. So finally, I believe that we are all here to create a better future for our countries, better future for our children, grandchildren, and looking at all the facts, I think this is one way that we could apply with the proven already efficacy of reducing dengue cases, also hospital admission and fogging insecticides. This intervention is self-sustaining, resilient, acceptable also by the community, and therefore for further application in future sites, I think we need to develop and test the implementation model so that it will result in the same reduction of dengue cases. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Adi Utarini. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next agenda on session 3. Let us welcome for presentation Project Wolbachia Singapore. Please welcome Dr. Chi Seng Chong, Environmental Health Institute, Singapore.
Morning, everybody. And let me first thank the organizer for, inviting me to share the experience of Singapore. I think this climate or this environment is something that, we are all very familiar with, especially if you live in the tropics. And that's the challenge of dengue control. So this is a landscape of Singapore where 80% of our locals actually stay in what we call high-rise public housing. This is our typical landscape in Singapore. And half of our days in Singapore, 171 days, we have rained, thunderstormed, and we're hot and wet throughout the years. And that's the situation that faces the challenge in all tropical countries. We have two vectors in Singapore. Aedes aegypti is our primary vector. We have done a lot of different studies, vector competence set of work, where we know that that is the vector that stays in our home, feeds only on humans, and as we urbanize and expand, this vector also follow us. They're not found in the forest, and they are very exclusive to where humans are found. In the background, we do have Aedes albopictus, which is native to Southeast Asia. So they are in our forest, they are in our urban environment. But what is key is that they are not very efficient in transmitting dengue, at least in our context, and hence they are less important when it comes to dengue transmission. So this landscape not just shows that we are very urbanized, but at the same time, if you notice, we have our national birds, what we call the cranes, which is really about construction. So this creates a lot of environment that is conducive for the mosquito to be breeding. Let me come to the house index, just to give you a context of what we have seen so far over the past 50 years. So dengue was first reported in Singapore in 1901, and since then there were cases and outbreaks here and there, but really it was in the 1960s where dengue was first classified as a notifiable disease, and it was then we started up the vector control unit. So this is the Aedes house index, essentially telling you that 1 in 2 homes were found breeding mosquitoes in the 1960s. But moving forward to more recent years, it's about 1 to 3 out of 100 homes. So the success of our, I would say, the bringing down of the Aedes house index is really through the introduction of a lot of different parameters and a lot of factors. We put in environmental management to really, clean up our environment to make sure that there's good sanitation, good housing, and so on. We put in legislation. I think Singapore is known to be a very fine city. So what we do is that if a homeowner is found breeding mosquitoes at home, they could essentially be fined up to 5,000 or even jail. So it depends on. It's very serious when it comes to breeding a vector at home, and that's something that some countries are also learning from us. But the key is that we have put in a lot of legislation as well at the different vector control acts. And in 2006, that's where we actually put in the Interagency Dengue Task Force. This is a very important network because we have demonstrated that it's very important that dengue control is not just with the Environment Ministry, but essentially all the stakeholders in Singapore is important to put in effort in dengue control. So for instance, the Ministry of Education, in terms of schools, they will do the vector control in the schools. We have our, say for example, the Singapore Land Authority, they will also be doing vector control. So when it comes to dengue control, it's not just one ministry effort, but it's really a lot of inter-sectoral collaborations that is key to our program. And more recently, we have put in gravity trap surveillance as well as the Wolbachia program that I will talk about shortly. So let me come to the gravity trap surveillance program. This is a sticky OV trap where we have deployed almost about 70,000 of these traps throughout Singapore, focused on public residential setting. And what is key is that this trap actually allows us to get a sense of the spatial dynamics in terms of the spatial trend, the temporal trend in different locations in Singapore for us to actually understand the risk of transmission in area. So if you look at the chart on the left, this is just what we call the gravity trap Aedes aegypti index. Essentially, it's the mean Aedes aegypti per trap. And what we do know is that once it crosses a certain threshold, the risk of dengue transmissions in a community start increasing twofold, fourfold, and so on. And this is what we are using to actually guide our vector control effort in different parts of the island. But what's more important on the right side is that we actually communicate this information to the people. It's not about just the agency doing something, but really, we want to empower the individuals, especially in the household or homes, to do something. And this is actually through our ENV app, where people can actually receive information on clusters or information that you're actually staying in the area with high mosquito population. So do something about it. We really want to empower the people because this is about empowering the social community as well. Earlier, I showed that we have seen a reduction of the Aedes house index from 50% to about 1 to 3%. And along with the suppression of the Aedes vector populations, what we do see is that, paradoxically, we're also seeing a decline in the overall herd immunity in the community. So if you follow the dotted line, the youth, which is about 15 to 19 years old, in the earlier years, in the 1980s, we have about seropositive about 70%, and very rapidly in the 1990s, it has dropped to about 15%, and that has remained stable over the years. And if you look at other age group as well, overall, the seropositive rate has also declined, telling us that it's actually more and more difficult to control dengue in Singapore because people are not getting bitten and more people are becoming more susceptible. Looking at the chart on the left, it's just modeling using all this seroprevalence data. But what is key is that we know that the force of infection, which is essentially the probability of a susceptible individual getting a primary infection, has dropped by tenfold from about more than 0.1 to less than 0.01. So that is our challenge in Singapore. And that's why we are looking at novel control tools. We have explored many possible novel control tools, but finally we settled with the Wolbachia suppression approach. And really we wanted a paradigm shift to really tackle our challenge when it comes to the dengue control. So, earlier you have heard about Wolbachia. So, in Singapore, we focus on the male release only strategy, where we release males to seek the females, and that's where they lead to cytoplasmic incompatibility in the field where the eggs don't hatch. And over time, that's where our vector population is suppressed. And the desired outcome will be the same as the replacement approach, where we just don't want to have dengue in the community. And the reason why we are actually adopting this approach, Singaporeans are actually very picky, and it's very challenging to actually manage feedbacks. And what we do know is that when it comes to males, because the males don't bite, it's so much easier to communicate to the public that we're releasing males that don't bite, they don't transmit disease, and hence the public will be receptive. And this was the hand in the cage on the right panel. It's something that was very important in our earlier communication because that's where we get people to put their hands in to actually really educate. And this is actually a very powerful education because we realized that there were a lot of misconceptions where people thought both males and females actually will bite. So this hand in cage was very useful because a lot of children like it, and that's where we bring the message through the community. So our Wolbachia strain is different from what was shared earlier. We use the WLB strain that's taken from Aedes albopictus, and we work with Prof. Ziyong Si from Michigan State University, where we had a strain, we backcrossed it multiple times, and essentially this was done in a laboratory where we really want to know how good a strain is. Number one, it must be able to lead to complete cytoplasmic incompatibility, which we saw in the top panels. What's important is that when you release males, they should be equally competitive. That's what we saw in the bottom panel. And what's important is that we learned from other programs is that what you release must have similar insecticide profile. If you focus on the blue and the gray, that is telling you the profile of our wild-type population as well as our Wolbachia males. And they're very similar, which is what you want because you wouldn't want to change the behavior of residents out there. But what's important is that you want to have a mosquito that's also equally have the same resistant profile so that any form of treatment by residents doesn't impact them. This is our current coverage. At the moment, we have covered, in terms of the Wolbachia male release, about close to 480,000 homes in Singapore, covering about close to 1 million residents. So this is a map of Singapore, and there's a lot of different colors. But let me bring you through the bottom panel, which is what we call the phase condition approach. 2012 and 2016 is really a lot of laboratory studies where I showed earlier. But what's also important is that we have done a lot of risk assessment, not just about looking at suppressions, but what's people's perception when there's a reduction in mosquito population in a community. And we did a lot of communication engagement as well during this period with the hand in cage that I shared earlier. 2016 was our first small-scale release program. In the two, I would say the two top panels here, the rolling carpet approach, where we did small-scale releases. And what we really want is, well, we know that male mosquitoes actually can disperse horizontally very easily. Our challenge is that we have males that need to go up to the building. So how high can they fly? How long can they live? This was our questions. And in that phase one, what we do know is that these male mosquitoes actually do fly up, but it's just insufficient to go all the way up. So we know that when you do a ground release, there's a bias in terms of the flight dispersion. And what we do learn is that you then need to go up to the high floors to do releases to ensure that the males are meeting the females. So that's where we have learned. And subsequently, we have our phase 2, phase 3, and all different phases, really to define the strategy. Because we know that if you have very small locations, it's not effective. You need to go larger and larger. And that's what we have been doing in terms of rolling carpet, targeted approach, and so on, really to show sustainability of the program. And as we roll, it doesn't mean that we continue to release. That's not true. We are really guided by the gravity trap data that we have. In areas with high mosquito population, we do releases, but once it drops below a certain threshold where the risk is low, that's where we actually will stop releases. And we will monitor, and if we need to go back, we'll go back. And in locations, we have seen that it can be sustained for a few months before we need to do some form of minimum releases. Let me share the data that we have. So this is just a snapshot of 2 locations. The darker the red is, the higher the Egyptite population is. We have 2 locations here, Yishun and Tampines. And as you move from left to right from red, you can see that we have this eraser impact from high mosquito population to low, and some is very low in terms of detections. And overall, we see more than 90% of the reduction in Egyptite populations in our release site. And what's key is that in terms of the dengue impact, we saw that residents who stay in this location demarcated by the black areas. There are 4 black areas. This is sometimes what we call the holy map, because essentially you do see that this is a snapshot of outbreak in 2022, where there were a lot of transmission throughout Singapore. But you notice that the north, the east, and 2 other smaller locations in the west, they are pretty much clear, telling you that with suppression of Aedes aegypti populations, at the same time you're also expecting a reduction in dengue incidents, which is what we saw as well. Showing you a different snapshot of the Aedes aegypti populations. So this is a temporal trend from 2019 to 2023. The green line, the green dotted line, is what we saw earlier in terms of the eraser impact. What is key is that in 2019, if you notice, all the different color lines are actually very similar in terms of the trajectory and trending. But the green lines start dropping as we start releasing the male mosquitoes. If you notice, the blue line we started our what we call the multi-field site study, or the randomized controlled trial site, in 2022. And you can see dramatically that blue line also dropped as well. So this is showing you the impact of the suppression approach that we have. But I think what's more interesting is that we are often being asked, what happened to Aedes albopictus? Is there some form of a replacement? And that's something that a lot of ecologists and even scientists will be asking. And through the surveillance network, what we do notice is that overall, there is a slight increase, but the trend is the same in terms of the various parts of Singapore. So this is something that we are still monitoring very closely to understand whether there are changes to the Aedes albopictus biology dynamics in terms of how they can then take over the niche vacated by Aegypti. But at the moment, for the past 2 years, we haven't seen any changes, and that's really comforting in terms of vector control. We show good results in terms of entomological outcome, epi outcome. I think when it comes to any form of novel control tools, it's very important to have community participation awareness and to understand how effective it is in terms of the public sentiment in the field, because for a program to really roll and be successful, you need the public to be with you. And we've done 2 different surveys across different 15 locations throughout Singapore. And overall, there's really a lot of high support for the program. I think that is really attributed to our various tiered level of communication, engagement, which is very important for any successful program that any country wants to adopt. So that is something very encouraging, and something that we are very happy, and we want to continue to make sure that there is this high level of trust, high level of support, so that we can roll it out to more places. We have contributed to this, what you call, a whole set of gears or decision-making tree or tool that we have. And to be honest, when it comes to any form of novel control tools, there's a lot of different components that has to come into the picture, not just about research, but if you notice, there are a lot of different gears. Starting with the very basic decision-making tool on the left side is about the decision to implement a tool, whether it's ISIT, Wolbachia suppression, replacement, or whatever tool that you're using. You need to understand what's your priorities, look at the risks, and you need to look at all different components of cost, benefit, effectiveness. Because often we are being asked, is it cost effective, and so on. So every country context will be different, and what is useful will have to be assessed accordingly. Once that's decided, it's really about the testing and implementation on the right corner there. Often we set up objective, and I think some of the challenges I can share a bit later over tea and so on is that, when it comes to mosquito production, people talk about it, but they didn't realize that there's actually no solution to scale up. So we have also a lot of R&D there where we have to then develop solutions to scale up production. And not just production, but really to put in place quality control measures, because it's not about how many you can produce, but are the production of mosquitoes fit enough to do the job? Because no point dumping a lot of mosquitoes being a nuisance to people, but what we want is release sufficient number so that they do the job, suppress fast enough, and that's it. So that's all the various tools we have. But at the bottom, what's key is that these are the components that I've shared a lot, quite often, is in terms of community engagement, regulation, permits, and authorization. So different countries will have the different regulation to go through. Your phase implementation is important for you to understand, what are the challenges you have. And we learned a lot in our 2016 study because we assumed a lot of things, but realized that we were wrong. So that was a good learning lesson for us, and that's how we have grown to where we are now in terms of the coverage. So at the moment, we are really at our final phase. Look at the end-to-end point. Yeah. Lastly, quick one. I think what's the key message I want to bring across is that Wolbachia suppression is just part of an integrated vector control management method. It's not over yet. I mean, Wolbachia suppression is there, but really, this is our whole approach here, and integrated vector management is the way to go. It's not a silver bullet. At the same time, this is something we go to the public as well. Not the only thing, but do what you need to do. With that, we have a lot of collaborations, and we're happy to discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chi Seng Chong. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next presentation about arboviruses in the Pacific, dengue severity, serosurvey, and factor control. Please welcome Dr. Mireille Dupont-Rouzeirol, Institut Pasteur de Nouvelle-Calédonie.
Just pass the slides. Hi everyone. I'm very pleased to be here. I would like to thank the organizer. It has been so far a so exciting summit, and I'm pretty sure that today's day will be very great. So thanks. So I'm Myriel Dupont-Rousserol. I work at Institut Pasteur in New Caledonia, and I'm very proud to talk about what's happening in the Pacific region about arboviruses. So there are two maps. One is the world, and it's a Pasteur network, so there are 32 institutes in the world, and then you can follow the arrow, and here is New Caledonia. So New Caledonia is a French territory in the Pacific region. There are 3 French territories in the Pacific: New Caledonia, Wallis and Futuna, and Tahiti or French Polynesia. But please note that there are more 20 Pacific islands and countries in this big mass of blue water in the Pacific. So what about the epidemiology of arboviruses? Usually what we have, and have a look at the year 2007, is that we have an outbreak of one virus, one serotype, coming through all the Pacific region. But what we observed, and have a look at the last year, starting from year 2012, we've got now multiple arboviruses circulating, multiple dengue serotype, along with Zika or chikungunya outbreaks. So it means that we have an evolution of the arboviruses profile since the year 2009 with multiple arboviruses co-circulation. So you all know that if we have an outbreak, it means that we have vectors that can transmit the viruses. So in the Pacific, the main vector is Aedes aegypti. You can find it between the black lines, so it's everywhere in the Pacific. However, we also have other vectors. So with the blue lines, you've got Aedes polynesiensis. You also have, coming from Southeast Asia and spreading to the region, Aedes albopictus. But in several islands, you have very specific vectors like Aedes ancilli in Federal State of Micronesia or Aedes futunae in the island of Futuna. Just to note that in some Pacific countries, like Fiji, you've got Aedes aegypti, Aedes polynesiensis, and Aedes albopictus. In New Caledonia, where you can find in the map, we, up to now, only have Aedes aegypti. So the main vectors is Aedes aegypti in the region, but other vectors are present. So now, New Caledonia. So it's this island. It's in the Pacific. We have 270,000 inhabitants. The main community are Melanesian people, then you've got European, Polynesian, and other community. Nouméa and the main city is about 2/3 of the inhabitants. So in New Caledonia, you got pretty landscape like sea and other things, very friendly people. But very often, at the head of the top of the newspapers, we've got outbreaks of dengue, and here more than 7,000 cases of dengue, after dengue, chikungunya, and Zika. So it means we've got an history of arboviruses circulation in New Caledonia. And it started, the first ever outbreak of dengue ever reported in New Caledonia was in the year 1890, so far, far away. Since then, we have regular outbreaks, and as you can see at the beginning, starting from year 1970, it's one serotype, one dengue serotype circulating, then nothing for lots of years, and then another one coming, and then nothing. But suddenly, this changed in the year 2007 with co-circulation of dengue 1 and dengue 4, and less month or less year with dengue cases, and even like in 2013, we have dengue 1, dengue 3, and Zika circulating in the meantime. So same, we have an evolution of the profile, and we've got multiple arboviruses circulation, less period without dengue cases, and also we observe an increase of dengue severity. So why studying dengue in New Caledonia? It's because it's an ideal setting to study arboviruses in the Pacific region. It's an island, so it's like a context, a very simplified context. So what I will talk today, I will talk about molecular epidemiology and serosurvey for surveillance. What we do with the last severe dengue outbreak, how we investigated the severe cases, and projection of the future and the impact of a new vector control strategy. So how are dengue are introduced in Eucalia? So we are in the Pacific, so mainly the virus is coming with travelers traveling from overseas. And as we are in the region, we cannot look only in Eucalia. We have to have a look of what's happening in the region. So on the map, you see that there was dengue that was notified in the different islands. And when you do some phylogenetic analysis, so these are whole genome sequence analysis, you can see specific patterns. For example, all the French overseas territories, the strains are belonging together, so there are specific link between the French overseas territory regarding migration of people. But after, you can clearly have a look of the viral evolution and over the course, and how its islands highlight specific migratory links between the different countries. So, we know that we have several outbreaks, but in fact, what is the real immunity of the New Caledonia population to these arboviruses? So we did a serosurvey, and here are the data. So interestingly, only 55% of the adult population of New Caledonia had dengue in the past. Actually, they may be infected once in their lifetime. It's not that lot. And we look to other arboviruses, and the list is there. And we have previous exposition to Zika, which was known, and to Ross River, which was known also. So Ross River is an alpha virus. There are outbreaks of Ross River every year in Australia, and we know that we had a huge outbreak coming from Australia through the Pacific in the 80s. So it means that apart from dengue, immunity of the New Caledonia population is low or null for all other arboviruses tested. But it means also that for dengue, 1 person at 2 has never been exposed. When we look a bit deeper to our data, we can see no differences between dengue and Zika, between male and female. However, we have more young people who have been exposed to Zika compared to older people. And we've got more people living in the north and the province island being exposed to dengue compared to the south. And this is where the Melanesian people are living. So they've been more exposed to the virus in the past. And this correlates, as I showed, to and also where the higher dengue incidents are in New Caledonia, so the red part on the top of the island. So our survey highlighted a difference in the scale of previous arboviruses circulation according to age or localization of the inhabitants. As I mentioned, we observe also a surge of outbreaks of enhanced severity. So here are the two dengue 1, less dengue 1 outbreaks, so the 2013-2014 one and the 2016-2017 one. And as you can show, we have an increase of hospital rate from 3.5 to 8.245 during the last outbreak, and an increase of number of cases. What was interesting during this outbreak is that the clinical doctors, they say us, okay, the presentation of these dengue cases, the severe cases, are very unusual. We've got lots of hepatic disorder. So what's happening? We already have dengue outbreaks 4 years before. Why do we have such presentation of cases? So one of the questions we asked is, do we have like an evolution of the virus who can explain this enhanced severity? So we did some whole genome sequencing of dengue 1 from the strain from the 2013. We have no specific severity, compared to the strain from 2016. So you can see that the two strains, the 2 years of strain, are clustering differently. And when you have a look to the 2016 strains, in blue it's the case from severe form, and in white, non-severe. So there are no specific cluster of severe form. However, all the strains from 2016 are clustering together, and we show specific mutation in the genome of the virus that has been present in all the 2016-2017 strain. So these amino acid substitutions are associated to an outbreak of enhanced severity. Yes, so we know where we are now. So what will be the future of dengue if nothing is doing? And so this is a projection according to climate change. And you can see regarding the different RCP scenario that in the future, according to climate change, dengue outbreak will increase and we will have like dengue outbreaks every year. Not dengue circulation, but dengue outbreaks every year. So, we need to do something. As I mentioned, Aedes aegypti is the only known vector in New Caledonia. And here on the graph, you see the density of mosquitoes according to the different outbreaks. And even if one can see a decrease of the density of mosquito, there are still enough mosquito to sustain virus circulation. So we implemented vector control with destruction of pesticide, insecticide spraying. As a consequence, we observe an increase of the insecticide resistance, so there are the limits of the classical vector control. So we need a new vector strategy. And New Caledonia joined the World Mosquito Program, so I will not explain because Professor Indrina already said. So it's a strategy based on the bacteria, Wolbachia. Aedes aegypti do not have Wolbachia, and when you artificially colonize Aedes aegypti with Wolbachia, there's a reduced ability of the mosquito to transmit dengue, chikungunya, and Zika. And here had the data that we did from a local strain of Aedes aegypti. And thanks to the cytoplasmic incompatibility, you can establish Wolbachia in the mosquito population. So we started with Numea, so in blue, on the bottom of the map. So Numea is about 100,000 inhabitants. Phase 1, so the release started in 2019, ended in 2021, and now we are about 90% of the mosquito who have Wolbachia. Then the extension of the strategy went to the 3 neighbor city, so Dambea and Mondor, phase 3, and even Dambea, Mondor, phase 2 and phase 3, sorry, and now we are in Paita, in the green, that is in progress. So with these cities, about 2/3 of the inhabitants of New Caledonia will be protected against dengue. So is it working? So here is a map of dengue incidents in Numea, the main city, starting from year 2014 until 2021. So in blue is the release of Wolbachia, and you can see that when we started the release, there's less dengue circulation or a decrease of dengue incidence. So we had no dengue outbreaks since 2019. However, we must be cautious because in 2020 it was COVID-19 and all the borders of New Caledonia were closed, so there was nobody coming from overseas. And we know, according to the data of phylogenetic, that the virus is coming from the travelers from the Pacific or even Southeast Asia. However, although that we, for example, this year had about 40 imported cases and only 2 local cases, which is quite different from the other year with 3,000 infections. Still, it's hard to conclude because in the region currently there are no outbreaks. There are outbreaks in Brazil, high circulation in Southeast Asia, but not yet in the Pacific. So we need a bit more time, I guess. However, we really wanted to know what will be the impact of the Wolbachia strategy in Numea. And this is some modeling study focusing on Numea. So summer 2019, it was before the release. So we've got like the incidence, the R0 is the same according to the release or no release. And then summer 22, so with release strategy and without release strategy, and we can observe a decrease of dengue R0 according to the Wolbachia strategy. So we are quite confident. So what is in fact the future of dengue and arboviruses in New Caledonia and the Pacific? What are the future risks? Risk will increase, that's for sure, according to migratory flux, human, but also for the mosquitoes. As I told you, Aedes albopictus is spreading through the Pacific region. It might come one day in New Caledonia. It's not yet here, but yes, and climate change. However, we not only need to focus on dengue. There are other arboviruses that are spread by other vectors like Culex. And in New Caledonia, we got these other vectors. And so, and as you may know, there has been in Australia a GE outbreaks 2 years ago, a Murray Valley outbreaks also, and Ross fever every year. So really, the risk for us is mainly focusing on these viruses that are transmitted by other vectors. And for Ross fever, we don't know exactly which vector can transmit this virus in the Pacific. We've got no marsupial, so the reservoir is not the same compared to Australia. So to prepare and enhance this surveillance, this preparedness, Institut Pasteur in New Caledonia is organizing a workshop on genomic surveillance in June, and that's it. So I would like to thank you all for your attention. Thanks my team, my collaborator from Institut Pasteur in New Caledonia, but also Institut Pasteur in Paris, from the hospital, ISS, IRD, the World Mosquito Program, of course, and all the funders that make this work available. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muriel. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the third presentation. Dengue and other arboviruses in Cambodia, experience and perspective. Let us welcome Professor Vesna Duong, Head of Virology, Institut Pasteur du Cambodge.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. And first of all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Health of Indonesia and also from the Brazil and GSET for this opportunity on this beautiful island. So briefly this morning, I would like just to go through the different circulation of arboviruses, including dengue, Zika, and chikungunya that you have heard what happened in Cambodia using different genomic surveillance. So for dengue, the first documented data was since 1963 by Dr. Chastel, and then there was no surveillance program since then. It was only in 1980s that the National Dengue Control Program was established, led by CNM. We have the director of the program here, Dr. Liang Rathia, present also in these meetings. And Institut Pasteur in Cambodia has started the support for the virological diagnostics for this program since early 2000s, providing PCR, virus isolation, and serology. And we have 4 or 6 sentinel hospital sites for this surveillance program across the countries. This is one of the very important slides to giving you a summary of what is circulating in Cambodia from arbovirus point of view. So we have the data for over 2 decades in Cambodia for dengue, Zika, and chikungunya. As you see here at the background, in blue, number of clinical dengue cases reported to the national program, and you can see clearly there we have 4 big outbreaks of dengue across the 20 years. And again, dengue is endemic in the countries with 4 serotypes co-circulating every year. And from this, we have a cycle of big outbreak every 5 to 7 years. The first outbreak was documented in 2007, caused by dengue 3. The second one in 2012, caused by dengue 1. Again, 2019, caused again by dengue 1. And recently, last year, the last big outbreak that we experienced caused by dengue 2. I will come back later in more detail of the analysis of these different serotype and outbreaks. And besides dengue, we have also documented Zika circulations, which was found endemically in the countries, but in low prevalence and low impact of public health concerns. And there was an increase of detections also of the Zika during pandemic, COVID pandemics. And for chikungunya, we did experience 2 separate outbreaks. The virus is not found endemic in the country, but 2 separate introductions. I will come back later as well. So this is typically the epidemiological profile of dengue, and then similar to other Southeast Asian countries, we have the virus circulate the whole year with a peak during a rainy season between end of May until early November. But we still see the circulation, low level of circulation during the dry season where there's no less of rain. And the blue line is the average of number of cases, and the gray is the mean plus 2 standard deviation. I'll come back also later on. Yes, this is how what we observe during the big outbreak years. This is an example of the number of cases we have in the big outbreak in 2012 and 2019. What we see here is the number of cases. What is noticeable here is the number of cases of dengue during the dry season, which drive the increase of transmission during the rainy season. So from these two experiences, we see that the more case we have during dry season, the higher risk of outbreak during the rainy season. So we see here the 2012, not many cases during the dry seasons, but we see. So this you see the 2012 and 2019, the amplitude, the number of cases were doubled. The maximum here is on the left on 3,000 and 6,000. So the more we have cases during dry season, the more case we see also during rainy season. Okay, and this is the case for last year as well, 2023, and this is the very first data that we observe also on the right-hand side in 2024 this year. So we expect, we expect that this year may be another big year. So we need to be prepared for a surge of a number of cases. So from this from clinical data, but now I'm going to look into the genomic data that we have for each of dengue serotypes. So this is the phylogenetic trees of dengue 1 from the last 20 years as well, that caused 2 separate outbreaks, which is quite unusual for Cambodia, that one serotype could generate 2 big outbreaks. So dengue 1 belong to one genotype only, but with different lineages circulating. So lineage 4 was the origin of outbreak in 2012, and the lineage 5, especially the 5B, caused the outbreak in 2019. What we observe in the genomic whole genome level, we see that there is a clear evolution of mutations of this dengue 1 serotype. You see on the red Cambodia on the red row, blue and green color, the evolution of mutations. So it would be interesting to see what is the impact of this mutation in terms of the dynamic of virus transmissions, comparing between these different lineages, and also the impact potentially on the vaccine that is available here now. Moving to dengue 2, a different scenario here. We have 3 genotype circulations. One replaced the other. The first one, Asian Americans, and then was replaced by Asian 1 and continued to circulate for a longer time of periods. But the Asian 1 genotype could not generate any big outbreak during the circulation. And it was replaced by cosmopolitan genotype in 2019. And it was this cosmopolitan genotype that generated a big outbreak in 2023 last year. And for dengue 3, it's another different patterns of circulations. So dengue 3 from Cambodia belong to 2 genotypes. The first one, genotype 1, that caused the outbreak in 2007. And subsequently, this genotype 1 was not detected in the dengue control program, and it almost disappeared. Only sporadic cases were detected, and it was replaced by genotype 3. But again, this genotype 3 could not emerge as a dominant genotype through times, but still continue to circulate at the low level until present time. And we don't really know when this genotype could re-emerge, can take control and become dominant and might cause another big outbreak. And for dengue 4, it's belong to only genotype 1, but several lineages circulate, and at least 3 different lineages co-circulate at the same time for dengue 4. And surprisingly, dengue 4 has never generated any big outbreak and circulates at a background level comparing to the other serotype. So moving on to Zika's situation in Cambodia, the first reported cases of Zika was documented in 2010 through this community study of fever, acute fever illness by Namru 2. They tested more than 10,000 cases of fever, and they detected only 1 case of Zika and positive by PCRs. And during the outbreak of Zika between 2015 and 2016, we did a retrospective study to understand the circulation and the burden of Zika in Cambodia. We screened samples between 2007 and 2016 from more than 6,000 samples, from serum samples, mosquito samples, urine samples. That we had only 5 cases positive by PCR and a number of IgM positive as well. So, and our Zika strain belonged to Asian genotype, not the one that caused spread across the world to Latin America. As I mentioned, recently we experienced another a higher increase of number of Zika cases, but we don't really know what is the extent of this circulation because we don't have the full data from the community. But these are from positive cases that we had in the lab, more than 20 samples that we could sequence. Still, Zika from Cambodia, circulating in Cambodia, still belong to the Asian genotype lineage. But have moved a bit further with new mutations. And these new mutations was studied in a paper by a Chinese colleague that compare the historical strain 2010 from Cambodia with the new imported cases from Cambodia to China 2019. What they observe here in the bottom panel, you see that the new strain detected in 2019 caused more death in neonate mice comparing to the historical strain. So there might be a new mutation that may be associated to more complication and more pathogen, more severity infections in newborn mice. But the difference was not significant in experiments in adult mice or in vitro experiment. And the phylogenetic analysis, they have shown that there is a specific mutation that separates the 2010 and 2019 sequence. This need to be studied further for. And lastly, chikungunya. Similar to dengue, we have documented this virus since 1963 or so by the same person, Dr. Chastels. Since then, we have never documented this virus in Cambodia throughout the surveillance program as well, from the hospital cases for dengue. And it was only 2011 that we experienced the first outbreak, introductions of this virus in Cambodia. It was introduction of this Indian Ocean lineage with these famous mutations at the E1, A226V mutations. And through this phylogenetic analysis, the strain was probably introduced from neighboring countries. Surprisingly, this virus did not take hold in Cambodia and disappeared, suddenly disappeared after 2013. Again, during pandemic COVID-19, we experienced a second reintroduction of this virus into Cambodia in 2020. In July 2020, we have the first case detected in the lab, and the virus seemed to spread very quickly, as you see very well here. The red one is the number of cases of chikungunya confirmed by the lab, and a sharp increase of number of cases, and also compared to the blue, which is dengue confirmed cases. And also geographically, this virus spread very quickly as well across geographical area in different provinces of Cambodia. When we look at the genomic data from this recent outbreak, we see that there's clearly a new virus that was introduced into Cambodia, and this new for Cambodia, but this strain was already circulating in neighboring countries like Thailand, Pakistan, India, and China. And clearly, there is these are two different viruses clustered into different lineages. And the new strain from 2020, there was no famous mutation 226V, but it is the 226A. But at the structural protein, we see other mutations that was not observed before. Those are on the yellow line. So the question now, what is the impact of this mutation in terms of transmissions, dynamic of chikungunya, and also what is the impact again to the vaccine and also monoclonal antibodies that becoming available. So we had this preliminary result on mosquito experiments comparing the strain from the 2011 outbreak and also the 2021 using Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus mosquito. What we have known so far from the 2012 strain is that there is a better fitness in albopictus, while it was reverted back to Aedes, better fitness into Aedes aegypti mosquitoes in the strain of from 2021, which didn't have these famous 226V mutations. And I think this is my last slide, and that's all. And for conclusions, dengue, we know from our experience and also other countries that dengue serotype, there is a switch between different serotype and genotype or even lineage that may associate to outbreaks. Further experiment also for Cambodia to understand better the fitness of dengue among different genotype and serotypes. Investigation of the impact of mutations in immune response and cross protections between strain and isolates. Zika is found endemic in the country, but with low impact to public health because the low number of cases and the mild disease. There is no introduction of the Latin American strains. Asian lineage continue to circulate, but with new mutation that may have higher neurovirulence complications. Chikungunya, I just mentioned earlier, I don't think I have to repeat. And with that, thank you for your attentions.
Thank you very much, Professor Vesna Dual. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will take a short break. You may enjoy your coffee and tea for about 10 minutes, served in exhibition area. Please return to this auditorium at 10:35 a.m. to continue the series of activities of Arbovirus Summit. And once again, please be back on time at 10:35 a.m. And for now, please enjoy your well-deserved break.
macam tu ada. Yang macam-macam tu ada.
holiday. Yeah, Oscars, Grammys, okay, got it. So very simple. I don't like the bell or something like that. It's just subtle. When you see that they go to zero, you know, when they go down to zero, you look, you can judge. It says conclusion. You can tell when they finish. If they still go full steam, gentle music a little bit. More, yeah, you understand it? Yes. Have you watched Grammys? Grammys and Oscars?
Sorry, I know because from the G20 1 years we do like that also.
At the G20, my friend, I'm a delegate, delegacy of G20.
Yeah, I know because
I am.
Yeah, because Mr. Bonai tell me 2 minutes before, and
I'm giving you now new directions.
that's why
I am research.
that's why we are confused.
Do not.
Yes.
But at G20,
Yes.
G20 is a different story because you know we have minutes, Giga and Dua. Yeah. Governments have 3 minutes, external delegacy 1 minute. And Sri Mulyani, you know Ibu Ani? You know? Okay. Ibu Ani was very good because Ibu Ani used the gong. Because she was talking to prime minister, to president, so no music good enough, she needed the gong. These people are more respectful. So when they hear the music, they will already stand the basic because the music will go on.
1 minute or times up. I play the music.
No, so
Because sorry.
Peter,
Yeah.
saya Peter.
Because Mona tell me.
Can you take the music out?
Yeah, because we are confused.
Do not. You have a clock. Tell that. You have so much energy. What does the clock say? 15, 20, or 26? Okay, listen. So what happened? If you promise somebody 15, we cannot play music at 13. It's not okay. If you promise 15, which is the clock say, this you have to give. So you don't start before. So here is my guidance to you.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
I want to agree with it. When the 15 minutes or when it stands up, when the clock is finished, which is fair to the speaker, then pay attention. Is he already finishing? Is he saying thank you, blah, blah, all of this? Then you can wait. If you hear the speaker still going slide, 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 then you know, I need to send a little message. The message begins maybe right after the clock is down, little music. After 30 seconds, little more music. After 60 seconds, the music go up. They will get the message. Do you understand?
Sir,
Thank you.
I already do like that.
Stop it. Don't tell me the history. Not
I
interested.
already do like that. I already do like that. Because
Do you get it?
I get it, sir. Already done like
Visit
that.
me in Los Angeles. You want to come to
Because
LA?
Mr. Dubona,
You can come to LA. Visit me. I live in Santa Monica.
yeah, it's okay, sir. I already
wanna
like
visit?
I already see the speaker. The speaker say, this is the last. Okay, I'm not doing like that. But I already do like this.
Are you going to visit me? Are you going to visit me Sunday?
Why?
You don't like it?
I like Santa Monica. I've been in
I
Pomona
visit you.
City.
I visit
I've been in Pomona City. I've been
Pomona.
in Washington. Yeah, sir. I've been
Here.
there.
Sire.
Yeah. I've
let's
been in
go.
Pomona.
Let's get the show running. I help you. Come on, you guys are a great team.
Yeah, I know.
You know, he says I know. I say you.
I already know. I already know. Teresa.
This is my friend, by the way. No. I'm helping.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to proceed to Awan Auditorium and please have a seat as we will continue our program shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to proceed to Awan Auditorium and please have a seat as we will continue our program shortly. Once again, we invite you to proceed to the Awan Auditorium and please have a seat. The Arbovirus Summit will continue shortly. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to take a seat because the Arbovirus Summit will continue shortly. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and now we will continue our meeting on session 4. Without further ado, let us commence fourth presentation, Climate Amplified Infectious Diseases. Please welcome Dr. Osvaldo Inlamea, Instituto Nacional de Saúde, Mozambique.
Good morning. Would like to thank you everything to invite me. I'm only African in this summit. I'm not singer today. I will try to present it from Arbovirus. My English is not very well, but I will try. Of course, if you, yes, this is outline for my presentation. And first of all, I would like to visit Mozambique. Mozambique was located in southern East Africa. If you forget, please remember, in front of Madagascar. And Mozambique have a tropical climate and have two different seasons, the rain season and dry season. The dry season happens in May until September, and rain season happened in October until April. For climate change, of course, Mozambique is on top on climate change impact, one of the most countries affected by climate change. We conduct assessment from health, climate change impact in health, and we call vulnerability and assessment in health sector. And we show you in this map in almost 1/3 of national territory affected by climate change and have index for high to high level index of impact of climate change in health facility. So Mozambique, as you can see or as you can know, is the most country of affected in the world in its climate change. We have cyclone here by here, and this condition or this landscape is to deal our health facility to manage multiple treat here by here. Sometimes we management cholera, sometimes management disaster management and arbovirus. So arbovirus in national level is neglected because half percent of patient with acute febrile illness has result from positive case of malaria. Of course, the half we don't know, including arbovirus. Malaria have a vertical program to receiving fund from Global Fund and implementing strategy all in vector from malaria. Of course, arbovirus is neglected. If you look the story of arbovirus in our country since like 14 decades, and when we report first vector in Mozambique, and almost 20 years we report first case in human from arbovirus using serological tests, seroneutralization tests in native populations. So first outbreak was reported in almost similar age like me, 40 years ago, and we detect serotype 2. Sorry, serotype 2. And recent outbreak, we detect serotype 3. If you look the time of outbreak, we have gap. This gap is not we don't have really outbreak, but we don't have enough information to recognize outbreak. When you see this map, you see the vectors is spread around the country in rural, like in urban area, and we have albopicus and Aedes aegypti in all country. When you see this figure, as you can see, these show the number of people affected by climate change within this period. Is million people affected year by year for climate change, mainly floods and cyclones. Of course, because the water supply is not enough, because we have draw here by here or 10 by 10 years, with not enough in those people is storage water in small reservoirs. In this picture, we would like to show you intensity and frequency of cyclones in past 6 years. If you look in the red, is have 5 category, is category 5 of cyclones. we would like to pay attention, would like to highlight it, Hidai cyclone and Kenneth, because is a reason for my presentation. But here by here we have cyclones. Recently we have Fred in last years. In 1 month ago we have Alvaro and Filipos. They are affected by north and south part of Mozambique. So would like to show the picture from disaster, from cyclone. This is Idai cyclone, the city where was born in Beira. This is Buz district affected by cyclones. This is when happening, it's 6 years ago, is highlighted in all of the world because it's most dangerous cyclone in past 40 years in Mozambique. And this is after we happened the Idai cyclone 1 month ago, 1 month after we affected by Kenneth cyclone in north of Mozambique, affected by Pemba city. This is Freddy in last year in Keliman province, and this is this year in Maputo, in capital, in March of the 2024. We conduct the serological survey aftermath cyclone in Idai and Kenneth in 2019, and we select 2 provinces most affected by cyclone in 6 districts. If you look, the deal is not cyclone only, because the north of province in Cabo Delgado we affected by terrorism past 8 years. So if you look this map in the cycles, you have number of internal displaced people affected by terrorism, but we have internal displaced people affected by cyclone here by here. So we'd like to pay attention these 2 provinces, and we conduct we're receiving information from early warning system from acute febrile illness by WHO in Mozambique. We select health facility by high cases of and no acute febrile illness, and we training clinician and technician and laboratory technician from procedure for start, and to collect blood sample from this patient and to conduct or to do the PCR test, serological test in central level, because this happening outside, far from central level, but we conduct in central level the test. If you look, you using trioplex test, not triplex. Joshua, pay attention, and ELISA testing. So the result show different scenarios. First of all, the Arbovirus is present in north and central part. Arbovirus, dengue, chikungunya, and Zika is present in 2 different provinces, and the symptoms is very different. How can you recognize rash in black skin? It's very difficult. Of course, we don't have patient with rash. How can recognize people with myalgia or arthralgia if those people walk in 1 hour to find health facility? Very difficult. So, how can those people recognize fever? Because the time of onset symptoms is very short to detect PCR positive cases. So we don't have PCR positive cases. But those people is self-reporting their symptoms start in day 6. Of course, those people did not recognize or it's difficult to recognize the fever or not fever because it's self-report. If you look this, this is actual scenario of Sentinel site. We conduct Sentinel site around the country. We have rural and urban Sentinel site in north, in central and southern part. In blue, you recognize part of Sentinel site province, but we would like to pay attention in the north. The Cabo Delgado province has mentioned we have 2 outbreaks in this province. We have internal displacing people by terrorism, internal displaced people by cyclone, but we don't have Sentinel site in that site because terrorism, people is make confusion because it's very excited. And if we conduct the index pair modeling to estimate risk of outbreak, if you pay attention, is similar region where we has tell us of different deals. So we try to combine climate variable and cases of arbovirus. We would like to highlight it in this, the temperature and the precipitation is related, have positive correlation in arbovirus in Mozambique. If you look this figure in 2 different provinces. So in this figure, we would like to show you the literacy. When you conduct this surveillance, we give interview in newsletter. So the newsletters is pay attention is rodent. It put in the title, increasing cases from rodent disease, but neglected arbovirus. Of course, this for us is challenge. After COVID, we well-equipped laboratory, public health around the country. Right now, we have 11 public health laboratories around the country. But these 3 laboratories opening this year. So well-equipped by PCR machine, well-equipped by -19 equipment, and have genome sequencing north, central, and south. So we don't have reagent to conduct genome sequence. We don't have reagent to put the PCR approach near to close the community. Right now, those people send samples for central level to conduct the. Of course, turnaround time is very long, around 1 month. These challenges about clinical procedures. When we start the surveillance, we create guidance from clinicians to recognize symptoms and related by arbovirus. We have this in guidelines of malaria. When people treat malaria, we receive this guideline for arbovirus. So people doesn't use. Many clinicians doesn't use, not here by this document. Of course, my final consideration, the first of all, we building robust surveillance and well-rewarding system, of course, using One Health approach to early detection and timely detection. And second, using public health laboratory was created by COVID-19 to close the result time around time to patient, included genome approach. Expanding the flu shot of algorithm of acute illness detection for clinician and training these people. Last, to expand and improving vector control in malaria program, because the vector is different, but the entomologic is the one. We not pay another entomology for arbovirus, the same entomology you're using from arbovirus. Would like to thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Osvaldo Idlamian. Ladies and gentlemen, for the fifth presentation, Arboviruses, the Singapore Experiences, please welcome Professor Leo Yisin, National Center for Infection Disease, Singapore.
Should be okay. Yeah, good afternoon. And first of all, I'd like to thank the organizer for bringing me here. I have opportunities to meet with many old friends and opportunity to meet with many new friends as well. And just to share with you very quickly the Singapore experience of the arboviruses. Okay, so I just want to quickly mention this because I think it's quite academic in terms of arboviruses. Basically, it's viruses being transmitted by the arthropods. So it's actually very, very big in terms of the number of viruses in there. But I just want to mention for Singapore, essentially, we are facing dengue virus, we are facing Zika, as well as chikungunya virus, which is very similar to the prior presentations by many of the colleagues. Situations are very similar in the Southeast Asia, and I think it's important for us to all come together to do data sharing and be able to understand the disease a bit more. Now, this article really shocked me. This just somebody gave to me just a couple of days ago. And this is a descriptions in the Journal of Malaya British Medical Associations. This is a predecessor of Singapore Medical Association's journal. And it shocked me because it actually mentions that 30 years of absence of dengue. And this was published in 1904, describing 1901 dengue outbreak in Singapore after 30 years of absence. And I think many of us working in the field of dengue, this basically shocked us. And if you read deeper into this article, you'll see a lot of descriptions of clinical manifestations of dengue. However, I must say that lacking of the diagnostic tests at a point in time, possibly there's some Zika in there and possibly there's some chikungunya in there as well. Right, so this is Singapore's epi curve that you can see from here. After many years of absence of dengue cases in Singapore, almost like 2 to 3 decades, we see a returns. So whether or not really history is repeating itself from the articles that I've read in 1904, but what you can see from here is that we are progressively shifting towards older populations with dengue. And the clinical manifestation is actually quite different from the pediatrics and the younger adults. And you can see from here we have predominantly DEN 1 and DEN 2 alternating in causing big surges in Singapore. And you can also see the DEN 3 absence for almost 2 to 3 decades, and it returns in Singapore recently over the past few years, and now it's being replaced with dengue 2. And the things that challenge us basically is our very low force of infections. So in other words, most of the infections occur in adulthood, and not only that, it's progressively moving towards even older populations. So if you look at the people that are 50 and above, possibly only just barely about 50+% of them ever had dengue in the past. And this is just measurements of one primary infection. So in other words, many of the population here are still very susceptible to dengue primary infections, secondary infections in Singapore. However, if you look into the impact in terms of outcome, then you look at mortality. Most of the fatal cases in Singapore are age 50 and above. And therefore, in Singapore, we face slightly different issues in terms of the aging populations and dengue moving towards older populations. Now, this is a lot of good works from Li Ching's lab that is together with Chi Seng earlier on, showing you the importance of genomic virus, genomic surveillance. They've done this surveillance for quite a number of years. And one of the key findings here is that the virus surveillance can give us an early predictions. So if you follow the blue represents the dengue 2 outbreak. In fact, the virus was detected even before we see a surge in human cases. So this is the work that is being continued by the Environmental Health Institutes that give us this a bit of a signal ahead of time. This is just to show you the alternating patterns between DEN 1 and DEN 2. And DEN 3, you can see after many years of absence, it made a big comeback a few years ago and now being replaced by Dengue. So for Singapore, we continue to have a very large susceptible populations, shifting towards older populations that bear the brunt of the severe disease. And we know we are aging. By the year 2030, 1 in 4 citizens will be age 60 and above. So, we do recognize that we'll be bearing the burdens. We have very low seroprevalence among the elderly individuals, and I do believe that the intervals between primary and secondary infection is going to be quite long in Singapore because of the low force of infections. Whether the clinical manifestations will be quite different from other places is something that I think good for us to continue to study. But what is more important here is that when you look into vaccine study and vaccine trial, elderly individuals usually not well represented. So we have a lot of all these issues that we need to look at in Singapore. And therefore, to me, I think we have to continue to have very good and intensive vector control program because the whole population is very susceptible and there is no good vaccine data at this point in time for the protections of older individuals. I'm going to move forward very quickly, and this is Zika, which is very, very closely related to dengue and genetically. And again, when I go into the past history, I chance upon this paper again a couple of years ago, looking at Zika. And again, this is basically Southeast Asia, Singapore, Malaysia, Borneo. And they did the studies of the local residents in that regions, and they found that for Zika, in fact, only tested positive in some of the residents without any other arbovirus seropositive. So in other words, this paper basically telling us that in Singapore, in Malaysia, in the whole regions, Zika is not foreign to us. It's been there in our regions. But a lot of things that we cannot fully answer is why is that we don't really see a lot of Zika cases. In Singapore, this is, in 2016, we had the first Zika case being reported in Singapore, and it really caused a lot of alarm in Singapore. But that particular case did not create or did not produce secondary cases because of quick isolations and containment and case detection. But it actually gave us a signal that Zika is coming into Singapore. That's 2016. And a big cluster, again, happened in the same year, in 2016. So I just want to quickly mention here that when we talk about early surveillance and early detections, a lot of it really depends on the community. Now, again and again in Singapore, the one that actually sound the alert is the primary practitioner. We call it the family physicians. So what happened here was that in the construction site, one of the practitioner group, in a group practice, they saw a few cases with similar clinical manifestations from the construction site. And as usual, we would test for dengue, but it was all dengue negative. And just to show you, dengue NS1 won't pick up your Zika. And therefore, this cluster was referred to my center for further investigations, and that is our signal of the first Zika cluster, big cluster in Singapore in the year 2016. And of course, in Singapore, we started to confine all of them, put them into my hospitals for isolations, and then until they are negative before we allowed them to go back. So this is our entire outbreak exercise, broken into phase 1 and phase 2. During phase 1, we basically contain everyone in the healthcare facilities. That actually gives us the opportunity to well characterize them in terms of clinical as well as the virological dynamism. So from here you can see phase 1, all of them were isolated. But as soon as we enter into phase 2, meaning that we recognize that it's in the community and there's no point isolating individuals. Instead, we should focus a lot more in the vector control. In fact, we work very closely together with the environmental colleagues. And at that point, then we moved over to phase 2. But this is just to describe to you the entire course of the 2016 Zika outbreak in Singapore. So you can see the RO dropped from 3.6 all the way down to just barely about 1 by the time we end the epidemic. And we involve a lot of politicians to give a lot of communications to the public. So no more isolations needed, and we will focus on vector control, and we will focus on antenatal care. just very quickly, just to show you some of the clinical descriptions during this particular outbreak. We had 17 pregnancies detected during this outbreak, 3 premature terminations, but they are not Zika related. 14 of them carried through the entire pregnancy, and we are very fortunate that none of them documented to have congenital Zika after 3 years of surveillance provided by the ministry. Sebastian showed you this. This is basically the national effort putting together how we handle Zika in the year 2016. So you can see that in the east of Singapore is actually the Egypti area in Singapore. So you can see a lot of dengue cases as well as the Zika cluster around there. And it's not only human, we also correlate with the vector as well. So this is the work from the environmental agency, also showing that human as well as the mosquitoes tested positive of Zika. And this is what Sebastian showed you, because initially we thought that the cases likely reported from the Latin America regions, but when we look deeper into our own genetic study, in fact, it is part of the Southeast Asia virus circulations. This is what I learned from Sebastian's, because whatever we have in the genomic database, you can see there's a lot of year of gaps, even in the Southeast Asia region. It's 2010 and 2013. It's very difficult for you to give high resolutions to understand. But nonetheless, you can see that it's mostly clustered within the Southeast Asian strain, and likely that the observations of the divergence likely occur somewhere around 2010. So we do need this kind of information to give us higher resolutions of understanding. So now we know that we are part of the Southeast Asia, and we see a lot of all these importations and with cluster. But the important thing here is to show you during the outbreak, when we do the phylogenetic mode, most of them cluster very nicely together. They are the same. However, we also detected viruses. They are different. So in other words, for Singapore, we can have a cluster, and at the same time, within the cluster, we thought that it's the same cluster. It may not be, because it's actually still continue to have importations from other sites. This clinical, you can see I'm a clinician, so you can see that our patients' manifestations, red eyes is something very common, generalized rash, very common. Now in this picture, the young lady there, in fact, is a pregnant lady during his first trimester pregnancy. So you can see this very atypical picture, sometimes not easy to differentiate from dengue. Yeah. Right, so again, for the clinicians, this is a challenge, because it's not specific in terms of clinical manifestations. There are a lot of overlaps in clinical symptoms. Then we tried to do case surveillance study. We came into problem, because if you make case surveillance very broad, very non-specific, very sensitive, you're going to do a lot, you're going to test a lot. So this is from the cases that we have testing positive and negative. We found that rash, fever, and myalgia, but when we put it into the surveillance system, we realized that it's so non-sensitive, non-specific. So what is left is that we really need to have very good diagnostic capability to be able to diagnose these cases, differentiate them from dengue and Zika. Right, so is that over, that particular cluster? Answer is no. We continue to have quite a fair bit of Zika cases being detected in Singapore, mostly imported within the region. And we do have the vector with us. So in the year 2023, last year, we had a mini outbreak, a mini cluster, in the Egypti area in Singapore. So we continue to be very susceptible, and the surveillance is continued to be one of the very important things that we need to continue our effort. So very much like our previous speaker, we have concomitant, we have dengue, and we have concomitant Zika, and it's very difficult in terms of how to understand the seroprevalence, but I think seroprevalence in Singapore for Zika is actually very, very low. And I think the EHI reported somewhere around below 5% of the seroprevalence, so we continue to be at risk. We do not know the case to infection ratio at this point. We do not know how many of them asymptomatic or mildly symptomatic that clinically we can't diagnose them. Unfortunately, the serology, because of the cross-reactivities, may not be able to give us a very perfect answer at this point in time. And there are a lot of interactions because of the genetic similarity between dengue and also Zika. So we are also very worried about the potential antibody enhancement phenomena between the two viruses as well. And we are just waiting for more things like therapeutic agents and vaccines. to be made available and how to use them in situations like that. Quickly, I'm going to move to chikungunya as well. Right, so in Singapore too, we are not lack of chikungunya, and this is basically showing us in the 50s, 60s, there's already chikungunya being reported in Singapore. But the outcome, one of the big outcome, the first outbreak in Singapore was in the year 2008. This is what we did. In Singapore, we like to basically confine and contain, especially if there's something new to Singapore, because we need to characterize them and study them as much as we can. So this is the first chikungunya outbreak in January 2008. Again, you can see that it is in the east area of Singapore, which is the Egypti area. And I can also share with you, this cluster was also picked up by one of the primary physicians servicing that particular area, that mostly with the foreign workers from India. So she reported this unusual phenomena and prompted the ministries to do further investigations, and we discovered this chikungunya cluster, specifically in the east location there. And what we did was to confine them, bring them all into my hospital, and we have the opportunity to now characterize them in the hospital. At the end of it, we managed to end the entire cluster, entire epidemic in Singapore. Couple of about 2-3 weeks later. So just to share with you, it's a huge exercise. Then you can see at the area, the health officers from the ministries, basically from house to house, looking for human residents over there, and offer them clinical tests and offer them some questionnaire in terms of field study. And this is what we found, because we managed to bring them all into the hospital. We are able to monitor them on a daily basis. We can demonstrate the presence of antigens before they develop fever. We can also demonstrate that fever will continue even though the antigens continue to be there. So this gives us a signal in terms of how clinically we manage them in terms of isolations. And we also know that isolations for the arbovirus infections, perhaps there is limited utility. But this is very good exercise for us to be able to very well characterize all the cases. And for the clinicians, you can see, we managed to map out the fever patterns, very nice biphasic fever patterns that we managed to map out during the first outbreak in Singapore. Right, so after that outbreak, chikungunya came back again a couple of months later, and we kind of knew that this kind of massive exercise likely is not going to bring us anywhere. And we then moved on to, just like Zika, more of the vector control. Now this is one more patient showing you a right knee swelling. This is a female patient. One of the pretty common clinical manifestation of joint involvement. Just want to follow on with our colleagues from Cambodia in terms of the viral evolutions. Just to show you that during the first outbreak in Singapore, the virus was imported from Indian subcontinents, where the foreign workers tends to come from there, and it was the wild types without the mutations of 2 to 6. But the second outbreak then involved the mutation strain of 2 to 6V, and you can see the difference in actual fact, because the first outbreak essentially was transmitted by Aedes aegypti in the Egypti area. But for the second outbreak, however, it shows that majority of them is different in terms of the distributions, and more of it is transmitted by the Arbovirus. And this is a subsequent study by some of my colleagues showing you the mutation changes, that it actually caused a better adaptations to the Arbovirus, and Arbovirus became the main vectors transmitting chikungunya during our second outbreak. So it ties in very nicely in terms of the mosquitoes, ecology, and the human. And chikungunya has never gone away. On and off, we will still detect cases, mostly imported cases in Singapore, so you can see from here. I also believe that our chikungunya seroprevalence is very, very low in Singapore as well. Okay, so here in Singapore, we continue to see recurrent patterns of the early warning given to us by the primary community, and it is something that I think we have to continue to work with our primary physicians very closely, be able to empower them in terms of the knowledge and providing them with the system that should they detect something unusual, there is a portal for them to go to do the investigations. I just want to also emphasize for many of the conditions where your human cases may be very low, maybe asymptomatic, then we have to resort to different kind of surveillance. And wastewater surveillance is something that I think many of my colleagues are so working together in terms of the wastewater surveillance. Hopefully that will give you early signal, early warning, working together with the human surveillance. Yep, so I think my last point is just to encourage everyone that I think it is very important for data sharing within our regions. There are a lot of similarity, and I think we can work together to answer a lot more questions that even till today, many years after the research that we put in, we have not been able to fully answer all the questions. Now, this is a National Center for Infectious Disease. For some of you interested to visit us, just let me know. This is the frontage of the National Center for Infectious Diseases. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Leo Yisin. Just joining with us this afternoon, Dr. Lucia Rizka Andalusia, Director General for Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices, Ministry of Health Indonesia. Good afternoon. Welcome, Ibu. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing arboviruses requires a comprehensive and multidisciplinary approach involving collaboration among health experts, vector scientists, academics, governments, stakeholders, and general public. Now let's continue our next insightful panel discussion, operational considerations for integrated arbovirus mitigation and surveillance, that will be led by Executive Director, National Institute of Health, Pakistan. Please welcome Professor Amir Ikram.
Thank you so much. It's a privilege. First of all, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizers, especially the Ministry of Health Indonesia and Ministry of Health Brazil, and definitely Peter and the GSA team. I think it's a great forum, and I think post-COVID times, things, as we heard yesterday, that the things are subduing, but I don't feel like that. I think the scientific community is much more vigilant than it used to be in the past. And just going back, for years and years we have been thinking about any eventuality of a pandemic, more so concentrating on the influenza flu virus, but it came in another form, in the form of corona. But I truly believe that such opportunities always challenges, but such challenge do bring in opportunities, and I think a lot of them have been catched. This genomic surveillance, moving on to integration at the international level, is just one great example, whereby, and a recent example, following COVID, the monkeypox, and so many things that we are hearing. So with all that in mind, today in this session, we'll be more concentrating on an integrated approach for arbovirus mitigation as well as surveillance. May I have the honor of inviting Dr. Rizka Andalusia, who's the Director for Pharmaceutical and Devices at the Ministry of Health in Indonesia. Please welcome. So much for joining in, and she just came this morning back from that. Very kind of you to join us over here. And then Dr. Gwansa, she would be joining us and talking about these affairs. She is from Georgian CDC. Then we have Dr. Yuki Kem from National Public Health Laboratories in Singapore, and Professor Lee Sin. You just heard her, and she is from the National Center for Infectious Diseases. So please join us. So let's do. Okay. I think we talk a lot about, I think there are the 3 C's I always highlight, the collaboration, coordination, and cooperation. That can make a true difference. And today, I mean, talking of globalization, I think it's all mutual. So coming back to Dr. Rizka, who is in the ministry, and what would you say that, what are the essential strengthening mechanism for having an integrated approach for arbovirus, in particular their surveillance, and moving on to that you being in ministry, how is the political will and political backing with your experience over this?
It's okay. Test, yeah, thank you for Dr. Ikram Amir, Dr. Ikram Amir, sorry. I just arrived from Tokyo. Yeah, I think arbovirus mitigation and surveillance should have coordination among the stakeholder in the country level, and also we have to do in the country level and also in the regional level, and the legal basis, the political will is should come from all the stakeholders in the government, not only in the health sector, but also another sector, let's say like the environment, agriculture, and other stakeholders. Let's say like Indonesia, we're doing the mitigation and surveillance in the district level or local level, community based, which we have to we have to include the government in the district level, in the community level. In Indonesia, we call it puskesmas, to do the surveillance and also mitigation for the arbovirus. Because as you know, in Indonesia, we have a bit difficult geographically. Let's say Bali is different island with the Jakarta, the capital city, and also we have the rural area which need the political will from the government in the local level, the district and province. And then in the national level, we have the coordination for surveillance and mitigation for the arbovirus mitigation and surveillance. We working with the Ministry of the Environment, the Agriculture, and other stakeholder, including the community and private sector. Yes.
Yeah, that's very kind of you. I think considering that One Health approach is the new strategy, and that will work very well. And considering that, so again, it's great that we also learned this during the COVID crisis, that community engagement is one of the pillars, and similarly we see in the vaccination. So that means for that you have all the governmental and policymaker backing.
Yeah, learning from the pandemic situation, we try to strengthen our activity in surveillance, and we built the arbovirus surveillance site in the district level. Now currently we have 16 laboratory to support the surveillance for the arbovirus, and also we strengthening the laboratory with the instrument, region, and other, and also the activity to do the surveillance. So yeah, learning with the pandemic situation, we have to have the capacity to do the best surveillance. After the COVID-19 pandemic, we also have the monkeypox. We have the unknown origin hepatitis. Yeah, so that's why we learn to strengthen, and also the supply chain for the region to do the surveillance. It's very important. and to resilience in our country, and also working with the regional level with other countries like in the Southeast Asia and also Global South and other regional level.
That sounds really great, because I think the time has come when regionality will play a major role in sharing the experience and expertise. Thank you. So moving on to Dr. Gwansa Chanturia, who comes all the way from Georgia and brings the experience from the Central Asian countries. How would you express your experience, Gwansa, regarding the genomic surveillance in your country and the challenges that you have been facing? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting. So, just to remind everyone, Georgia is somewhere in the border between Europe and Asia. It's not the state of the US, as people think in the beginning. So, yes, we are somewhere in between Russia and Turkey, so at the Black Sea region. And even though Georgia is a real small country, we have a quite complicated geography. I would say we have deserts, we have subtropical climate on the west near the seashore, high mountains as well. So, and I'm sorry we don't have a lot of cases of dengue, especially locally, just imported ones. But, yes. But what's interesting actually, the mosquitoes were actually introduced recently to Georgia, like Albopictus and Aedes aegypti both. There are less aegypti but more Albopictus right now, and we do actually mosquito surveillance as well as treatment with the sulfate of resort areas at some point. And so this is the One Health approach we use for the surveillance study of many things. We are more bothered, I would say, that with tick-borne diseases, such as CCHF, for instance, and with rodent-borns, like leptospira and hantaviruses. We don't have much mosquitoes-born, but so we have some serology positives, and we need to get through the surveillance to see if we have some maybe West Nile or something like that. And even though we detect and we have this PCR capacity, if we do not have the genomics facility, which we have, fortunately, we would not be able to distinguish what we have. And so we know for sure, even we just sequenced our last imported case of dengue, and it was from Thailand, and that's great that we have this capacity that we can actually distinguish and see what the genome looks like of any pathogen, bacterial or viral, that we can identify with the detection methodologies. And well, so we were lucky actually to have quite good capacity of NGS with Illumina and Nanopore platforms. And well, challenge would be like to provide epidemiologists in the way that they would understand. And now we have actually intensive trainings for APs and the laboratorians, and to train more people, because we need more young generation to be involved in that new approaches, I would say. And well, one challenge would be like a funding maybe, because it's still really costly methodologies, and we don't expect too much funding from our government, unfortunately. If it's necessary, they do, but we always have to look for the funding sources from outside. For instance, for Global Fund, that was Global Fund. During the COVID, it was Global Fund who actually supported a lot, partially CDC as well. So,
right.
That's.
I think this is one of the key areas we did hear about. We had multiple genomic centers sprouting during the COVID times, and as we moved on, financial sustenance becomes a problem. So that's a key food for thought, I think, for the governments as well as for the donors, and in particular how GS8 can move along with this thing, finding donors for the countries which have the ability and expertise. As you say, you have the ability to move on in this regard. So thank you, and I'll come back to you as well. We all understand that the diagnostics are the backbone for anything, and I think we have had some excellent presentations this morning as well. So Dr. Yuki, you being a lab person, how would you share your experience in your country
for arboviral diagnostics?
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the questions. For the arbovirus, I would like to share some challenges actually when it comes to the diagnosis of the arbovirus infections. First of all, one is the diversity of the arbovirus. As you know, the arbovirus belongs to different families, and these families like including Flaviviridae, Bunyaviridae, Togaviridae, and each of these families comprises multiples of the genus and the species, and each of the diseases will have a very unique of the characteristics and geographic distributions. So it makes very difficult for us to diagnose or to develop a single test to detect all arbovirus pathogens. So that is one. So virus is very unique, and the test that can work for one may not work for the others. So it makes that the scientists have to work hard to make a test that able to detect all the virus accurately. Second thing is that we talk about the similarities of the symptoms with the other viruses. So you see that most of the arbovirus will have, present with the non-specific symptom, such as they have the fever, headache, joint pains, or rashes, all this. So it makes it very difficult to diagnose arbovirus clinically if without a very specific diagnostic test. So this is the one. And the third, what I want to highlight is cross-reactivity. So there are some of the diagnostic assays can cause reacts, meaning that they can cause reacts the antibodies, like the antibodies of the dengue can cause reacts with the Zika or cause reacts with the JE antigens in serology test. So this can produce a false positive result. That's against for that. And another one is that I would like to highlight is the short short windows of detectability, because a different virus will have a different window periods and depends much on the stage of the infections and also type of test. So for the instance, PCR, is more effective to use to diagnose during the acute phase or within the 5 days of the onset and with the high concentrations of the virus. But for the instance of serology test, it's only be reliable after a few days or up to weeks or post-infections. So this potentially can confounding the diagnosis. Yeah, that's all from my side.
Thank you so much. So how would you translate your experience from COVID coming down to now arboviral detection in the labs? Is it going to be easier with all that tough, challenging experience?
Yeah, it's quite tough. Actually, in the National Public Health, we have some infrastructures in place to conduct our surveillance and outbreaks. We do, like under the virology, we have the labs to do the serology, molecular virus isolations, and also we have the electron microscopy. So for the outbreak investigation and also the surveillance, we cater a few viruses and we apply all these techniques. When the COVID comes in, we more focus on the molecular techniques that we have the minimal infrastructure in place. So what we do, we will train more people, we pull the people from the other divisions that have experience in the molecular techniques, like they do the PCR for the bacteria, they do the PCR for the malaria. We pull these people and we have a short course for that, then they will be easy to train them to run many tests, like up to 4,000 tests per day for the COVID.
Yeah. That's really great. I think remarkable job done in Thailand. Now, coming down to Dr. Leo, Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. So just adding to that, we did hear about climate change in a number of presentations. That is the new game changer now. We keep hearing about emerging and re-emerging infections, and both are directly and indirectly related as well. So how would you share or explain the changing pattern for arboviral diseases as regards to the climate change?
Yeah, thank you. But I think I will focus on dengue, which is my primary research focus. So we do know that you need the human, you need the virus, you need the environment. You have to put all these ingredients together. So with the global warming, we do know that the distributions of the vectors has changed. So they are moving to, Aegypti is basically the love warmer weather. So, as a global warming, you can see the distributions and expansions of the vectors into the new area. So I'm beginning to see quite a fair bit of reports from the north. Italy has made the reports of indigenous transmissions of dengue cases within their own locations, and I think I'm beginning to see reports from US and also UK, London is also, and Paris. I'm hearing quite a fair bit. My colleagues also reporting that they do see local cases, not imported, local cases of dengue cases. So in other words, the vector is expanding in the distributions, human is moving, and we bring the virus across different continents. However, from the clinician's perspective, right, for us, I think the important thing here is to be able to understand your own regions, what is the epidemiology as well as the pathophysiology behind it. Because for us, it's already endemic, so we do see primary infections, secondary infections, and post-primary infections. But for new area, you will see predominantly primary infections. And the clinical manifestations can be quite different. And for a new area, it's likely all age group will be involved. Unlike the endemic, you'll see children's and then progressively moving to the younger adult. So it's a very intriguing situations, and I think a lot of times we like to compare data, but we need to take into considerations of the epidemiology. And I must say that dengue is quite a complex disease for us to fully understand.
Yeah, very rightly so. I mean, and you talk of different strains and clades. So how, you being a clinician, how would you share your experience regarding treatment of dengue with different strains, the modalities?
So I think a few questions that currently is being put to the ground in terms of how we utilize some of the diagnostic tests and how can we translate the diagnostic tests into clinical utilizations, including vaccines. So Dr. Yuki mentioned something that is very important in the sense that for the clinicians on the ground, you need to use the right tool at the right time. So in other words, you need to understand the viral dynamic. As long as you are using antigen detections, then you must have anemia for you to detect. Beyond the phase, you can only do serology. Now, once you go into the serology, there will be a lot of cross-reactivities. So you have 4 serotypes for dengue, and now you have Zika. So, we need to find a good diagnostic solutions to give us the capability. Why is it so important? A lot of people are asking clinicians whether or not you will use the serotypes to guide you in terms of clinical treatment. Then my answer is no, you don't really need the information of serotypes to guide clinical treatment. However, the information of serotypes will guide you in terms of how you want to utilize vaccine in the future. So right now they are doing quite a fair bit of different diagnostic. I think we have a lot of diagnostic colleagues over here using different modalities, like specifically looking at NS1, whether or not using NS1 you can differentiate different serotypes, give us the clarity, and understand the serotypes and how you apply on the vaccines, because right now the vaccines is not across all 4 serotypes yet in terms of the current study. So I think those will be something important for the clinicians and something that we would want to see, various field moving to be able to support us in terms of clinical management.
So that is again one of the key areas where integration is much more required than used to be in the past, the diagnostic side and the clinical side moving hands in hands together. So thank you so much. Coming back again to the policymakers and Dr. Iska, you talked about your regional sharing. I think that is one of the key areas as we move on with the huge globalization, because an infectious disease threat anywhere is an infectious disease threat everywhere. And I mean, COVID and monkeypox and so many other emerging infections are great examples. So how would you share your experience at the regional level, and then in turn its usage at the global level?
Yeah, thank you. As mentioned from our colleague from Singapore, Malaysia, and Georgia, if every region have the specific type, have the specific strain of the virus, but we should working together and share the information, the data, so we can have the policy either in the screening level, diagnostic, and also in the therapeutic and prevention as well. But to share the information and the data, we should have the agreement, the system how to share the data, how to have the mutual benefit during the sharing the data. Because if we not working together in the regional level or in the global level, we don't know what is the pattern, the situation, especially when we want to develop the diagnostic tools, the vaccine, the therapeutic agent for this specific virus. Now, we currently try to make the policy is under our health law. We have the new health law number 17/2023. We also regulate how we can share the data and doing the genomic surveillance as well, and the pathogen in the national level and regional level and global level as well.
That's really great, I think, and one of the key two successes is this sharing of data and timely sharing of data, and that in turns. So coming back to Gwansa, how would you share your experience regarding sharing of data for the genomics and its integration? What do you do? What's your experience?
Oh, thank you for that question. So we do share, actually, for instance, with the COVID, even before COVID, we shared the influenza data with the GSite for a long time. That was the Sanger, but still. Then during the COVID, once we switched to the highest throughput, we shared up to 4,000 sequences for that. And we continue to do that, actually. We understand that, and we even have we are sharing also the bacterial sequences as well, and we understand it's important. And if something else is needed, or some additional data, and there is a lot of talk about sharing the metadata more than just sequences, and yes, I do agree with that. So yeah. We do that.
Thank you so much. The same thing for Thailand now. Yuki, how's your experience regarding sharing with Genomic? Because that's one of the key for integration as well.
Yes, for Malaysia, especially National Public Health, we have shared a lot of genomics data, especially like United Dengue data with the United Dengue, which is the correlative project with the Singapore. And also we are sharing influenza data with the GSIT. What is the most important thing and the challenges for sharing this data or integrations of the laboratory data, genomics, and surveillance data is timeliness and accessibility. Because analyze the genomic data is the time consuming, and when you integrate it with the real-time surveillance data, you will require like efficient process. You require like a robust analytical a tool or modeling techniques to ensure that the timely accessibility to actionable informations. So the second thing, the challenges that we face for the genomic data analysis is a bioinformatic capacity. So analyze this data is requires a special bioinformatics expertise. So for the national public health, we lack of the experienced personnel that can handle to process, to analyze a large volume of the genomic data in timely manners. Yeah.
Thank you. That's something really good again about Malaysia and sharing your experience. Now, I think bioinformatics is one of the key areas. I mean, we have expertise now, we have the equipments now, but moving on to preparation for bioinformatics. Dr. Leo, how would you share your experience? Because the key to integration is the bioinformatics. So this field, well developed in certain countries, but coming down to developing countries. So how would you share your experience and your ideas about having more expertise in bioinformatics at the global level?
I think back to data sharing, I think multiple level. I think the first thing is at the national levels, we need to have data sharings. One Health, I think from different perspectives, we need to be able to integrate and link and make sense out of it. I would say that it is a privilege here today to meet up with so many people, because I think network is something very important, because in order for you to really understand the data, we need to understand the background, the context, where the data is coming from. And I think having friends and having network to me would be critically important, because then you can put the things together. Definitely we need some kind of agreement, when we start to share data and we start to share sample. But I think at the end of it, it is all what we want to get out of the sharing. In other words, we put in informations, we do want to have the informations be able to benefit whoever is sharing as well. So I think a lot of discussions going on in terms of how this, at the international levels, we share information, share data, or even share the sample, learning from the COVID, because I think virus move so quickly nowadays, because humans move, so the virus move with us. So it's for the goods of all of us to work together at the global level. At the same time, I think we don't forget this big buzzword that I just want to bring up, is equity. So at the end, we want to make sure that it's equally distributed to anyone that needs it, that benefited, especially the lower middle income countries.
Thank you. I think yet another area is during sharing is the openness and transparency. And that can really add a lot of impetus at the international arena regarding the data which is being transmitted. We have definitely ethical, legal, technical concerns. So I think transparency and openness with ethical issues can resolve. Now, coming back, Dr. Iska, now everyone is very much aware of the new terminology. I would not call it as new, the global health security. It's gaining the momentum in the post-COVID arena, the biosafety, security, AMR, and One Health concepts. And all these things are now a day-to-day business, and definitely they have implication on our day-to-day life. So how would you see, considering the arboviral infections and role into global health security, and how the things can be curtailed at different levels?
Yes. Talking about the global health security, health sector is not only the responsibility of the people in the health sector, but also another sector, as I mentioned before, if we need the cooperation among the stakeholders, and also the funding support. We cannot do anything without the funding support. So during our G20 presidency, and just after COVID, still on the COVID-19 pandemic, we initiate the pandemic financing. Yeah. So global health security is very important. So the cooperation among the stakeholder and also in the global level, we should have the system to coordinate to combat the health sector, especially for the arbovirus I think in the global level, there are many initiatives to do the implementation of the arbovirus mitigation and surveillance, and also developing the program to make a better diagnostic, better treatment for and also prevention for the arbovirus in the global, regional and global level. It is very important for us to do many activity and also the support from every sector to support the global health security, especially for the new emerging virus. Yeah, at the regional level and also at the global, indeed, WHO can lead this activity, or in the regional level, we also have the group, the WHO regional level can doing that.
That's again, I think WHO does provide those regional centers and platforms where you can integrate. So how would you share your experience from Georgia about sharing with the regional countries and in term adding to the global health security?
Sharing what?
Sharing your experience from Georgia.
Sure. Yes. We recently we are working on creation of the regional sequencing capacity at our center, which will be shared between them. Like this is EU region and the WHO, but this includes mostly the post-Soviet countries around us, such as Moldova, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, and Armenia, our neighbors, and Middle Asian, like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, those countries, and we'll have this training capacity, which is supported by CDC and they also supported by BHL as well. So there will be a number of the trainings, and even during pandemic, I remember we were just calling each other, like especially to Armenia, Azerbaijan, and sharing like data about the testing systems, whatever needed. We were happy also to get some samples from the region and sequence for them if needed. So that's quite regular and a normal process for us. And even there are some political issues around, but like people always communicate better with each other and the scientists than politicians evolve sometimes. Yes, and there was a much more funding, of course, during the COVID, which was somehow decreased. But I guess everyone more or less understands now that at least some funding, to maintain some funding, it's important and necessary to keep the diagnostic capacity and even sequencing now, they understand at some level, and that is necessary also for the public health. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. I think you've got a beautiful and excellent level 4 lab, and I think the time has come on sharing of such high cost labs can make a difference at the regional level. Thank you so much. Again, coming back to Yuki, how would you translate the diagnostics and your sharing at the regional level? Any mechanism for that, or in Malaysia at your National Public Health Institute? And definitely that in turns add to helping out the regional countries.
Yeah, for the lab, right, we do train the people's local, regional public health as well as the ASEAN countries. Like during the pandemics, we do conduct the biogenomics trainings, and we also do provide the seed reagents to the countries to participate in this project. And also, we also do provide some trainings, not only for the SARS-CoV-2, also other respiratory virus in genomics to others, national levels of the laboratory as well.
Professor Leo, back to you. I mean, you've been, again, repeat that, ID specialist. Once we talk of the global health security, there's a huge tilt towards now the health system strengthening. And in turn, the primary healthcare system, we talk a lot about integration for the public health surveillance and all that. How would you narrate your ideas or experience for having primary health care, uplifting, in turn helping in the global health security?
I think global health security is actually a very, very big topic by itself. So I think I agree a lot with DG Rizka. It is not just a health issues. It's actually a multi-sectorial issues. Eventually, is how do we prevent and response should there be an incident that threatens humans' health. So I think it's a very, very big topic by itself. And don't forget that not only frontline people like us, there are a lot of supply issues, your countermeasures, your therapeutics, your vaccines, all these things will come into play, or even your PPE will all come into play. So I think it's a multifactorial, multi-sectorial approach and a lot of participations, not just restricted to Ministry of Health, so to speak. But I think there are a few key components here for us. Eventually is pretty much PPR, preparedness, preventions, and response, right? So coming back to preventions, I think that's where we are today, because it's very important for the civilians to be built in place, because what we want is to have early signal and sharing the information, early signals for everyone to be ready, and to have a good surveillance. Then you need a very good laboratory detections capability, right? Then having to have good humans that's able to give you the prevention and response, then you need to have very good human capitals. So I think we are all talking the same thing here. There is how do we then enhance the connectivities of the surveillance? How can we have human capitals development so that we can bring up the capacity and to be able to give early detections. Now, coming back to primary community, in Singapore, we experience so many outbreaks. And a lot of these outbreaks is actually the signal coming from the primary care. So, and part of our strategy is to have frequent communications, conferences, teaching with our primary care practitioners, so that they can stay with the level of awareness. But I think the more important thing is the system that we need to put in place, because recognizing something unusual and you don't have a portal for them to go to, then information basically just stop at that level. So you need to have the kind of system for that to filter up. And we need to have good field epidemiologists to be able to study the situations and make sense out of it, and a good laboratory, to be able to give us that. So it's a whole system thing. It's quite big, but I think we're on the right track, coming together, talking about surveillance and having a good network.
So thank you so much. I think so the key message coming out, it's again, as I said, it's the collaborative work, the cooperative work, and moving hands in hand. And we all have to work as a team to make it a much more safer and a healthier world. So with all that, as time is coming to an end, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the experts for joining this session. And let's hope that what we talk in a couple of days becomes much more implementable in strategic form, in policy making, and then definitely again following that, joining together for global health system strengthening. So thank you so much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give the experts a big hand, please.
Thank you very much, moderator, and all the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have lunch break for VIP panelists and speakers. Lunch served at Cloud Lounge at second floor. For participants, lunch served at Tech Incubator at this floor or third floor. For those requiring a prayer room, we have allocated at Subak 1 for your convenience. We invite you to return to this ballroom at 12:55 p.m. Please be back on time at 12:55 p.m. once again, since we have really tight schedule today. So for now, I would like to invite you for lunch. Selamat makan siang and enjoy your lunch break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Arbovirus Summit. And now we will continue our agenda on session 4A, harnessing genomic data for policy and science. And without further ado, let us welcome our moderator for this session, Dr. Gabriel Vallo, Fiocruz, Brazil.
So, hello everyone. Good afternoon to all of you. It's a great pleasure to me to be here representing FIU Cruz and with some so distinguished guests and also distinguished colleagues. So, I prepared a small talk trying to bring a fresh view from the perspective of the Brazilian side, what is happening not only in Brazil but also South America. And then I will highlight the urgent need to expand genomic surveillance for arboviruses, right? So one thing that is good from my side is that my life is easier now because some colleagues already nicely introduced some topics, so I won't need so much time and then go pass through very fast some slides. So here are some of the topics I will address: arbovirus burden around the world, arbovirus expansion and climate change, leveraging the COVID-19 pandemic's lessons on genomic surveillance, and the urgent needs to fill surveillance gaps. I always bring this slide here because it represents very well the impact of arbovirus across the globe. But I also would like to point out that this slide is outdated in many ways. And I would like to highlight 2 points here with this outdated map. The first thing that we have dengue and chikungunya virus, those are worldwide distributed and affecting millions and millions of people every year. So we do have a pressing need that is transversal to many countries across the globe. And we also have other viruses with wider distribution, like we have for yellow fever, is not well represented here, West Nile virus in other regions of the globe, and so on. But other thing I would like to highlight here that many colleagues already pointed out during this fantastic event is the expansion of those arboviruses northward and southwards to subtropical and temperate regions of the globe. So here it's also not represented, but we know that larger outbreaks are occurring in temperate and subtropical parts of the globe, and I'm going to show you some examples of this, including the Americas, right? So I always bring also this slide here because it's really illustrative of one of the papers that try to address and investigate the impact of different scenarios for global warming and climate change, and the impact it probably will have on on vector-borne diseases. So, and you can see here, getting the example of the Americas, as we go to reddish, there is an increase in the transmission season of the vector-borne disease pathogens, and here a decrease in the transmission season. So in some areas of the globe, there will be a decrease in the transmission season, meaning that we're going to have less transmission of those viruses. But overall, we can see these points going to the red part of the spectrum, showing that we're going to have larger and larger transmission season in some parts of the globe. And particularly in the Americas, you can see there yellowish part in the United States, but also in South America, going to the southern corner of Brazil, the transmission season will be wider, then allowing more intense transmission of arbovirus in those regions. But I also would like to bring this fresh view from the Americas, which is interesting here. We have people from across the globe. And the fresh view from the Americas is that despite the huge outbreak of dengue virus in Brazil, which you already know, we discussed it here with colleagues from the Ministry of Health yesterday, there was also other arbovirus popping up. So we had the Wolbachia virus, which causes a huge outbreak in the Amazon region. At the beginning, it was detected only in the Brazilian Amazon, but now countries are ramping up the diagnostic capacity and also genomic sequencing capacity to detect the Wolbachia virus and sequence the Wolbachia virus across other countries from the Amazon region. And we also have this huge outbreak of West equine encephalite virus, another neglected arbovirus that pop up with substantial number of cases, mostly in equines, but also human cases in Argentina, Uruguay, and the border with Brazil, right? So that's why I'm calling 2024 the year of arboviruses in Brazil, but not only Brazil, the South America as a whole, right? But how we can then translate genomic sequences and to public health benefit, we are all aware about this, not only because of this event, but because what was developed during the pandemic and what we learned during the pandemic. So the genomic sequences themselves can be very useful to understand new mutations and what changes are happening in the virus genome. This information can then directly feed the development of new assays, but also fine-tune diagnostic assays. And the genomic information can also be used to develop new medicine and new molecules. And of course, all we know that genomic sequences are directly used nowadays. It's very common to use this information to guide vaccine development, right? But talking about arboviruses, I would like to highlight here, because it's very instructive to make this parallel with respiratory viruses and arboviruses. They are quite different, right? So which kind of information we can extract from genomic arbovirus genomic sequences and use to guide public intervention? So for arboviruses, we know that they are transmitted by vectors, so they are not directly transmitted between humans. So there is another factor, an additional factor. But in the same way we did for SARS-CoV-2, or in a similar way, we can use genomic sequence to generate actionable knowledge, right? So we can investigate, for example, the emergence of a new lineage, the arrival of a new lineage in a new region. We can investigate if following the subsequent outbreaks are generated by the emergence of a new lineage or the persistence of a lineage through time. We can also try to draw and trace back transmission paths. And then if we do have a main hub transmission path, we can target this transmission path with control measures. And of course, we can evaluate epidemic potential, evaluating mutations. And in the case of arbovirus, I'm going to talk a little bit later about the specific mutations that allows some viruses to replicate more efficiently in other vectors. And here, it's a context of how we can use this information in the context of climate change, because viruses are moving northwards and southwards. Then we can use this information to trace this pattern of distribution to other regions of the globe. And here, I won't take much longer in this slide, because my colleagues in previous talks very nicely addressed that. That's one example where genomic information from arbovirus can be really, really useful and generate direct actionable knowledge to plan and deploy intervention to control arboviruses. So here we have again Aedes albopictus. We already discussed that. There are some specific mutations in the enveloped region that allowed some specific lineage of chikungunya to replicate much more efficiently in Aedes albopictus, which is another vector. And why it's important to identify this? Because Aedes albopictus, although they belong to the same genus of Aedes aegypti, they do have different behaviors and they inhabit different areas, meaning that the same control measures that are applied to Aedes aegypti will not work directly for Aedes albopictus. We need to have a targeted approach and identify the specific vectors, or if both vectors are taking place, are really important vectors transmitting this virus in some settings, right? But of course, with this, we can monitor phenotypic changes, but because we are generating genome-wide information, we can then probe for new mutations. And that's where we can generate new information and can investigate what is happening with those arboviruses and try to map new mutations within or outside of the envelope protein to see if they do have some impact in terms of phenotype of the virus. We already addressed this as well. I won't spend much time here as well. It's clear now that we can use genomic information to develop new tools and to fine-tune new diagnostic assays. So there are many diagnostic assays that use probes, that use primers to detect the genome of the virus. And then as we generate more genomic sequences of new lineages, we should be constantly re-evaluating our protocols to see if these assays are not being affected, if they are being less effective to detect one lineage or a new lineage that entered the country. So it's a constant update of those protocols. with the genomic sequence. Well, but to do that, in order to harness the genomic information available, we need to have a platform for timely data sharing, right? And for epidemiological assessment of genomic data. If this data is generated and it's stored separately in each computer or laboratory, we cannot really have a complete picture to assess if our protocols are working or not, for example. And that's where it came in, the idea. I was very lucky to convince the Kesehatan team that we should target arboviruses and develop a specific tab inside of Kesehatan for arboviruses called EpiArbo. So EpiArbo, we have a lot of colleagues here that signed this letter with me, published in the Lancet Global Health. Up to now, we have researchers from more than 56 countries supporting this idea of rapid data sharing for arboviruses. And you can see several countries from LAMIC countries that are highly impacted by arboviruses. And we have several tools there. I won't get into detail because Sebastian already showed some yesterday. But this is the interface of EpiArbo. There are similar features. So for those that already worked with respiratory virus before, influenza, SARS-CoV-2, are used to use this platform. But here, I would like to highlight something that Sebastian said yesterday, that we can have these nice graphs to evaluate the frequency of serotypes, genotypes for any country, right? I brought Brazil here just to give you a little bit more context because I'm going to talk more about Brazil later on. So in Brazil, in the past several years, 21, 22, we had a predominance of DENV1, serotype 1, and DENV2, serotype 2, right? And no DENV3 and DENV4 recently detected. But that changed recently, right? So now I'm going to move to examples of arbovirus genomic surveillance in real-world scenarios and cross-border collaboration. But before that, I would like to remind you that Brazil is a tropical country, as all of you know, but Brazil also has a subtropical region in the southern part of Brazil, right? And in this subtropical region, we have more severe winter time. And then this winter, in the past at least, it was buffering the spread of the mosquito in the southern part of Brazil, and of course, limiting the spread of arboviruses. So in the previous years, we only detected some imported cases from endemic settings and endemic states in Brazil. But that has been changing. In the last years, we are seeing here in the southern part of Brazil, where here is from 2010 to 2022. In 2002, it was the largest outbreak registered, but now it's not anymore because of this large outbreak from 2024. But at that time, most of the municipalities showing the highest number of cases came from the southern part of Brazil. So now we have the vector that spread in all municipalities, and not only in Brazil, but you probably heard about large outbreaks occurring in Argentina and Uruguay. So the vector is spread, Aedes aegypti is spread everywhere. And that's and why these outbreaks are happening there, because the vector is there, and then if we look at that map at the right side of my slide, we can see that the number of months where the temperature stayed between 16 and 34 degrees has increased on average, meaning that we have wider transmission season to allow the virus transmission. And in addition to that, I would like to add that this population in the south of Brazil is naive, is susceptible to dengue and chikungunya, right? Because in the tropical region, we had dengue for decades and chikungunya more recently, but that spread all over the country. But in the southern part of Brazil, we have the perfect combination for large outbreaks. A naive population, high abundance of the vector, and wider transmission season. And then I come up with some examples that have been recently developed by my group and some collaborators. Here we have the largest chikungunya outbreak characterizing the southernmost state of Brazil. Before 21, not more than 52 cases were reported per year. Most of those cases had a track record of traveling to endemic settings, but in 2021 we detected 220 cases, diagnosed cases, and we characterize it through genomic surveillance that we detected communitary transmission, extensive communitary transmission in the region. But I also would like to highlight the major gaps for high-resolution analysis. Can you see that map with the Brazilian states there? At the time, those were the only states where we had data for chikungunya virus, right? And all the other states, which are white, we had nothing. So of course, it limited substantially our analysis, the phylogeographic analysis. Here is a more recent paper where we detected the reintroduction of DAMF3 in the north part of Brazil. And then this is a very good example of international collaboration where we collaborated with people from Puerto Rico and from other countries from the Caribbean and showed that in the Caribbean and Central America, DAMF3 was well established and spread to the South America. And here is a more recent picture from EpiArbo, seeing how people are sharing data and how more complete pictures, we can have a more complete picture sharing this information. We can see here the DAMF3 introduction in Brazil, several sequences from Haiti, Honduras, Ecuador, Dominican Republic, and so on. And the last part of my talk, I'm going to talk about surveillance during dengue vaccine rollout. It's a very interesting topic regarding everything we discussed here. As you know, Takeda dengue vaccine rollout is currently occurring in Brazil. And recently, and that's a very good example of how surveillance is important before any kind of intervention and during and even after each kind of intervention, right? So there is a recent case of a patient showing symptoms after 6 days after vaccination in January 24, and then it went through genomic investigation by researchers from the Instituto Adolfo Lutz. And what they have found was not really surprising, but was interesting to investigate further. They found dengue virus type 2 and dengue virus type 4. And looking at the genomic sequences, the whole genomic sequence, they saw that the dengue virus 2 backbone, and they also detected the envelope regions of dengue 5-4, right, which is exactly the backbone used for the attenuated vaccine of the Takeda vaccine. And in addition to that, we have more evidence showing that DAMF2 lineage that they sequenced do not circulate in Brazil since a long time. So it is not a recent infection from current circulating lineages. And DAMF4 was just recently detected 1 month after this case. So all this evidence adds up to a possible replication of the vaccine strain in this patient. Raising, of course, some other questions like high viremia, is it enough for viral transmission, which we should address in a multi-layered fashion, where genomic surveillance, of course, will keep helping to solve. And the take-home message are, as we return to business as usual, Arbovirus will accompany us, and they are returning. New introduction to naive population drive major outbreaks, as I told you. Surveillance is key to rapidly detect and plan accordingly to change epidemiological conditions. There are still multiple data deserts for arboviruses or not deposited genomic data that may prove crucial for surveillance and intervention. We need to think carefully how to stimulate timely data sharing before publications, because they are key for public health response. And of course, that's exactly what EpiArbo addresses, addressing accountability and protection of data of the submitters and originating labs. And a last question, multi-sectoral and cross-border collaboration will greatly benefit global health through the mitigation of arbovirus disease burden. With this, I'd like to end. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you like it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gabriel Valo. Moving on to the next agenda, let us hear the first presentation of this fourth session. Identifying Dengue, Hotspot and Targeting Prevention, please welcome Professor Martin Hibbert, London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, United Kingdom.
Great. So thank you, everyone. It's really great to be here. I've had a wonderful day or 2 days meeting everybody, and it's a very nice experience. So I thank the organizers for inviting me here and giving me the chance. So I'm based at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, but I also have positions in the Philippines and also still in Singapore, where I spent a long period of time. So I'm very involved with the area, and it's great to have the opportunity to come and talk again about some of the work here in Southeast Asia. So the great thing about talking a bit later is that lots of things have been introduced, and there's a great earlier talk, and I wanted to highlight a little bit about our recent publication as well. And on here we list a whole set of reasons why we should be doing sequencing of the virus. And today I just want to give a couple of examples about details perhaps of how we can characterize those intervention successes. We can use this surveillance, as mentioned earlier, to look at vaccine intervention, but there are other things we can use the sequencing for too. So I'm going to talk about persistence of viruses. This has been a little bit of a topic through several of the talks, and recognizing where there's been introductions of new strains. This is work that I did actually with Johnson & Johnson, where they're talking about introducing a prophylactic drug, but first of all, we wanted to understand what the household transmission was and what the local dengue strains were. And we're operating here in Vietnam, in Nha Trang, with the Pasteur Institute there. So we sequenced a community operation. So we identified patients that turned up at a local clinic with suspected dengue. We identified those that were PCR positive, and then we sequenced those. And in this investigation, we managed to get about more than 500 genomes from that investigation over a 3-year period. And we can see that we've got co-circulating strains of dengue 1, dengue 2, and dengue 4. And if you look in this, you can see that actually there are a number of different clades, and you can see that we've got a large number of viruses which are coming through from an outbreak in that local area. And so we looked a little bit more into that detail, and what we found is that these clades have been persistent in this area for quite some time. And while in our study we showed that during our study, the amount of cases that are reporting goes up and down. We had a little bit of an outbreak at the end. And we can see that the same virus clade, in fact, a transmission chain, was identified during this period. From our phylogenetic analysis, we can make an estimate, for example, that this one has probably been there since about 2009 as an estimate. And if you look across this small town area where we investigated, you can see the number of reported cases goes up and down with some very fallow periods of case reportings there. And in this case, so it suggests that even though there are no case reports, this transmission chain has been uninterrupted during this whole period. So we know in this area there's plenty of fogging going on, and we wanted to investigate what effect that fogging might have, and I'll move on to that in a moment. But what this is suggesting is that there is persistent virus. That means the fogging is probably not working as effectively as you hope. And even though the numbers go down, and maybe you might claim that's due to the fogging, the transmission chains are persisting. So those hotspot areas, can we prevent them? Can we introduce either a more effective mosquito control, or perhaps a prophylactic approach, or perhaps a vaccine, which would also fit in with this process? So in this one, I'd like to think about those transmission chains in a little bit more detail. We've also heard about that. So we have person 1 here with their viremia. They infect their mosquito, while it's that small window of time when there's plenty of virus in their blood. Infect the mosquito, you get the second person here. And that means that there is a small window of time, a symptoms interval, where you might be able to either kill that mosquito or maybe protect this person from that second infection. So you've got your index case, your primary exposure. Can you do something to prevent these people from getting infected and disease? So we want to develop a mathematical model to help us make that prediction, identify if you made an intervention, what the consequences would be. And to do that, we work very closely with the National Environmental Agency in Singapore. As we have heard, they have one of the best sets of data investigating both the location and the number of human cases, but also the number of mosquitoes and their locations as well. And so by working with them and developing a model, which we modeled across the whole of Singapore, we looked at the number of cases, in this case per patch, and then we can make a set of suggestions about what would happen if you made an intervention into those places. So we've heard a lot more about these modeling approaches during the COVID outbreak and using that to help policy interventions and working out what to do next. So we've tried this in dengue outbreaks. So this is Singapore, where we can map not only the number of cases, and we've had 82,000 cases of geopositioned cases. We can watch the serology map, and of course we can look at the numbers of mosquitoes and also their locations too. And from this kind of advanced model, we can make some predictions about the process. And one of the obvious things that comes out is if you've detected somebody and you want to do a case area targeted intervention, you have a shorter window if you want to kill the mosquito than if you want to prevent that second infection. You have about an extra week of response. But the model shows quite clearly that from that infectious human, your whole system has to work extremely well to be able to kill that mosquito within just a few days of that infectious human. And our modeling then, if you look here, this is the effect of fogging. If you look at killing the adult mosquitoes over in that case-targeted response, maybe you only get a 25% reduction in the number of cases. And this reflects all of our experiences, in fact, that fogging goes on in virtually every country, and yet we still see an awful lot of dengue in all of those cases. And long-term, it has almost no effect at all. So interestingly, if you were able to use a prophylactic drug, short-term, it could be very effective, and in the long term, you would also have an effect, and that's because you'd reduce those transmission chains and so curtail the hotspot of the process. This is, of course, all in theory. We'd have to do some practice, and to investigate that, this is where our Vietnam study came in, where we, instead of looking across the whole country or the equivalent of a very large city, we looked at a household level, and we're looking at transmission now between an index case and their household members, assuming that this transmission is happening within the household. And so we used the same model, and fortunately for us, that seems to work extremely well. It carried very nicely from a city of Singapore to a more local setting within Vietnam. And this is the kind of data that allows us then to predict what the interventions might be. And so here we're looking at the number of treatment episodes you would need to do in order to have an effective process. And if here at the bottom is the household level, and at this level you don't do many treatments, but you also get very little effect. And the amount of treatment episodes averted per case, which is a kind of a cost-effectiveness measure, is extremely poor on that process. In fact, the best approach is this mass drug administration, which means where you try to treat as many people as possible in the area and not be restricted to the location of the index case, or the household. And that goes just the same for fogging as it does for interventions. So we could then measure this effectiveness. So how would you know it worked? Well, you would do sequencing. You would identify the viruses, and you would need to then look to see whether you've interfered with those transmission chains, which we identified as being persistent during that time period. If you don't have all the information that you have in that Singapore example, or if, that intensive study that we did in Vietnam, and you're a public health and what you've got is a surveillance system, how else could you approach that? And this is work that I've been doing together with the Ministry of Health in Philippines and with the RITM in Philippines, and where they have a sentinel and a suspected dengue patient non-sentinel reporting units, and that allows us to do a passive epidemiological survey with the Epidemiology Bureau, but also the laboratory system here at the RITM. This allows us to think about that question and identify hotspots. And one of the things that we realized is that identifying the primary and post-primary disease is a critical determinant of that. So a patient comes into these sentinel sites with suspected dengue, and we can separate those into ones which didn't have dengue and those with, and that's by PCR or by IgM. And by combining that together with IgG, we can identify primary disease, which looks very different from post-primary. Of course, I'd love to identify secondary disease here, but distinguishing secondary from post-secondary, that's your third, fourth, or maybe with Zika, fifth infection, is very difficult. The first thing is that in Philippines, we identified a seroconversion rate of about 17%. That means 17% of the population is being infected every year. And that means that, at a very young age, there's a high percentage of the population. Here, we can't distinguish between that's your first infection. Maybe at 17% every year, you get 4 infections. That's how it works out. But by combining those negatives, those case negatives, into this seroconversion arm, we can start to understand a little bit more about what the rate of infection is compared to the rate of reported infection, which is the people that turn up at the clinic with dengue. So using that surveillance, of course, we've heard in the last talk, we can look at the incidence of case reported, and here we're now able to separate that into primary and post-primary disease, and you can see that that's can be consisting over the years that was looked at. We can separate it by serotype, that's this PCR-identified serotype, and you can see that there's a change. In this case, we're seeing dengue 3 being very prevalent in 2018. And then I can look here at the disease outcomes for primary and post-primary over this time. And it's interesting, in Philippines, we're seeing the post-primary severe disease happening about 5 to 10 years old. So these are the real cases that you would like to prevent, from your vaccine, for example. And I suspect that this is the secondary disease. So primary disease happening quite early on, and your second disease happening here, and that's why you're seeing infection. And maybe these older people here are having their third or perhaps fourth infection, and maybe less severe as a result of that. So we can start to identify useful clinical data from this type of approach. So that's using the laboratory data, the surveyed sample, and this is based on a decent surveillance system that's been set up with 18,000 data points, but the collated data across the Philippines over this time period was nearly 500,000 case reports, and it'd be very interesting to use those case reports as well as that serological data. And so we started to put that data together a little bit and try to understand it somewhat. And I think this one is the very interesting observation, is that this is the number of case reports, by the dengue reported incidence compared to the serological conversion rate, or as we heard earlier, the force of infection. And as the force of infection gets lower, you can see more dengue incidents being reported. And I think this also reflects somewhat in the Singapore case, where we know that the force of infection is extremely low, and yet there's still lots and lots of reports of dengue disease. So going to the clinic and being identified as having dengue is not the be-all and end-all. If you start then looking at the comparisons when we're using our laboratory data test, we can see that the clearest indicator of the force of infection is actually the case report of the age of children with their first infection. This gives a very clear indication of what's happening with the force of infection. Where you don't have the primary or post-primary disease, you can then just lose age. And here we're using age with warning signs, because if you look at severe disease, that's also not a very clear indication. So severe disease markers are more tricky to utilize. And if like many countries, you use the number of reported cases and the severe disease as the indicator, maybe you're not getting as much accurate information as you would like. Putting this together, and these are almost my final slides, you can see that we can now use this information, based on the clinical reports or the force of infection data to try and put together. And here we're looking across the key transmission sites across the Philippines by the individual cities. And we can now look over the years, and we can see how the force of infection either stays similarly, and this, interestingly, our estimate of force of infection is matching the attack rate, the serological conversion rate here. But we can now see hotspots occurring across the Philippines, and we can maybe think about targeting those particular hotspots. How are those hotspots going up and down? Well, that might come again from our sequencing efforts, and this is working with Singapore, with Li Ching and the RITM, where they've been able to do, in this case, the e-gene sequencing, and we can see the preponderance of the different serotypes. And here there's been a very good estimate at understanding those transmission routes. And we can see that for many of these serotypes, Manila is the hotspot. People go to the capital city, get dengue, bring it back to the regions, and that's how those hotspots are going up and down depending on those migration routes. So just in conclusions, I think I can say that the current controls measures are not working. We know that because the dengue cases are increasing. So control measures currently mostly fogging. We can evaluate these control measures by looking at those transmission chains using our sequencing, and I hope this is where the GISAID can come in and help us with all of this information. And the infection history is important, so your primary disease, secondary disease, and when there's widespread movement of strains, as everyone has reported. But I've noticed that in some areas these persist quite some time, especially if your control measures are not being fully effective. So I'd like to thank everyone that's been involved with this. It's a large group of people that I work with, and everyone is very important. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Professor Martin Hibbert. Ladies and gentlemen, next presentation to bring more detail and rich clarity about genomic epidemiology of dengue virus in Ecuador, circulation of 4 stereotypes. Please welcome Dr. Andreas Carrasco from National Health Research Institute, Ecuador.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to start my presentation by thanking 2 different persons, mainly GISAID team, Arbovirus Summit team, all people that have supported me during these days with my clinical problem, and especially to the doctor Gabriel Walau, whom now I am working with different strategies, projects, and initiatives to strengthen the collaboration between Ecuador, Brazil, and other South American countries. Now I am talking about genomic epidemiology of dengue virus in Ecuador. Where is Ecuador? Ecuador is there. It's a South American country. Ecuador is organized into 24 provinces distributed in different regions. You can see here the Pacific coast, Andean mountains, Amazon basin, and Galapagos Island. Did you hear about a theory of evolution, Darwin theory of evolution? It was created in Galapagos Island. It's a part of Ecuador. Our national health system is organized in an integral public health network with three main statements: accessibility, universality, and free of charge. And inside the integral public health network, we have the Ministry of Public Health, Social Security, Policy Health, and Army Health. The national health system is organized in three levels, and the samples, all samples from three levels are sent to National Institute of Research in Public Health, my institute. And this institute has 11 national reference centers for different events, and we have here the National Reference Center for Genomic Sequencing and Bioinformatics. This is my center currently. The abbreviation is GensBio. Here you can see the brief summary of the genomic surveillance events. And we work with viruses such as SARS-CoV-2, avian influenza, respiratory viruses, monkeypox, HPV, HIV, and dengue viruses with different genotypes and lineages. Bacteria, intrahospital bacteria with antimicrobial resistance, mycobacterium, multi-drug resistant, and extremely drug resistant, parasites such as Leishmania, fungi. 3 months ago, we have detected the first case of Candida auris in Ecuador. And after this, we work with insects for species confirmation, virus identification, microbiota, and we work with metagenomics analysis when the Ministry of Public Health has samples without diagnosis. Now I am talking about dengue virus surveillance. During 2023, Ecuador reported 27,000 confirmed cases of dengue fever caused by dengue 1 and dengue 2 serotypes. As of epidemiological week 14 in 2024, a total of 90,000 cases have been reported. You can see the red line. This line is for 2024 year. If you see that this line compare between another years, now we have a high outbreak in my country. In this slide, you can see the dengue incidence rate per 100,000 population. This map indicates a very important thing. The past years, the most cases were distributed across the Pacific coast. By now, the most cases are distributed in different provinces of Amazon basin region. This is very important because we have here we have a lot of human activities, expansion of human activities, okay, expansion of housing, and different variables that agriculture activities that led the people is live in different areas of Amazon basin. This is a maximum entropy model produced by a team of my institute, and you can see the suitability of vector prisons distributed across Pacific Coast provinces and Amazon basin provinces. Now I want to talk about of dengue genomic surveillance in Ecuador. You can see the genomes produced by the National Reference Center for Genomics, Sequencing and Bioinformatics. And since 2023, and for this year, we produced 203 genomes in different provinces. Now, in this graph, you can see the circulation, the co-circulation of different serotypes and genotypes. It's very important in my country. You can see with green, dengue 1, genotype 5, circulating in different provinces, in different regions too. Dengue 2, genotype 3, circulating with color purple, with purple color, circulating in different provinces. Dengue 2 genotype 2 cosmopolitan. The past year, we have detected the first introduction of this genotype to my country. The first event was here, but after this genotype spread to other provinces during this year. And here you can see another introduction event. In the country, now we detect the reintroduction of dengue 3, genotype 3, for 2 provinces, yeah? And we have detected 1 cases of dengue 4, genotype 2 to these provinces. Now I am going to talk about of dengue 2, genotype 2, genotype cosmopolitan, and using Algor pipeline, we work with this analysis, phylogenetical, phylodynamics, and phylogeographical analysis. A total of 614 samples were downloaded from GSAID, including 30 samples from Ecuador. You can see different countries, South American countries, and the USA and Bangladesh as outgroup, and you can see Ecuador here. But this topology, the topology of these 3, is supported by the confidence value. You can see with this color in different branches. Now, in this graph, you can see the different events, the introduction events for this genotype from Colombia to Ecuador, from Peru to the Ecuador, and export events from Ecuador to the USA, and from Ecuador to the Colombia, and geographical dynamics, the dynamics of other countries. Here you can see the first introduction event from Peru to Ecuador. Samples from Peru you can see here. And we have the confidence value around of 99%. It's a security event, introduction event. And after this, the samples were to Ecuador, and after this to the USA. This is the specific area because Peru is in this area, is here. Now, here you can see the introduction event from Colombia. The confidence value is 100%. And here you can see 2 events, okay? Right? One event here and another one here. One event from Colombia was from here to the southern of Ecuador. The main reason I think that is because we have an airport in this area, and facilitate the mobility of different humans. And the other event is located here in Sucumbíos and Orellana provinces, the introduction event from Colombia. Now I am talking about an exportation event from Ecuador to Colombia. The confidence is low because we have a 49% value. I am not sure of this event. And after this, you can see the confidence value with 99% to export the event from Ecuador to the USA of this cosmopolitan genotype. And we work with this specifically analysis, including different provinces across Ecuador, Amazon, coastal, and in different regions. And you can see the event from Peru to the Loja province was the first event. And after this, we can see the distribution to other provinces, such as a lot of provinces, Cañar, Guayas, and Rios. This is the reason for local transmission. And you can see the import event from Colombia to Sucumbíos after the local transmission to the Orellana province. Okay? Now I am talking about of dengue 3, genotype 3, the reintroduction of this genotype. We have worked with a global analysis. You can see different countries here, supported by booster value 2. And in this slide, you can see the 2 introduction events. One event from Italy to Ecuador, another one from Cuba to Ecuador. But you can see that this event has been separated in another lineage. Here you can see the introduction from Cuba with a confidence value around 96%. Cuba is there, and Cuba is the country that exports this genotype to the USA and to the Ecuador. You can see the transmission. And specifically, we have 3 samples assignment to this genotype 3 distributed only in one province, Napo province. And here you can see the importation event from Italy. And this event was to another provinces, Cotopaxi provinces. Okay? Here we determine the local transmission because we have here 4 samples collected from the Napo province, and within that the sample collected from Cotopaxi province probably was only one even introduction event, and not has local transmission yet. And finally, I want to talk about of dengue 4 genotype 2, the global analysis. We worked with different worldwide countries, and established the one introduction event because Ecuador has reported only one case of this genotype in this year, and we detected only one introduction event from Cuba, probably from Cuba to Ecuador. You can see here the spread of this virus. The introduction was here, okay? Then you can see the circulation of different serotypes and genotypes across Amazon basin. Now here you can see the technical reports that my team are sending weekly to Ministry of Public Health to make informed decisions. and we have different continents. You can see the information with sample information, a phylogenetical tree, and this maps dengue case rate in Ecuador and the genotypes distribution. What is the main message from me to everybody? That it's important work with genomic surveillance, but genomic surveillance is complement with other surveillance, vector surveillance, distribution, Aedes aegypti, Aedes albopictus, the human development, the change of human development, and the dengue cases, and others environment factors to contribute to increase the risk across the Amazon basin now in Ecuador. This is my team. This is the principal slide for me, because with the work of all people you can see here, we can do a different analysis and genomic surveillance of different pathogens. And finally, thank you very much for your attention. Terima kasih. Gracias. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andres Carrasco. For the next presentation, toward genomic and metagenomic surveillance of dengue and other arboviruses in Colombia, please allow me to invite Professor Jose Aldemar Usme, Instituto Nacional de Salud, Colombia.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the organizing committee, Dr. Peter Wagner, and all the team and co-hosts for this invitation. I will show in this opportunity the work we developed at the National Institute of Health in Colombia, and with multiple collaborations with the Universidad Cooperativa de Colombia and other institutions that I will show you at the end of this presentation. So I'm going to start with the current or the timeline of the arbovirus circulation, focused mainly on those arbovirus that have been circulating in the urban cycle. We have seen the yellow fever virus as the first reported virus in our country and the continent, which was circulating in the urban cycle until the 1929. After that, it was reported and until now in the sylvatic cycle, and it's frequently causing human cases from that in zootic cycle. Other viruses have been also reported by the literature in the past, but they were detected by laboratory tools and were serotyped until the beginning of the 70s. Dengue 1 was detected the first after the reintroduction in 1971. After that, we detected Dengue 2, the American genotype. After that, Dengue 3, and we subsequently detected Dengue 4 in the 18s. years. So after that, we have seen a similar situation like other countries. We have importation of different genotypes. For example, in the MB2, the original American genotype was replaced by the Asian American genotype in the 19th. And we have seen, for example, recently the introduction of the cosmopolitan genotype that is apparently replacing also the Asian American genotype. And more recently, we detected also the Wolbachia, which is also in the picture of the arboviral disease. So this is a graphic in which I want to show you that the cyclic behavior of dengue virus through the history, it's only for a decade at least, or almost 2 decades. But we have a cyclic behavior every 3 to 4 hours, to 4 years, the virus circulating and causing epidemics. And it's a phenomenon of serotype replacement between each outbreak or epidemic. What I want to show you is a record of the situation or the evidences that have been showing that we have enough evidence. I think that we haven't used enough to support our decision making about intervention. So we have evidence that the serotypes are important. They are really contributing to the pathogenicity. There are several studies which have shown that in the past, the serotype contribution, the order of serotypes infecting the population is also important. So it's evidence that could be used for preventing or being well prepared for every epidemic year, I think. So in the past, for example, in our country, this study, which was not very big, but is meaning, they obtained that only Dengue 2 cases were severe cases, and they were mainly secondary infections, which we also obtained in our results with an analysis of at least 80 strains isolated from different patients in Colombia, which allow us to find that only Dengue 2 cases that were successfully isolated in cell culture correspond to Dengue 2. We were not able to isolate viruses that were isolated from Dengue, from other serotypes that were really severe cases or fatal cases. So it's important to have this information because it was also shown by the former presenter, Dr. Matthias. Let me show you this picture. We are having a current situation with dengue virus similar to other countries in the region in which dengue has been epidemic from the last year until now. We have a lot of cases. This is the amount of cases, which is more than 100,000 cases in 2013, 23, and they are almost 100 cases in 2024 at the epidemiological week 14. So the first conclusion of my talk is that although serotyping has been carried out for decades, this information has not been used to the maximum to define public health interventions. Another topic is around the genotyping, which is the next step in our characterization of viruses. When we started to genotype at the National Institute of Health and with collaborators, we obtained very interesting information. For example, we know that Dengue4 genotype 2, or the Indonesian genotype, is currently circulating and has been circulating for some decades in our country with very low level of circulation compared to other serotypes. Dengue3 has been also circulating with the genotype 3 reported for a long time, and in a short time we detected also the genotype 1, or depending on the nomenclature, we can say that it was genotype 5, it depends. For the genotype, for Dengue1, we detected the American African lineage genotype with more than one lineage also. And in Dengue2, we obtained also the genotyping with the identification of different lineage within the American, Asian American genotype. Which is important from genotyping is that we can use that information also as an important input for defining the diversity and the impact of this diversity in the interaction at the immunological level. So we invited in the past to the vaccine developers to advance in the estimation of the role of genotypes in the vaccine formulation. So it's a very important topic because we have very distantly related genotypes because of the diversification worldwide. So we have really distant strains circulating currently. In the case of Dengue4, we advanced to a more in-depth characterization, and we initially made genotyping by using a short fragment of the envelope NS1 genes, but we moved to the envelope gene, full envelope gene, and we had a higher resolution with using that molecular information, which was which allowed us to better identify the circulation of different lineages within the genotype, the American Asian genotype of Dengue2, which were differently circulating inside the country. So while in one part of the country, one of these lineages was circulating, in the other part we found another lineage. It was the same approach using the envelope, the E1 gene for chikungunya virus during the pandemic, during the epidemic in Colombia. And we also characterized this genotype like the Asian genotype that was introduced, and the genotype that mainly caused the cases in that region. We didn't identify the ECSA genotype, but only the Asian genotype. About this lineage or genotypes characterization, I want to say that we have also information is historical information about the impact of that genotypes or lineage in the severity of disease, in the outcome of the disease. So it could be important to take advantage of that information to to translate that information into the decisions, political decisions or measures that can be implemented or applied at the public health level. So my second conclusion is arbovirus genotyping through partial genome sequences has been useful to reveal the genotype's dynamics through time, introduction, replacement, extinction, co-circulation, diversification. But again, this information has not been used to the maximum to access the risk of the populations. So we need to use that information in the best way. And we finally explore the sequencing approach, the next generation sequencing approach. In this study, we characterize around 72 complete genomes of Dengue in Colombia, and we try to advance in protocols for filling all the gaps in the ends, at the ends of the genome. We use that molecular information to try to establish differences between the performance in cell culture, the replication, and the presence or absence of several, some of them, of the mutations present in that strains. We found interesting studies that our team think that it's necessary to expand, to advance in these phenotypic characterizations of the isolated strains from different human cases to better understand the virus contribution to the pathogenesis. The National Institute of Health also advanced in the characterization of Zika virus during the epidemic in Colombia, and this was one of the results of that study. We also characterize in the full genome of a strain that was adapted to the animal model. It was also the first one of the first strains that was isolated in our country. Dengue 2 has been currently circulating, and it has been demonstrated by virus isolation and next generation sequencing that this virus is really contributing to the most to the transmission of dengue virus type 2 in the country. So it's new, it's really relatively new. However, the information is newly published by a research team at the university. However, we were unable to timely detect and demonstrate the circulation. So it's like a historical result that can be used for understand the history of our virus dynamics. However, it's not probably useful for avoiding the expansion because it was really expanded over the country when we really detected it. And also we detected recently the Wolbachia. It was also a contribution from a national university in which they use it was first evidence in 2017 in which they detected and isolated the virus, but no measures were applied. Apparently, these results were not well informed to the system, and we have now a large transmission of this virus in the country, and it's shared by other neighboring countries. So the last thing, we have really the next generation sequencing ready for characterizing these arboviruses and other viruses. We have a very big network at the country level in which a lot of public and private laboratories are contributing with the genetic information. So arbovirus surveillance should be take advantage of new sequencing technologies, but only well-characterized samples, including rational selection criteria and extended metadata, should be prioritized in a timely manner. So this is the last one, sorry. Here we are talking about the metagenomic approach, which is necessary to better identify that cases that are escaping to the detection through the current and the standard surveillance of viruses in our country. And we need to advance in these unbased or based strategies, both are important, to have a better opportunity of identifying different viruses that we are probably not thinking about. So this is the last one. Genomic surveillance, both using based and unbased approach, should be implemented to establish a baseline of circulating infectious agents potentially responsible for the clinical presentation or critically circulating in human and vector reservoirs. That's all. So these were some conclusions or challenges more for the health systems, public health, laboratory networks, and academia. This is the team led by the National Institute of Health with a lot of collaborations in every part of the results I've shown you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jose Aldemar Usme. Ladies and gentlemen, next let us listen to the presentation that will talk about unveiling phylogeography and transmission of arboviruses with Metatranscriptomics. Please welcome Mr. Michael Abdo, Microbiology, Infectious Disease, Illumina, Australia.
Distinguished guests, learned colleagues, I must confess at this point I'm somewhat apprehensive, not because I have the challenges of language or I'm on crutches and the likes, but rather because such is the opportunity with genomic technologies that I could speak for hours, but I have but minutes. And more so, I suspect I'm actually preaching to the converted. Having listened to the conversations of yesterday, having listened to the phenomenal data and evidence and activities that have been presented today, I fear you already know about that utility. And indeed, it forced me to consider, well, what really should I be presenting to you? You are already converts. And so with that in mind, I turned to the oracle of Google. And I thought, well, what is my role here today? And indeed, it occurred to me that my role is not to pontificate genomic technologies to you. It's certainly not to spout commercial propaganda, but rather it's to actually remind you that we're actually at the beginning of that journey. And that more so than you in this room, it's important that that opportunity, that utility is shared with those outside the room. And so I thought I'd start with a negative control. And looking at Google and Google Trends, I thought, well, barley's a good example. And indeed, this represents the search trends for barley. And there's a degree of accuracy because you can see during the COVID pandemic, we all knew we couldn't travel to this glorious island. And so we weren't looking to travel, looking about information on the web. Then I thought, well, let's focus on more relevant terms and subjects. And so Well, we're in an Arbovirus conference. What about dengue? And again, there's a degree of accuracy. There's awareness in the public domain, and you can see it aligns with recent outbreaks. This is all exceptionally promising. And I continued down that vein. We've mentioned COVID-19. We all lived through it, probably the most significant event in regards to utilization of genomic technologies. And lo and behold, if you are after good evidence, positive associations, Google has proved this. I needed a reality check though. And so what the green line shows is Taylor Swift's popularity. So our job is not done. Yes, we're aware, but is it being utilized? Is it being maintained? Is it a sustainable program? And so if I return to the subject at hand, I then introduced a genomic technology, PCR. And Joshua represented this for Thermo the other day, and you can see actually how this so closely aligns in regards to awareness with the COVID pandemic. And you can even see the lag in its adoption as we actually had to identify the pathogen, design the molecular assay, and execute. And then reality really stuck in as the representative of Illumina and next generation sequencing, because I searched NGS. And yes, that flat line down the bottom is next generation sequencing. And so it did remind me that the potential is not necessarily aware to those outside of this room. What's more, when we speak of this potential, when we speak about genomic technologies, on several occasions during this meeting thus far, the COVID pandemic has been mentioned. But it's usually mentioned in the past tense. Now, here on the left-hand side is actually the current statistics for the last month from the World Health Organization. True, it's dramatically less than the peaks that we observed as recently as 2-3 years ago. But the reality is it's probably actually not a reflection of what is circulating in our environment. The reality is many have stopped reporting this information. And it's noticeable that in this room, the majority of us are no longer wearing face masks. And yet the pathogen will be in this room. Why? Because we have conferred a degree of safety with vaccinations and all the other elements that come into public health surveillance. But the data desert, as I believe was pointed out by one of the earlier presenters, remains. Point in case, Japan, that simply stopped reporting 1st of June 2023. Now, that alludes to the first take-home message of my presentation. And the first thing that I'd like you to resonate beyond these walls, beyond this meeting, and that effective surveillance activities are those which are sustained and evolving. Nature is evolving. It's got a head start on you. The game, the rules will continue to change. And it's our ability to leverage genomic technologies which will in fact allow us to keep pace with that game. And hence, the second point that I'd like to illustrate and leave you with during the course of this presentation, and that genomic data from a variety of technologies are integral to public health surveillance. And if you take anything away from my presentation or Joshua's, is that technologies are not mutually exclusive. It is not a question of one supplier versus another. It's not a question of one methodology versus another. There is a role for qPCR, there is a role for next generation sequencing, mass spectrometry, ELISA, you name it. It is about what is fit for purpose in your circumstance in the evolution of a particular pandemic or endemic. And then the final one, to finish on a positive note, and to encourage you, is that the application of genomics is only limited by our imaginations. We are at the beginning of the journey. Now, that journey for Illumina started about 25 years ago, and this represents a timeline of our significant milestones and innovations that have led to the products that many of you use. much of you would take many of those things for granted. But I can assure you it's been a significant investment by people much smarter than me to get to this point. However, if we look at that on a more realistic timeline, we have Illumina there from the turn of the century. A few years prior to that, this thing called massively parallel sequencing was documented in the public domain. A decade and a half before that, we had PCR. A few decades before that, in the middle of the 19th century, we had DNA described. And then we take a reasonably large jump. A few 100,000 years ago, Homo sapiens started roaming the world. However, 100 million years before that, mosquitoes weren't bothering us, they were bothering the dinosaurs. And 4 billion years before that, life on Earth, primarily microbes, started on this planet. That's one hell of a head start. That's one hell of an advantage it's got to escape the things that we're only just now, in the last 20, at best 40 years, trying to uncover, unravel, and manage to our advantage. Let alone the fact that the environment and the very things we're doing beyond public health surveillance are changing those rules. And so I call out this as the one and only piece of propaganda that I'll show in my presentation. And the illustration is not to show all the products in detail. The illustration is to highlight that that represents a dozen or so kits that are available to you today for infectious disease surveillance. Anyone take a guess at how many of those were available at the beginning of the pandemic? None. So Illumina has walked the walk in regards to innovation. We are attempting to keep pace with that change, with the data, with the innovation, the imagination that is represented in this room. And we try and simplify it as much as we can for new adopters by focusing on simple hypotheses. Is it a known pathogen? Are we focusing on a syndrome or a surveillance of multiple pathogens within the environment? Or is it a case of complete, unbiased, hypothesis-free discovery? In which case, we do pride ourselves on providing the tools to enable that discovery. First session on Monday, a similar schematic to this was presented, representing pillars of public health surveillance. This effectively represents some of the elements for me and from Illumina's perspective. And so I'll actually try and use this to illustrate some of the scope and potential of genomic technologies to really imbibe your imagination beyond this meeting. And the reality is, genomics data through systems biology approaches really can fundamentally change the paradigm in ways that we perhaps haven't even considered. And if I start with something like the environment, we have heard on many occasions about vector surveillance and the likes. And the logic is obvious. If we know the species and the distribution of that species, we can then infer a degree of transmission. Through the harvesting of environmental DNA, which are effectively the fragments of DNA that we all leave, all organisms leave in the environment, we now actually have the ability to complete that taxonomic identification without that expertise. And we can do so with a degree of measure across time, because the organism no longer actually has to be viable in that particular environment or environmental sample. What's more, we can actually extrapolate that to true One Health paradigms. We focused on fogging and other technologies to manipulate and control those vectors. Well, what if we actually used eDNA to map biodiversity and restore natural environments? That little fish there is an endemic species to where I live in Western Australia. It is a ferocious predator of mosquito larvae. and I've introduced it to the waterways on my property. Such examples on a much more elaborate scale could be achieved in addition to what is done with Wolbachia, fogging, etc., etc. If we actually then think to the vector itself and the original premise of my title, Wolbachia was identified through metatranscriptomics, effectively looking at the microbes within the vector itself, and those which are in fact endogenous and might point, and you can see Wolbachia down there, to what other mechanisms for other species of mosquitoes could be leveraged to similar advantage. Now, the key and some of the innovation around metatranscriptomics in next-generation sequencing is we can actually filter the noise during the experiment. And so through targeted depletion of non-informative transcripts, whether it's ribosomal RNA, whether it's abundant transcripts from the host itself or the vector, we can actually deplete these, which increases dramatically the dynamic sensitivity and the possibility that we will actually detect that poorly or lowly expressed transcript, which represents the key to unlocking the challenge. If we move further on to the host themselves, Singapore and a number of you here in the audience have presented some amazing work that's done in Singapore. Equally in Singapore at the moment, we are participating in the PRECISE program, which is a population-wide study of the population itself. Now, we know from hemoglobinuropathies that there is an inferred protection in regards to malaria. Imagine if we could use that same population-level data to infer with regards to susceptibility, with regards to response to treatment, and the likes. We also know that globally, whether it's treatments for arboviruses or otherwise, populations across Africa and Southeast Asia are underrepresented in genomic databases. And so the effectiveness of those treatments is going to be diminished until we have an opportunity to contribute to that body of knowledge. And then lastly, I'll touch on aspects of access. And again, I must join in Joshua in calling out that Thermo and Illumina, both in response to advice and experiences during the pandemic, have initiated global health access programs to harmonize pricing and equitable access to the hardware. We haven't stopped there, and I won't speak for Thermo, I'm sure their innovation continues as well, but for us, we also recently launched XBS chemistry, which, XLEAP chemistry, I beg your pardon, which can be shipped at ambient conditions, fundamentally disrupting some of the supply chain challenges which you all experienced when there are no planes flying around the globe. And if we extend that and finish on an aspect of true imagination, Professor Hibbard touched on some of the mathematical models used and the potential of those to predict transmission events. Late last year, Illumina published and launched an AI equivalent to ChatGPT for genomic information. Now, it works in a very similar way, but the challenge there is rather than reading data for which we know the outcome, here we're reading genomic information for which we don't actually know if a mutation is pathogenic or benign. And so with this AI and the potential, we potentially can infer transmission events, susceptibility, predict mutations, predict events that might confer an ability for that virus or pathogen to escape a treatment regime. And so the potential there is well beyond simply completing your university assignment or otherwise, as is most often used for ChatGPT. And it really is the tip of the iceberg or the beginning of that journey to fully leverage systems biology data. So with a few minutes over, I'll return to the original premise of my talk. And I do hope that with just those few instances, we're reminded that effective surveillance and those activities are really ones that are sustained and evolving. and you have at your disposal a full arsenal of innovation and technology to do so. The data from that innovation really is integral to our success in public health surveillance. And when you leave this room, challenge your imaginations, challenge the imaginations of those around you, challenge the imaginations of entities like Illumina to deliver more and push the boundaries for greater discovery. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michael Abdul. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to move on to the fifth presentation, taking them Empowering Global Genomic Surveillance on Arbovirus Control. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Roy Tan, Asia Pacific Region, MGI, China.
Thank you, everyone, for the distinguished guests and the guests from all over the world. And I'm very happy to have opportunity to present this efforts. So we're trying to get a genomic information, genomics instruments into China, right? So, and also we'll be able to create instruments and genomic information surveillance methods outside China. So I hope this week it's kind of information available. It's not informatics, but we do have a lot of commercial information in there. But I like to share why we discuss this, because some of the availabilities is important to all of the countries in the South. And also, we want to provide a tool, invite the collaborations. Let me show you the next slide. Okay. Oh, okay. So MGI is actually a very young company, about 5 years old, and then acquired from US, and the technology integrate into China. It's a company called MGI. So MGI in the last couple of years and developed into about 3,000 people and have 7 patents and also have almost about 500 products. We cover not only sequencing instruments, but also automations and in the process develop assays to support genomic surveillance. And then the company actually have about 15 locations across all of the world. So divided by it into 4 different regions. One of the region is Asia Pacific, right? So we have about roughly 7,000 of publications. And then some of these things I show it's really in the development phase to try to enable the vector and also the pathogen detections simultaneously for the Arbovirus. And you know, the last couple of years, it's really difficult for us to battle the coronavirus. During the coronavirus, actually, we sent quite a lot of sequencers and a lot of automation instruments around the world to support that battle. And we have some of the infrastructure left over, but not that many, like Thermo and Illumina. But we have some, and we capitalize of that collaborations, try to continue to develop some of our products. And then if you see there's difficulties to really looking at the pathogen and also the vectors simultaneously, because of if you're looking at of the infectors, they are providing different information. You have to know what it is. You have to check the X. You have to know where they come from. If you get that information not correctly, so you're not going to get that connections, especially the transmissions. So there's a couple ways to really looking at the vectors and the pathogen simultaneously, right? So in the past, the vectors you look at through the physiological methodologies or DNA barcodes by Sanger sequencing. And in the new ways, if you look at the pathogens, basically qPCR and NGS, there's pros and cons for different applications. And if we combine all together in NGS, this is where we create a new methodology called VMIs on top of our database, and not only looking at the pathogen, but also look at the vectors. And the vectors we basically keep looking at inside the microtunnel, and also there's the gene called COIs. And this is acting as a barcode to coding every species. And also we have a database, that database we call FPI database. That database can put it into local drivers. The reason we talked about it before is accessibilities, because the accessibility is limited in the remote area. So that's why we put it into the drivers. Okay, that provides almost 27,000 species. And those species we can look at on the fly, and also the vector database. And this is all in a small portable server. So this is how we laid it out. And basically you can detect everything in about 14 to 19 hours, basically within a day. One is automation instruments, second is the sequencers, third is the bioinformatics analyzers. And in some of the case, the bioinformatics analyzers, it's integrate with the sequencer as a part of the sequencer, and also as a part of the operations. The sequencer, we have 3 types suitable for these applications. One is the DMB-seq G99, another is the DMB-seq G50, and another is DMB-seq E25. The E25 is really small portable machine. The small portable machine, it allows you to put it in the back of the truck to drive into the remote areas, to collecting that data, and then when you go back to city, you can upload. All right, so this is one of the validations we tried with 12 different samples. You can see for us to develop a completely diagnosis assay is difficult. We have to do collaborations with others to really understand what is the real samples. And sometimes we have difficulty to access all the samples. That's without collaborations, it's difficult. We do few validations with different vectors. We know they can differentiate different species and different vectors, and then we worked with, and also the virus, and then we worked with one of the China CDCs, collect roughly about 2,500 mosquitoes around a different place, and the sequencing with these methods. And that's holy crow, we can really do these applications with our remote putting drive around sequencers, really looking at not only vectors, but also pathogens. This allows to be able to validate some of the assays. And another one is not the MGS, it's a TNGS. Basically, it's a pathogen detection assays for dengue. This is one we developed based on targeted sequencing methods. We have about 435 different amplicons, and the amplicon covered the entire genome of dengue, all different type of dengue, and then they can access the samples from blood and environmental samples, and also other samples. We use those to really monitor the dengues. And also, if you look at this, they not only can detect a very high concentration of samples, but also can detect a very small concentrations of samples. As we all know, qPCRs, when you have CT value larger than 30, basically maybe 1 or 2 copies in your samples, right? So you have to get enough coverage, 10 million reads, so then you can actually pull out the partial samples from your infections. There's different kind of, we tested this assay, there's about 4 different genome types, and then we verified, and also they can do on our 3 different type of sequencers. And there's different sequencers for different type of applications. If you go with G99, that can be very fast. If you go with E25, they have less number of samples, but also have about 5 hours so you can finish your essays. But if you go with G50, that's give you a lot of samples, but relatively slow. You finish the experiment with 10 to 13 hours. So this is the setup. Actually, you don't need automation anymore. You can also, you can buy just one instrument or you get one system. You can do everything on your own. Particularly the E25AR, that system, we integrate the bioinformatics into the sequencer and the NISA sequencer. You basically carry this piece of portable instruments. You can imagine you go to remote areas to figure out what is the infection in that remote area, collect the 4 to 5 samples, really do the experiments for this. We work this with one of the central CTCs in China, really trying to looking at the origin of dengue. We sampled about 9 samples, validated there are 2 different genome types. We can really try this methods. With this, we realize this is without a collaboration, we cannot get all this spread into the world, particularly with a lot of efforts. We have to go to the low resource countries. That's why we started to thinking about to develop one of our collaboration programs. This is one of the collaboration program we are trying to working on. So you can see we have another choice. We can provide a different combinations of sequencers, automations, and portable analysis tools. And then with that, and also extraction kits with sample tools, but without the right use deployed to the right location, that cannot be used, right? So, and then in order to do that, we basically right now to provide some training programs and to transfer the technologies, but also provide the training programs to our potential collaborators. And then also we provide a lot of webinars and then really provide this information available, right? So, and through the exhibition education program and also webinars, we hope this year we can do 100 of those trainings and then allow us to spread this word. We can provide one instrument and one system. You can go to do the pandemic surveillance in powered regions. But also we like to participate and work with the different R&D collaboration programs and also provide some grants for the communities and then co-develop the protocols. Those protocols can be used in the global monitoring. So in the past, we learned from our experience is if you only provide the hardware, doesn't provide a program, you cannot get the society to use it. If you doesn't develop your standards with programs and the people doesn't use it correctly. And the majority, we are not interested in the data, but we're really interested in how to get another tools to the people who need it. Then also we work with some of the funding agents, donation agents to provide the support. And if you work with your governments to provide the support in those programs, and then we can support as in-kind as well, for example. And then we can give discounts on the reagents if you only do the instruments. And if you only do the instruments, we can work on the reagents. And some of the new ways to really make this can be spread, not trying to make money, right? So then there's new ideas if you have, and then we could work on some of the new ideas together to really have this type of tool available to the people who need it, really fighting in the front phase to try to resolve world crisis to potentially there's another crisis for the dengue endemic, right? So with this, hopefully we can provide another tools to really fight the next potential outbreaks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roy H. Tan, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will take a short break. You may enjoy your coffee and tea for 10 minutes and serve. It's already served in exhibition area. And for your information, please return to this room at 3 p.m. Once again, please be back on time at 3 p.m. Thank you everyone, and please enjoy your well-deserved break. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to proceed to the Awan Auditorium and please have a seat as we will continue our program shortly. Once again, we kindly invite you to proceed to the Awan Auditorium and please take a seat as we will continue our program shortly. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you again to proceed to the Awan Auditorium and please have a seat as we will continue our program shortly. Again, we kindly invite you to proceed to Awan Auditorium and please have a seat as we will continue our program shortly. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to please take a seat as we will continue our program immediately. Once again, we kindly invite you to please take a seat as we will continue our program immediately. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Arbovirus Summit. Let us continue our program with the session 4B, Utility of Genomic Surveillance for Policy and Science. And now we invite our moderator to launch the panel discussion. Please welcome Dr. Etienne Simon Laurier from Institut Pasteur, France.
Thank you. Hi everyone, it's a great pleasure to be here. We've listened to great talks during the past 2 days, and many of them today were directly related to what we're going to discuss, especially about genomic surveillance and how it can be useful and implemented for better policy and better interventions. And for that, I will welcome on the stage the panelists. First, Dr. Ava Christie Lee from the Research Institute for Tropical Medicine from Philippines. Dr. Cécile Troupin from Institut Pasteur du Laos, from Laos. Dr. Rajesh Pandey from the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, India. Dr. Porn Sawan from Mahidol University, Thailand. And Dr. Shaheen Alam from the International Center for Diarrheal Disease Research from Bangladesh. Okay, so before we dive into discussing the potential of genomic surveillance for policy and science, maybe we can start by hearing from each of the participants. In your country, how is genomic surveillance? Is genomic surveillance already fully integrated in public health? Are there communication between the people that do surveillance based on classical epidemiology and genomics? Are you already using genomic data to inform and to catch the underlying events that are ongoing? Maybe you can start, Dr. Lee.
Oh, hello. I hope you can hear me. Okay. We started with COVID-19, so we use, of course, as everyone did, use genomic data to inform public health discussion and intervention. And now we are working on to integrate more genomics surveillance work into national routine surveillance system. So we're doing a lot of groundwork now with arbovirus such as dengue, and we're trying to engage our policymakers slowly and hopefully in a sustained manner so that there would be an uptake of the genomics information into their decision making.
And in this, is this fully integrated in the sense that you are able to encourage the surveillance of the human, but also the animal and the environment? And when I say animal, I also include for the arboviruses, of course, the mosquitoes?
Well, unfortunately, at this point, it's still human. We're trying to engage also our animal counterpart in the DA, but the uptake is a bit slower on that part. But on human, so we're kind of fortunate that because of the gains in the COVID-19 pandemic, so now our policymakers are able to grasp the genomic terminologies that we use, and they're able to put that into actions and put that into decision points rather than previously pre-COVID. So we also only relies on usual political jargons that they use.
Okay, so we're seeing positive things because of the still of the COVID-19 pandemic, which was very negative. Maybe Cécile Troupin from Laos can also share how is it in Laos?
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, before to answer, I would like to thank the organizer to give me the opportunity to participate in this really great meeting. I'm quite new in the arbovirus field, so for me it was really interesting to hear all about the different talk about politics and also about science. It was really a great pleasure to be here. So in Laos, the genomic surveillance is not really for now integrated in the epidemiologic surveillance. As I think a lot of countries, the genomic surveillance really have been integrated only for COVID pandemics. But for arbovirus surveillance, it is important to understand that in Laos, for now, the cases are reported based on syndromic surveillance. So, of course, syndromic surveillance, you cannot have a genomic surveillance. And the two national labs for human and veterinary health do not have sequencing capability. So the sample are sent abroad to a reference center when it's needed until now. But at Institut Pasteur du Laos, we have set up an arbovirus surveillance, and it's based on 22 hospitals that based on 10 provinces in the country, and we are able to perform diagnosis for dengue, chikungunya, and Zika. Until now, we never detected Zika cases, and it's based on PCR, of course, and after we are performing serotype analysis, and we are performing some genotype analysis. So we share the data with the Lao authority, but I cannot really say that it's integrated. It's more like a research activities that we are doing, but it's not really for now integrated in the system of reporting the dengue cases. So.
This is very fair, and it shows that we still have room to grow and room to improve on all this. Maybe Dr.
So, good afternoon. I have two advantages to start off with. I work in a Government of India Research Institute, and I am completing 20 years in genomics this September. So, why these two advantages were important, what I share now is that when COVID has its first two cases in India in February 2020, my lab was given the responsibility to set up a genomic surveillance program from scratch, because at that point of time, we didn't have an optimized protocol for sequencing SARS-CoV-2 because we didn't know what is the best method to sequence. But it's a long journey since February 2020 to April 2024, wherein we had major genomic centers in India which were in tens at that point of time, but during this time it is counting more than 200 genomic centers in India. And we do genomic surveillance at three different layers. One aspect is community surveillance, second is clinical surveillance, and third part is point of port of entry surveillance. And I'll give one example for each of these. So during different variants of concern led waves worldwide, probably India was one of the country or probably only country that we set up mobile sequencing at the Delhi airport itself for people traveling from initially during the time of Alpha, for people traveling from UK at that point of time, and during the time of Omicron for all the international travelers who landed in Delhi. We did RT-PCR at the airport itself, and all the positive RT-PCRs were done sequencing, and we were able to give report within 30 hours that which variant does it carry. So that's part of the intervention strategy to the government, that for whom do we need compulsory hospitalization or quarantine at home or quarantine in a government facility. For community surveillance, one of the examples which comes to my mind, that when Omicron came to India somewhere in December 2022, it was first the BA.1, and it was the genomic surveillance activity which helped us to map very beautifully that it almost took a month for BA.1 to evolve into BA.2 and its dissemination into the communities in India. And that time frame was very critical from the government's planning perspective in terms of deciding whether we should go for a national lockdown or localized lockdown. So the genomic surveillance data was used for dividing country into different zones of possible lockdowns based on what was the positivity cases we are reporting, what was the doubling time which we were seeing. The third part is what we have now strengthened further is point of care sequencing in terms of clinical surveillance of diseases. Starting with COVID-19, we set up clinical whole genome sequencing for diseases of concern or pathogens of concern in the hospital itself. So we divided or we evolved in India the concept of micro lab and mega lab. So micro labs were the ones where point of care sequencing can be done in a quick turnaround time but in resource limited settings, whereas mega lab you can do high throughput sequencing for high number of samples as well. So that way we kind of distributed the network of micro and mega labs across length and breadth of country, because as you will appreciate, India is almost size of a continent with 1.4 billion population. So we need a more focused or more logical distribution of any strategy in that sense. So that learning has now been strengthened further as we now concentrate on dengue genomic surveillance, which I will probably speak at a later point of time. But then it's a three-tiered surveillance of port of entry, community, clinical, and then a combination of micro and mega lab-based genomic surveillance for pathogens of concern in India.
Very interesting. I go now to Dr. Lee from Thailand. So what is the situation in Thailand? Can you give us a view of what's going on?
Yeah, as first as Sanama Sole, I'd like to say thank you for the organization committee for giving me an opportunity to be here. For me, as the university person, I didn't do much about the surveillance in human, but I think it is the duty of the MOPH Thailand. But I think in the aspect it's not quite much different from any other country. But for me, I have the research about the mosquito surveillance. I just start with my colleagues who is the entomologist, and we also have the collaboration with the Bernhard Knott Institute in Hamburg, Germany. For us, even we are the endemic area, but in our country we also have the high spot area and cold spot area, which is the province that have very high cases and the low cases. So for me and my colleagues, we interested on in the how different between the mosquito in these two areas. So we collect the mosquito, both egg, larvas, and also the adult one, and we try to sequence. And also we will do with my colleagues in Germany to do what different between this kind of mosquito. Why are there any relationship between the mosquito vector and the cases in the hot spot and cold spot? How different? We will have the survey for 3 years. And unfortunately, if I have more information, and next year I can be here again, maybe I can share more result about that. But okay, it is, I think, the mosquito surveillance also very important in the way that we can answer what happened between the cold spot and hot spot area.
Okay, but this is a research activity, so this is something that is separated from the public health for now. Okay, thank you. And now, Dr. Alam, can you share how it's going in Bangladesh?
Thank you. Good afternoon. The genomic surveillance in Bangladesh is a routine work. Since 2007, in our country, we are conducting the surveillance of influenza virus with the help of CDC Atlanta. Through this platform, when the COVID-19 has come, 2020 in Bangladesh, then we used that platform for genomic surveillance of COVID-19. We have sequences, more than 4,000 sequences from Bangladesh of COVID-19, and all of the sequences have submitted to the Peter G8. After when dengue virus has come, in 2023, we have experienced an urgent situations in our country. More than 321,000 people has infected in dengue, and almost 2,000 people has died due to dengue virus. And we have utilizing the platform of genomic sequencing technology like as Illumina and Oxford Nanopore. we have sequenced more than 50 sequences of dengue viruses, and we detected 4 types of serotype, DEN 1, 2, 3, and 4. And in case of Bangladesh, we have seen DEN 2 serotype is more prevalence in our country rather than DEN 1 and 4. And we have submitted all the sequences in the GZ8. So these are the current situations in Bangladesh. Thank you.
So that's a great example of what COVID have brought, because those are directly the follow-up of things that were set up during the COVID-19 that you could then transpose to do locally. That's great. Is there other examples among the panels, among the countries, that's of situation where COVID, you also mentioned, Dr. Lee, that COVID in a way helped set up things that are now used for other pathogens?
Yeah, so what we have built, what capacity we have built during COVID, previously, pre-COVID, we only had limited genome sequencing capacity, like only one center in the Philippines, that's the Philippine Genome Center, and only one campus. And then RITM, my institute, has a MySeq then. And then after, during the COVID pandemic, so the Genome Center, the Philippine Genome Center, expanded to 2 more campuses in 2 main islands of the Philippines. And RITM also expanded its capacity to increase more genomic activities, and also expanded to 5 national, subnational laboratories to do genomics on a smaller scale.
So in Laos, we have currently only 2 institutes that are able to do next generation sequencing, so Institut Pasteur du Laos and Lamrou. We are both using nanopore technology, and I think both labs try to develop new technique to now move on to new pathogen. We are starting to set up the full-length genome sequencing for dengue and chikungunya, and we started also some work on influenza viruses. We have a collaboration starting with the veterinary lab, because currently the sample are shipped to US CDC 2 times a year, so time to time they have the genomic information 6 months or 1 year after. So we try to develop new protocol, and as I know in Lomrou, we also develop some protocol for RSV and also some protocol for flu. So I think in the few months or few years, we will increase really the genomic surveillance capacity in the Laos. We hope that soon the national lab will be also equipped, and we can help them to be trained and to set up the capacity in their own institute.
Okay. So that could be a call for people that are here and that are specialized in machines. That could be very helpful in some countries and where there are none yet. And that's, yeah, that could be very interesting. In India, you mentioned that you made the transition and you are now using for the surveillance of dengue also. How is it performed? And India has as you mentioned, the added complication of being a gigantic country. So how is it constructed? And also again, do you have something that is integrated in the sense that you have the One Health approach that we heard in some, the mosquitoes, that could also be important to understand the dynamics of these arboviruses?
So a couple of learnings we try to implement as well as do it in a way where we take different opinion into perspective as well. For example, when we started during COVID times, there were slight lag in terms of uploading the data to GSAID for international availability. And there were sensitivities from the fellow people who were doing the same. So one of the aspects which we try to do as a country, that we came up with something called INSACOG, which is Indian Consortium for SARS-CoV-2, with the idea that, okay, if you are not ready to share data immediately, you share in an intermediate platform where there would be a team which will look at the data, and then their job would be to plug in that data to GSAID. Going forward, what we now understand that as a policy from the government, we have now have something called IBDC, which is Indian Biological Data Consortium, wherein every project funded by government wherein data needs to be shared. So some of the aspects which we covered during these 2 days is about data sharing. not only internationally but nationally as well, because of the size and dimensions of the country which we belong to. So there has been a much more policy level decision that okay, data generated is of course generated by you, but then it's not owned by you in that sense, and it has to be shared to a central place where the data would be given access for people to access the data, analyze the data, and help in the inferences. That's one part of it. Going forward on dengue, we have now formed a consortium which is called APSI. That's basically a consortium for pathogen surveillance initiative, wherein we are taking some sort of a smart surveillance based approach, wherein given the dimensions of the country, probably there would be practical challenges to do community level surveillance for all 1.4 billion people at a regular level. So one of the thought process is that can we move towards, or can we incorporate a smart surveillance? Now what do we mean by smart surveillance? So one of the idea on the table is that can we have say a city-based, prominent city-based surveillance to see that whether, because they have higher footfalls, they have higher people coming in and out. So if we have a sustained surveillance in those city clusters, we give ourselves a better opportunity to capture any new pathogen introduction or any new variant of pathogen introduction in the Indian setup. So we have now some prominent cities where we do city-based surveillance in a deeper way, and that data is again monitored and shared with amongst and we work as a Genomics Institute, we work very closely with an organization again in India called NCDC, National Center for Disease Control. So it's like in almost like real time we have interactions that whatever, if we notice any red flag, that's communicated to NCDC, and their job is to trace back and then come up with a strategy for contact tracing. So there is a division of responsibility in terms of we doing genomic surveillance activity, and then the matching arm doing follow-up studies in terms of contact tracing and all sampling, and again those samples being sourced back to India. So it's like a lot of learnings from COVID has now been institutionalized in a way, wherein we are in the process of setting up a framework for more sustainable and all-encompassing network of pathogen surveillance for India. And before I end, one of the aspects which again based on success of how vaccination helped us in a way, we are now prioritizing diseases for which vaccination would be taken up at the level of the country. So one of the vaccination strategy which we now have picked up is cervical cancer, for example. Dengue we haven't picked up yet because there has been trials going on, but the success has been a bit challenging in terms of to make decision that okay, this would be a fruitful strategy, fruitful outcome in terms of dengue vaccination. But I'm aware of specific trials going for dengue vaccination. But learning again from the vaccination success, that's something being implemented. And before I hang up, one thing which is point which I heard yesterday, which I wanted to bring in here is both as a collective, as a country, probably there's a need also to come up with strategies which suits you. For example, we had a challenge of how do we vaccinate 1.4 billion people, given all the challenges of cost and stuff. So one of the strategy which we decided was how about making it in India itself. So all Indian population vaccinated almost 3 times, first dose, second dose, and booster were made in India with 2 prominent vaccines of COVID-19 in India. And that infrastructure which was created for COVID vaccine is now being used for HPV vaccine and possibly going forward for other vaccines. So that way we were able to drastically take care of the cost component and the magnum with which we have to vaccinate our population as well.
Very nice. And so you touch upon a bit what could be, and sometimes also what is important is the communication and the exchanges with the public health authorities. Is that something that you could address also in Thailand?
Yeah, in Thailand, in the COVID-19 pandemic, Thailand already joined the Global Surveillance Network, and also we send the sequence to the GISAID. And among our country, we have the collab system with hosted by MOPH Thailand. We have to report the case day by day to the MOPH, and they can have the whole day report to the public. And I think for that one, they also can use for the arbovirus surveillance, as well as we have the collaboration among many other aspects for virologists, epidemiologists, social on that day. So I think we can maintain that. And as well as infrastructure, and also the equipment. Long time ago, we have very few real-time PCR machines, but right now, all over the country, we have a lot. So if we would like to do the arbovirus surveillance in case of outbreak, I think we can do that, the whole country. And we also have the workforce who has experience with the molecular detection, and we have the network for sequencing. So I think we can maintain all that even the pandemic is over, but I think it also can be used for arbovirus surveillance.
But for now, you mentioned that your activities in terms of entomological surveillance is research-based. What do you think is missing to convince the Ministry of Health that this could be also part of the surveillance, and that could bring new information that could be useful to understand the dynamic of the circulation of the virus?
Very good questions. I think if we find something interesting, maybe we can, share to the public, or we can, talk more about this into the Ministry of Public Health. Whether we find something very interesting, or it can be some kind of policy for the vector control, especially in the hotspot area, because if we think, okay, in that area, mosquito should be, maybe it can, we have to pay more attention. We have to announce for or cast campaign for the vector control. So I think, yeah, from the research, it can impact for the policy to the MOPH.
Dr. Alam, you mentioned that you made the switch. Basically, you are now surveilling. You had dengue cases, you got genomes, you share the genomes, which is great, thanks to AP Arbo. One of the discussions as well there is this costs money. And how can we try to get the most information from as little as possible in terms of sequencing, as with little money, how we can make the best of it? How do you decide when you have an outbreak of dengue? How many cases do you sequence? How do you cover the country? Can you comment on approaches to try to be cost effective?
Okay, well, to do research is need funds. So every scientist in there, every researchers, every organizations, there are challenges with these funds. So in our country, right now we are doing this dengue genomic surveillance based on the government funds. So that's why we are there's a scarcity. Still, there is a scarcity of data. So it would be better if we get the more funds from the international funders, like COVID-19. So we have seen in the COVID-19 pandemic, we get more funds. So that's why we did a lot of research regarding that. But in case of COVID-19, due to the scarcity of funds, we are just bounded ourselves to do PCR testing, and we can do some genomic data sequences. So I hope it will be better for us if we get more funds from the international organizations to go our research in an advanced level. Thank you.
And I would like to also discuss a bit challenges. Some of the challenges we discuss are money, and some of the challenges are sometimes response, the public health response. We have this example that has been cited before during the COVID-19 pandemic. Some countries were doing very good surveillance, and they reported very early new variants that were maybe of interest or of concern. And the response was that the frontiers were closed, and the exchanges with that country, for example, were closed, which was very dramatic in terms of economical impact. So how can we do better to communicate in ways that prevent fear, but that make more people realize that what we are getting is information that can be used positively to try to better protect, and that there will be no bad consequences for the country that is reporting. So basically to encourage the countries to be as transparent as possible. I don't know who wants to...
Just take a moment, because you touched on a very, very important aspect of how to decide how many samples to sequence. And that becomes such a critical question for a country like India, wherein how many samples do you sequence to say that, well, we have sequenced enough number of samples. And so one of the strategy which we try to follow, again, that there is definitely scope for, there may be scope of improvement, is we first gave ourselves an option that, okay, as first part, let's try to see what percentage of dengue patients end up with severe cases of dengue. So in partnership with clinical setup, for example, in my lab, with one hospital partnership last year, we sequenced around 7,000 dengue samples. And with clinical information that how many of them were mild and how many of them were severe. And one of the, in addition to the genomic surveillance, one of the outcomes which we were looking for, that can we identify genomic hotspots in the patients who had severe infection. And the article is not online yet, but we have some very interesting findings in that regard, that how certain mutations are very significantly associated with disease severity. For last 2 years sample from Delhi, samples based out of Delhi, and these are from the samples collected in 2022 and 2023 of around 7,000 dengue samples. So that is, and we intend to take those findings forward in 2024, that instead of sequencing whole genome for all the samples, we are going to pick out those amplicons which harbor these sequences, which harbor these mutations, and do targeted sequencing to do some sort of population level validation that, okay, what is my success rate in terms of calling out or a mild or a severe form. Of course, the ones which will be not following this aspect would be taken forward for whole genome parallelly as well. But probably if success is what we expect it to be, then probably going forward in 2025, we will be more implementing our targeted regions for detection and severity associated mutations, which will decrease our cost as well as throughput in terms of the number of samples which we can process.
So we'll stay maybe in that topic then. Other suggestion about how we can make the most with little money? Otherwise we go back to the next question, which is how there are challenges and how we can communicate with stakeholders to try to really make people understand. And it's not just the stakeholder, it's also the public that, as we've seen, are not really aware of all these technological aspects. How we can make them better understand that this is useful and not a source of added danger. And then maybe we can also ask the opinion from Kesehatan. So maybe Peter, you could be also commenting on these issues, on how we can communicate better with the stakeholders.
Thank you very much, Etienne. I appreciate everybody also for coming all the way to Bali. So I know it's a long way for some of you. I think from a Kesehatan perspective, I think the first thing that comes up is not a red flag, but it's something I notice. And Rajesh, I worked with Agrawal during the pandemic, and the relationship of Kesehatan with the ICMR goes all the way back to Dr. Ganguly, that was very involved in the creation of Kesehatan. And I have seen the signs on the wall, the writing on the wall, that India was building up its network. So from one side, we're extremely happy this happens. We encourage every country to really do that. On the other side, though, I have to be very honest, and I'm known to be frank, is this thing, does a country believe that there could be a concern if, you have neighbors. Yeah? We all have neighbors. And if we start building our own little walls around that, so India right now has access to the data from 214 countries and territories. We have a total of 215. You're one of them, so you have 214. You get their access, but currently they don't get much of your access. They get very little. We are 0 collected this month, 70 in the month of March. So we have now a new thing, and I'm just thinking, and with the pandemic accord in these discussions, how do the panelists, and they have very little time to maybe answer that, so Etienne, if you allow me, where we may this journey go if countries begin to sort of, have their own little systems and not really share with each other. Because I think the big success that we had, and we heard in the last 2 days, the significance of genomic surveillance and how now is this, it's a tool that's really used now in public health decision making. How does this affect it? And I think this is a question to all of you. Thailand, you know, we talked about Dr. Suet, people who have visions, but there's also this concern. Etienne, thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, so I will let people
Maybe
respond.
for me, yeah, I think the communication is very important. So how can we digest the scientific point into the way that the community can access or easy or accessible? And I think the cooperation is very important. We may alert them, we warn them that, okay, it may have something happen if you not cooperate with us. We have to give them the knowledge. And I think maybe if we can have the campaign again for the mosquito control, and I think they may know that, and we have to give them the real situation. What will happen if we not work together, if we not work with the ministry or even with the researcher or university? I think they will have an imagine about the picture of what will happen, and they may, give us more cooperation if we, give them the accessible data.
A brief comment. So while I was looking for my flight tickets to Bali, ideally I could have got direct flight from Delhi to Bali. But there was not. So I had to go to Singapore and then come to Bali. So that's some sort of analogy to say that, well, what you pointed out because I'm a researcher at the core of my heart. So there are few decisions which are to be done, in different brackets, and then you need to run a thread across that as well. So one of the things which till we end up with a decision at the level of the country, there are ways in which researchers can strengthen it as well. And one of the way in which I try to practice as part of my lab is that if you make the data public, which for example, I think last month we uploaded 1023 dengue sample data to GSAID, and do publish and link it with your publication so that you can have a leverage in terms of making the data accessible, but still aligning with what government's evolution or decision making in that process is. So I'm not saying we have reached a destination, but that's a work in progress. But at the same time, being responsible as a researcher, as a scientist as well, that how community may benefit, as we also have been beneficiary of that during our 2 decades of my journey as well, that we have benefited from the other side as well. So it's not only one way in that sense. So I completely acknowledge the point, but you trust me that there is a work in progress, and there is a very active consideration or discussions going on. And being part of government institute, I'm privy to those discussions as well.
Okay, so still challenges. So I want to, we just have a few minutes left. I would like to switch to completely different, like what's the dream? What would be like the best situation in a few years where technology and money will help us to do something that is not really necessarily possible today for many reasons? We heard about metatranscriptomic sequencing to identify like unexpected or new pathogens. How is that something that we can hope for a close future in some of the countries, in some of the panels that are here? Is that something that you think could have a benefit for public health? Or is it something that is really far and we need to focus on maybe more urgent issues of just having a sequencer in a country, for example?
Yeah, in Laos, to be honest, metatranscriptomics seems a dream for now. I will say that not only the technology is a challenge, I think the capacity, the bioinformatic capacity, is really for me the most challenging part of that. In Laos, for example, there is really few people that are trained and be able to do the analysis. So it's really like we try to train the Lao people to, but like the bioinformatic thing, it's really, for me, it's also not only the technology, it's like the knowledge for the people to be able to do the work by themselves. It's really, for me, the biggest challenges that we have in our country for now. So yes, I would love to have more sequencer, but I know that it will not help the country. It will be more focused on training and building new capacity to be able to involve of some things that working better for sure.
Okay. But there is apparently an academy that just started, so opportunities to maybe train people. Very nice. Do you want to?
I mean, normally I protect myself against complaining for fund because I think there are many doors to knock. And if you continuously knock at different doors with certain key in your hand, some doors would open for sure. And that has been my experience of running the lab, that people have funders, government, non-government, foundations, have opened door to certain ideas. But the challenge on our part is to keep knocking on different doors. Some definitely open for sure. Before I hang up, the only word which I use such opportunities to also highlight that when we talk of lot of expectations from this part of, probably there is also a need for, when we say integrative, there is also a need for integrative, equitable co-option of intellectual space as well. And that's a point which I have been referring across many forums, that when we end up using lot many targeted panels, targeted kits, this, that, none of them are surely developed in India. And none of them are developed around this. So it's very difficult for me as a researcher in genomics to imagine that if we are talking about infectious disease, how come a panel will perform well if we don't use the opportunity of 1.4 billion people. So I will rest my case with request to stakeholders that you need to think about it, that whether we are good as a buyer or user of your reagents, or we are also good as your intellectual partner as well. And that's where I will start.
Okay, so our time is up, but what I heard is really different experiences, different situations. And so I think that the more we can continue the discussion offline now, and maybe there are things that could be benefit for each other by discussing more about either specificity or strategy that have been implemented in each of the countries. So please, thanks all the panel participants for this session, and we have to close now.
Thank you very much, moderator and all speakers, for this insightful panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, proceed into next agenda, fifth presentation on session 4B, current vaccine development landscape for arboviruses. Please welcome Dr. Indra Rudiansyah, mRNA and Viral Vector Vaccines Program, Bio Farma Indonesia.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to say thank you to all participants to staying with us until the last sessions, and indeed, of course, for the organizer for inviting us to participate in this important meeting and give us an opportunity to share high-level information regarding the current landscape for arbovirus vaccines development. So in the previous sections, a lot of speaker has mentioned regarding how diverse is arbovirus is. Arbovirus belongs to many groups, and some of them has indeed a very importance for us. For example, like we heard a lot about dengue, chikungunya, and Zika. But also don't forget that there is also a lot another viruses that also very important. For example, like Rift fevers, which is it can lead to economic burden as it's a very little to livestock, and also it has a high mortality in human as well. And also there is a lot of arboviruses that also can can become the cause for the next epidemic, such as CCHF. So arboviruses is distributed quite globally, and it's centralized in a tropical country. However, as I mentioned earlier, that there is a lot of evidence that the virus with the climate change, there is a lot of expansion from the factor where the factor spread across the whole countries, the whole world, and it also can lead to more increase in terms of arbovirus incidence. How arbovirus spread is obviously the virus need factors, but the cycles itself can start from the wildlife as a reservoir, which transmit to the factors that can transfer the viruses to humans. And also, there is reservoirs in the domesticated animals that also can transmit the virus to the vector, where the vector also can transmit to the humans. And in that cases, if the virus can can replicate quite strongly inside the humans, the level of viremia can be very high, and that can start the epidemic cycle or the urban cycle, where the human can be an active reservoir to transmit more virus, such as for dengue or Zika. And if the virus is can lead to low viremia, the human then can be the endpoint of the endpoint of the reservoir. Indeed, arbovirus need a factor in order to spread. There is a lot of factors, mosquitoes, tick, sandfly, but mostly the virus is spread through the mosquitoes. And because the virus spread by the mosquitoes, the primary strategy to reduce the viral infections is by control the vectors. In the past, we use several technologies, we use several strategies in order to bring down, control the vectors, such as the using of pesticide. But currently, there is a lot of increase on the mosquito that are resistant to pesticide that use currently. So there is a lot of alternative strategy in the future. For example, like Wolbachia, we heard a lot about Wolbachia today, but also probably we can introduce new compounds as the main compound for the pesticide in order to bring down or to control the vectors. However, there is no guarantee that the alternative strategy in the future can really eliminate the arboviruses. Therefore, we also need to protect ourselves by building our immunity. And for that, vaccine is a very important tool to fight against arboviruses. Currently, there is some vaccines available to fight against arboviruses. The first one is yellow fever. It's been used a lot by the traveler or people who live in the endemic countries. And there is a chikungunya that currently just been licensed, but the usage of this vaccine is still limited, mostly in the US. And there is several vaccines for Japanese encephalitis that the three of this vaccine has been granted PQ by WHO, but also there is some of the JA vaccines that been granted by the local governments. And of course, dengue vaccines. In the past, we have Dengue that can be used limited to people or to the population with the seropositive status. And we have Takeda as well, TAK-003, that also can be used, start to be used widely, both for seropositive and seronegative status. And there is another advanced vaccine in the late clinical trials developed by NIH, TV-003, which also saw a promising result. So, the knowledge of how vaccine induce immune response can already enrich us how actually the vaccine for arboviruses can work. A lot of vaccine in the past for arboviruses developed by using the whole life pathogens attenuated, either by mutations or by making it as a chimeric vaccines. However, with the better knowledge of those vaccines, we can start to evaluate those vaccines using different platforms. For example, we can narrow it down to, instead of like using the whole pathogen, we can just use the subunit to improve the safety, probably, and also to improve the immunogenicity. The first one is by using the one of emerging platform, which is insect-specific virus. We know that other than arbovirus that become pathogen to human, insect also contain a lot of viruses that they only limit to replicate in the insects. So it opened an opportunity to employ that virus to deliver the vaccine to human. So it's alive attenuated because obviously the virus cannot replicate inside the human, but it can be used to deliver antigens. By replacing the some of the component of the genome of the insect virus into the antigen of interest, we can deliver the vaccine as a live attenuated vaccine, and hopefully it can be safer. And the next one is recombinant viral vectors. During the COVID-19, there is several viral vectors that have been licensed for COVID-19, Janssen's, AstraZeneca, and it has been proven work as well and induce robust humoral and cellular immune response. In the trial of dengue vaccines previously, we know that not only humoral response, that's very important for us to building the protections against the virus, but also cellular immune response. And this platform is a very robust in inducing cellular and humoral response, which can be promising to be used as a platform for the next arbovirus vaccines. Don't get confused with the ISV, where in the ISV, the antigen is delivered as a protein that incorporated into the virus particle. In the recombinant viral vectors, the antigen itself is delivered as a genomic, as a DNA, as a genetic information. So the protein needs to be synthesized de novo in the infected cells in order to trigger immune response. The next two, we're quite familiar with this platform, DNA vaccine, which has been evaluated for many other vaccines, and also virus-like particle, which is the cell-forming nanoparticle similar to the virus, but lack of genetic materials, which is we use in hepatitis B vaccine, HPV, and it also can be one of the platforms that be used for for the arbovirus. The next one is quite unique because it's quite different with the concept of the vaccination, where we need specific antigens in order to induce the immune response. But this platform, which is called mosquito salivary protein vaccines, it targets the protein that contained in mosquito saliva. So it is known that the protein that contained in the saliva, in the saliva have a role to promote the infections of the virus. The idea is by building an immunity to those proteins, it can induce broad immune response to those proteins and trigger the broad protection against a lot of virus. For example, if we use the protein from Aedes aegypti saliva, perhaps we can protect it against dengue and Zika. And the last one, of course, mRNA vaccines. The COVID-19 has been kind of like a game changer for us that allow us to use mRNA vaccines for various target diseases. I will come back later to this part. So of course, nothing is perfect. There is still a lot of room for improvement. The ISV, the need for the research to determine safety and efficacy, and the DNA vaccine, it's quite problematic in order to do mass vaccinations. And the VLP, although is quite effective to trigger immune response, but the process of manufacturing is quite complex. And the salivary protein vaccine, perhaps, this will be limited to the transmission that, or to the exposure when we only bitten by the mosquito. However, if we get exposed through the blood donor or perhaps from sexual, because we know some arboviruses also can be transmitted into sexual, like Zika, perhaps this vaccine won't work. So this is currently the landscape of vaccines against arboviruses. It's in a color code, so hopefully it can be visible. That currently undergo the clinical trial, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. As you can see, there is a lot of candidate for chikungunya, for Zika, because currently there is no vaccine available for Zika as well. And there is also only one vaccines against CCHF, and there is only 2 vaccines against RVF, which is highlighted that we also need to diversify the vaccine development to the pathogen that in the next near future perhaps can be the center of epidemic. So yeah. So yesterday we heard that all this technology for vaccine development, diagnostic, or treatments will be useless if it can be used mass rapidly, if there is no equity in terms of that. So therefore, we know that mRNA is quite success in order to building a protection against COVID-19, and it unlock more opportunities for other target diseases. Therefore, in order to promote equity, WHO and MPP start the mRNA technology transfer programs in order to local manufacturing capable to produce mRNA vaccine and can strengthen their pandemic preparedness. The program itself is centralized in South Africa, where the African is located and selected as a hub to develop the process for mRNA drug substance and drug product productions. Then those technology will be transferred to 15 different partners, including Indonesia, where biopharma are responsible to receive that technology. So zoom into biopharma itself. Biopharma is a vaccine manufacturing belong to the government, and we capable to produce various drug substance and drug product across different technology, such as live attenuated, protein recombinant VLP, bacterial vaccines, and currently we are in the process to expand our capability to produce mRNA and viral vectors. We received the support from our governments and CEPI in order to building the infrastructure and also to expand our capability in acquire this technology. We also partnership with Afrigen, where the technology will be developed, and the current process using COVID-19 as an antigen model. Therefore, in the future, we need to select the target disease that can be used for this technology. Therefore, we participate with several universities. Apologize, this is the previous slide. That we collaborate with a University of Indonesia, and we collaborate with Mahidol vaccine, Mahidol 5 Research Unit, in order to select the target diseases. And last month, MPP and WHO established 4 different consortia in Southeast Asia in order to prioritize the disease target. We have one dengue, malaria P5X, HFMD, and HPV therapeutic that can be used for this platform. So arboviruses as well can be evaluated using this platform. So in summary, the increased incidence of the increased incidence and the potential spread of the virus to the new places highlight the urgent need to develop a new vaccines, especially for those vaccines that are currently not available in the world. And the emerging technology can be used to evaluate those candidates. And in order to achieve that, we need a collaboration, public partnership, governments, in order to establish the capability and to evaluate new vaccines for arboviruses. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Indra Rudiansyah. Ladies and gentlemen, next to delve deeper about empowering vaccine innovation in the Global South, leveraging local genomic data collection and vaccine technology platform. Let us welcome Dr. Ines Atmo Sukarto, Chief Executive Officer, Lipotech, Australia.
Right. Thank you very much, and thank you to the organizer for the invitation to speak here. So I'm here on behalf of Lipotech, which is a niche biotech company that came out of the Australian National University, located in Canberra, where we do a lot of preclinical development of vaccine technologies, especially in liposome-based vaccines and new immune adjuvants. But I've also spent a lot of time this past 2 years in my role as a technical advisor to the Indonesian Minister of Health, especially on Indonesia's genomic national program, and I hope you all had a chance to stop at the BGSI booth outside to see what Indonesia is doing in that space. So Lipotech is a niche biotechnology in that we focus on very specific use of lipid-based particle for the development of vaccines. It's co-located still within the John Curtin School of Medical Research, and as such, there is always the opportunity to do interesting development work with researchers at the ANU. And I've put on this slide Professor Ian Coburn because some of the work that I'll talk about is some of the work that we're collaborating on the development of and identification of novel adjuvants for vaccine formulations. So I'm lucky to come after Indra because he's done a lot of background description about the landscape in the vaccines, but what I'm going to try and do is talk about more about what's possible, what sort of new technologies out there that we can develop, especially in the Global South, to empower the Global South to develop its own vaccines. And with, as I said, a focus on these liposome-based platform for vaccine delivery. So there are a lot of challenges in vaccine development, although some of the speakers yesterday said, yeah, we take it for granted that vaccines can be developed. Well, it's actually not that easy because all the low-hanging fruits have been done, and what is now remaining is all the more challenging vaccines to develop, right? The vaccines for TB, the vaccines for malaria, and even vaccines for dengue fever, because we know the ones that are there still have some limitations, and there is still the potential to improve on those products. So challenges for us researchers are, can we shorten the time from discovery to testing of these clinical candidates? Can we reproduce these antigens so that we can induce the adequate immune responses that are of the strength and quality that is needed for effective protection? And I think what is most challenging is, can we predict at an early stage the safety and efficacy of these vaccine candidates? And that's really what is limiting our ability to rapidly develop some of these vaccines. Technology can help in addressing some of these challenges, and especially because we're here today with GISAID, genomics and proteomics can help with one thing. They can really help us on the vaccine antigen discovery side. But there's other things that technology can do. Structural biology can help us design more broadly protective antigens. Synthetic technologies can help accelerate vaccine production. And what is close to my heart is adjuvants and immune potentiators. They can help tailor our immune response. At the moment, a lot of vaccine development is very kind of like one size fits all, right? But what is really needed is finding the right vaccine for the right disease, the right adjuvants for the right disease, because the type of immune responses that are needed to protect us against COVID might not be the same type of immune responses that are necessary to protect us against TB or malaria, as these pathogens are very different. So understanding how the immune response works and understanding how we can trigger the right type of immune responses is what is really going to help us develop better vaccines. vaccines. And obviously predicting safety and efficacy is always very close or a very important part of vaccine development, as vaccines are often given to healthy people, and therefore the safety bar is very high. But system biology and computational methods can help with that. Now, if we think that technology can help us develop better vaccine, what this slide shows is really technology ownership is very much located in high-income countries, right? So, and I'm focusing here mainly on adjuvant technologies, and if we look at what adjuvants are out there for the development of vaccines, it's clear that they are controlled by some large companies located mostly in high-income countries, with China now developing some of their own platforms. And that can sometimes be an impediment, right? Although Biopharma was very successful in developing its own COVID vaccine product that's based on a recombinant protein, it had to have access to Dynavax's adjuvants, which was an important large component of the cost of the product. So, it would be great to see more of these technologies be in the hands of the countries that are located in the global south, where we know a lot of the diseases that are a challenge to the vaccine world are really diseases that are affecting those countries. Now, Indra gave you a really nice overview of all the vaccines that have been licensed for arboviruses. But what I noticed when I was putting together this table is that some of these vaccines were developed almost 40 years ago. And if we look at the type of technologies that are used, they seem to be very much biased towards live attenuated or inactivated vaccines. And again, I'm very lucky Indra gave you all the background, all of these different technologies. But if we look at the potential for technologies in developing new type of vaccines, there's so many other technologies out there that could be used to develop better arbovirus vaccines, but also better vaccines in general. And in addition, because we are talking about dengue, which is a disease that's mosquito-borne, there's also the added interesting complication that comes with the glycosylation of the protein, because we know that glycosylation of proteins that produced by insects is quite different to that produced in other organisms. So when we produce our vaccines, if we're going to be producing them as recombinant proteins, that's another added challenge. So there are a lot of technologies out there, and it would be great to see candidates being developed more, or to see more of a variety in the pipeline. So genomics, yes, genomics can help us develop vaccines, if new, especially for new diseases, because it helps us understand the viral genome. It helps us identify the target. It can help us rationally design our vaccines, and other technologies can help us speed up vaccine production. Indra talked about the mRNA vaccines, and we've had the proof of concept, if you want, with the COVID vaccines, where, in the 100 days, a candidate COVID vaccine was developed. So, I think that can show you what can be done if a lot of money is thrown at a problem, and if a lot of big companies are in the race to produce these products. But the vaccines that we're talking about today seem to have been progressed at a much slower pace. Now, adjuvants, and I'll be the adjuvant advocate here, they are the unsung hero of vaccine formulations, because we tend to focus very much on the disease, and so we should, because that's where the specificity comes. But the immune system needs to see not only the adjuvants, it needs to actually get the right danger signal, the right polarization. And that's where adjuvants can help us in enhancing immunogenicity, potentially also reducing the doses that we are needing through antigen sparing. It can help tailor the immune response. So if we actually understand the disease, we can improve how we design vaccines. And it can also help us boost responses in specific populations, such as the elderly and the immune compromised. I think the next generation vaccines have great potential, and it's great to see all that investment that's been made in the global south. But there are still a lot of unmet needs. And even with mRNA vaccines, I think what we've seen is still just the beginning of their potential, because at the moment it's the mRNA sequence and one type of formulation, and therefore you could get one type of immune response. But there's potential to actually help enhance that immune response that's delivered by the mRNA vaccine through the addition of adjuvants. So that's what we're doing at Libotech. We're working on these lipid particles as nanoscaffold. We attach the antigen on the surface of the particles and include in the lipid bilayer immune stimulants. We focus on specific size particles so that we can actually filter sterilize them, and it also happens to be the size of viruses, so we think that that's the most ideal size for recognition by the immune system. We've developed a first platform that includes a TLR4 agonist, so it induces a very strong, balanced humoral and adaptive immune responses. And we've tested it in tuberculosis in preclinical models with our collaborators at Biopharma through a long collaborations that we've had here in Indonesia, and as well as in malaria. So there's critical aspects to these nanoparticle type vaccines that focuses very much on the physical-chemical characterization of the product, because we believe that how the vaccine looks, how the nanoparticle looks, is quite important to how well it will work. Now, I will just shift gear and talk about that project that we're working on with the Australian National University that really started during the pandemic, when we were like, oh, well, if one of these adjuvants that's used in the Novavax vaccine is produced from the bark of a tree that grows in South America, there will be some limitation to how much vaccines can be produced, right? So we started looking for a new adjuvant, for new adjuvants in collaboration with researchers at the Australian National University through an in vitro screen first, which we then took into formulation and then testing in animals. And we searched through 800 compounds, identified some that in vitro could induce immune responses, and that led to about 10 compounds being identified, which we've then put in animals, and you've seen what you can see here, and it's that it induces an immune response that is as strong as our Lipovaccine S4 platform, or the one that has a TLR4 adjuvant, which happens to be quite expensive. Some of these compounds can be produced much cheaper because they can be produced by fermentation as they're metabolites of microbial metabolites. So we're very excited about the potentials that these new adjuvants have, either as adjuvants for recombinant protein vaccines, but also as adjuvants potentially for mRNA vaccines, and we're doing some work in animals at the moment to test them. Now, I'm standing here talking about this because we've been collaborating quite actively with Indonesia, especially with Biopharma, and I think that's a way that we can try and take some technology that is developed in some of these other countries to the global south. But technology is not the all and be all, because developing a vaccine is not just finding the right formulation. That's probably just at the beginning. At the end of the day, we need to be able to test them, and we need to be able to make them. And that all needs to happen here in Indonesia, right? If we're talking about that. India has shown that they can do that very well, but I think there are few countries that are able to do that end to end. So building more capacity in country is going to be critical to achieve that. So can access to technology strengthen local vaccine development? I think it's complicated, in the words of Facebook. Technology and infrastructure are important, but at the end of the day, local capacity, local production, supply chain, I think is also going to be equally important. And I think more and more, and it's great to see the investment done in some of the countries there that are shown for mRNA vaccines, because all of that capacity should actually increase resilience in those countries. And with that, I end you and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ines Atmo Soekardo. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the closing panel discussion, let us hear a presentation about dengue prognostic biomarkers predict dengue, hemorrhagic fever with high sensitivity and specificity. Please welcome Dr. Anthony Chua, Stratificare, Singapore.
Okay, a very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Anthony from Stratificare in Singapore. So before I start, I would first like to thank the organizing committee of the Arbovirus Summit, GSAID, the MOH of Brazil and Indonesia for giving me this opportunity to present over here. So today I will be sharing a little bit more. Today, I'll be sharing a little bit more about our work at Stratificare, which is mainly on dengue prognostic biomarkers and how we can predict dengue hemorrhagic fever with relatively high sensitivity and specificity. So first, a disclaimer. Stratificare is a private company, a startup that spun off from the National University of Singapore with the intention to commercialize the dengue prognostic biomarkers that we are talking about here. And Professor Mary Ng, Tiffany, Min Tet Hien, and myself, we are hired personnel of Stratificare. So yesterday we've heard from some of our speakers that this year, just in the first 4 months alone, we've already hit 4.7 million cases of dengue globally. So like by the end of the year, we think that the number is going to be very high. And for last year, we actually have 6 million officially reported dengue cases globally, which kind of like, even though it's very bad, it pales in comparison. But even with 6 million cases, we are already seeing some of the developing countries having very challenging situations. So this is a picture taken in one of the hospitals in Dhaka, Bangladesh. All the hospital beds were taken up by dengue patients, and for the patients who travel all the way from the rural areas into Dhaka in the hope of seeking treatment for dengue, they would have no hospital beds. What they do is that they will buy a mat and then find a place where they can lie down, lay the mat, and then lie there. And we all also know that right now there's room for improvement when it comes to predicting severe dengue or dengue hemorrhagic fever. Not all the hospitalized patients actually will go on to develop DHF. And also, during such outbreaks, our dear clinicians are suffering because they have so many patients to take care of, and they are also human. They are not robots. So which patients should they really focus their attention on? It's impossible, humanly impossible for them to focus on everybody. And who are the patients who they can more confidently send home? So with this in mind, we actually set off to identify differentially expressed biomarkers that can predict dengue hemorrhagic fever in advance. What we do is that we make use of serum samples from DF patients and DHF patients, and we run protein microarrays in the hope of identifying these differentially expressed biomarkers. We managed to have 176 hits, and we are focusing more on the hits with a z-score of 3 or higher so that we can avoid the potential false positives. We also went on to further characterize these hits based on their locality within the cell and also their function. So in terms of locality in the cell, we see a lot of them being localized in the cytoplasm, followed by cytoskeleton and vesicles. Whereas in terms of function, we are looking more at proteins involved in intracellular trafficking, signal transduction, enzymatic activity, and also muscular functions. Eventually, we've identified 3 biomarkers as potential dengue prognostic biomarkers. These are alpha-2 macroglobulin, mast cell kinase 1, and also vascular endothelial growth factor A. We went on to validate them in adult serum samples collected in Singapore. So the samples were obtained from studies. One of the studies is the adult dengue study, the DC clinic, whereby we obtained samples from 92 patients, of which 59 are DF patients, 33 DHF patients. And from prognosis study, which involves 187 DF patients, but unfortunately for this study, there's only 4 DHF patients. So all in all, we are going to validate the biomarkers in a total of 283 patients. What we did is that we split the whole data set into a 80-20 format, whereby we use the 80% of the data set for training and 20% of the data set as a test data set. So this is the distribution of the levels of the different biomarkers in DF patients as represented by the red dots and the red box plot, and DHF patients as represented by the green dots and green dot plots. On your left, you can see that the levels of alpha-2 macroglobulin is significantly upregulated in DHF patients, and similarly for kinase is also significantly upregulated in DHF patients, as shown on the right panel. And similarly for VEGF-A. So after we split the data into an 80-20 kind of data training versus test data set, we went on to explore different machine learning models, because now with advances in AI and machine learning, we can go beyond the more traditional multivariate logistic regression. So today I will be sharing with you some of the pictorial depiction of our models. The first one will be SVM, support vector machine. And on your left, you can see how the data from the training data set looks like under the trained SVM model. For DHF patients, they are represented in red, and the DF patients are represented in blue. And on your right, you will see how the data set looks like. So from here, we can see that the DF patients and the DHF patients, they actually cluster away from one another. We also make use of different tree-based models. This one is based on the decision tree algorithm. And we also make use of the random forest model. So all in all, in addition to the three algorithms that I showed earlier, we also trained using the multivariate logistic regression model, the more traditional one, and other newer tree-based models such as AdaBoost and gradient boosting. And so if you were to look at the first set on the left, you'll see that the specificity is actually pretty good. It is, all of them is above 90%, while the sensitivity, there's still room for improvements. Whereas when you look at the test data set, which is in the middle, you'll see that specificity pretty much remains in the same range, but interestingly, the sensitivity was very good. And what we did is that we combined all the data set back together again and trained using the same method across the 6 different algorithms, and this is what we get. So definitely specificity-wise, we remain at a high above 90%, whereas sensitivity-wise, we still have room for improvements. This is how the ROC curve looks like. So on your left is the trained model, and on the right is the test data set. So as you can see on the left-hand side, the logistic regression model and the SVM model, that's actually not as ideal as compared to the rest of the tree-based models. But when you come to the data, the test data set as shown in the table earlier, interestingly, they perform very well. So with this in mind, we actually want to reduce, to improve on the sensitivity as much as possible. Or in other words, we try to reduce the amount of false negative predictions as much as possible, because we want to really reduce on the chance of identifying a patient as a DF patient, sending the patient home, and then later on the patient developed DHF. And in order to do this, we make use of different machine learning models and come out with our own ensemble method, whereby we can predict DHF with higher sensitivity. So if you were to look at the confusion matrix on the left, which is the combined data set, you'll see that the sensitivity is at a high 97% after we make use of the proprietary ensemble method. And for the specificity, we are looking at close to 93%. And just now, if you remember, we make use of samples from 2 different studies. And if we were to split it out into the 2 different studies, for the first DC clinic, we see that sensitivity is at 100%, whereas specificity is at close to 92%. And for the second study, the specificity similarly is at 93%. But sensitivity-wise, there's still room for improvement, because for prognostin, there's only 4 DHF patients, and unfortunately, we weren't able to predict correctly for one of them. Taking a page from biomarkers being used in oncology, so a lot of the oncology clinicians, they will ask, oh, why should I use this new set of biomarkers? And so we want to make sure that when we use new biomarkers, they bring new information to the table. And this also answers the question as to why do we really need to make use of all 3 biomarkers? And we performed Pearson and Spearman correlation analysis. From this, we see that actually there's no correlation between the 3 biomarkers. We also did the same against other demographic and commonly used clinical parameters that's used to monitor dengue patients, such as age, body temperature, pulse rate, and also blood pressure, hemoglobin, hematocrit, white blood cell, lymphocyte, and platelet count. And again, to cut a long story short, there's no significant correlation. So from the study, we observed that the combination of the 3 biomarkers actually offers one of the highest accuracies in terms of predicting DHF to date. And the biomarker combination of these 3 proteins, they actually provide additional information to augment the clinical decision-making process when managing dengue patients. And of course, further studies is warranted to validate the biomarkers under different geographical settings. For this study to be possible, we have to work with our dear clinicians. They are very important. So together with us here today is Professor Liu Yisin from Tan Tock Seng Hospital, and also from our National Center for Infectious Disease, and her colleague from Professor David Lai from National University Hospital. We have Professor Sophia Archuleta from Ng Teng Fong General Hospital, Dr. Surinder Pada, and also our other colleagues from the National Center for Infectious Disease, Swee Hock School of Public Health, and the Singapore Clinical Research Institute. And I would also like to thank the grantors, the Singapore National Medical Research Council, the Singapore National Research Foundation, and Spring Singapore. So what's next for Stratificare? We are currently partnering with the Diagnostics Development Hub at the Agency for Science, Technology and Research to roll out the test in the form of a lab-developed test by the end of this year. Currently, DXD Hub is doing their internal validation, and we aim to roll it out through their accredited clinical laboratory. And we hope that through the Arbovirus Summit, we are able to form connections and form partnerships with hospitals, telemedicine providers, clinical laboratories, and also foundations and NGOs and NPOs to bring the products to market. And with that, this is my email and also the QR code to my LinkedIn. Happy to connect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anthony Chua. Ladies and gentlemen, closing panel discussion of the Arbovirus Summit. It's been an enlightening and an engaging event thus far, and we're thrilled to culminate it with the insightful discussion Without further ado, let us welcome our moderator for this closing panel discussion, taking the role of universities. Please welcome Peter Bogner, President of GIS8.
There's no script for that. How are you all doing? So I think this is the very last session of the summit today, and Buriska should be in here. That's great to do the official ceremony. But first, we actually have a representative of universities here in Indonesia, and we're going to call them up right now. Ernie Yuvita from University of Indonesia, Atina Husnayan, Made Susila Utama. Are you in the room also? Made, yeah. All right. You're gonna do microphones? Do you have microphones? They have microphones. You have microphones. Can I sit down with you? An aging man. All right. It's good to see you. So this is an interesting panel. Minister Budi and I were once talking about, I think it was in November when we announced that we have the academy here. And we were thinking, you know, we always talk about international, and Bali is so international. You are, you know, you live in Bali? Yes. Okay, there you go.
Yes.
Yeah, Udayana, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Udayana University.
And I visited, and I know Monash University, of course, and I know your dean, of course. I visited him. And so the discussion was an interesting one, the role of a university, the education system. You have some very, very prestigious faculties in the country. We were recently invited at Erlanga, near Surabaya. We got to meet the faculty. So we know there's really great programs. And in the pandemic, we were able to witness the ability for a faculty, for a university to become really an asset in public health. And Erlanga certainly was that. You know, they were very, exactly, that's exactly what Ibu Inge, I think, is the team, yeah. And we love this model because we haven't seen it everywhere. I live in the US, and the first year of the pandemic, you know, it turned out for what it was, but there were, the private sector, private universities really played a very big role. You know, when the surveillance was not that strong, we were not that well organized, it seemed. But here for Indonesia, and this is a question we're going to pose for you, so we're going to put you on the spot. None of you are a dean, none of you run the university, but it's interesting maybe for the audience and for everybody watching, there's people watching on the internet, I presume, to hear what your vision is, how you can sort of also collaborate and what role you play going forward. And I say this because GIS8 is only here to be a little spark, to inspire. But the work, the load has to be on your shoulder. I would think it has to be on your shoulder. So the question, although it's not really prepared, goes along the lines. And we're going to start with you. How do you think the university can prepare, and I'm speaking from the angle of bioinformatics right now. We heard a lot about genomic sequencing. And at what point will you educate this? At what point does it become a very regular part of the curriculum? How early does that begin? And what role do you really think, if it was up to you, how would you do that?
Okay, thank you. But first of all, I need to admit that I'm talking in behalf of my dean. So, yeah, but, yeah, so, in the Faculty of Medicine, University of Indonesia, I'm acting as a lecturer and also a researcher. So, as to go to the question about how I see this as the role of the university in terms of education to the coming epidemic or pandemic, I think it is really, we can learn from COVID-19 actually, because it's very clear that the university can be involved in the earlier phase in terms of research, because we know that if we look at the diagram of preparing, preventing, and then also tackling the pandemic and then recover, then at the first stage of this process, we really need to understand what is the problem, the disease, for example, that we are facing. So research is the basic. So in that case, university, the staff, the people in the university can take role, because of course the physician on the field that already been busy with the patient, with managing cases. So then we need a group of support from the other side, and in this case the university can take role to do the basic understanding about the problem by doing research. And then luckily during COVID-19 pandemic, the Ministry of Health also support us by providing facilities to do the understanding about the genomic of the COVID, and also the facilities for laboratorium testing for that. So, and in addition to that, of course, because of the medical education, in one aspect is really something not too dynamic. For example, if you learn anatomy, it will be just be the same since the first year of my medical school until now. But then, of course, we need to update the module of education to the students so that they also understand about the new way of looking at the risk of these genomic things. Even though for me as a physician, I'm not really seeing this for more to the patient care, but more to the public health aspects and how you can actually deal with the spread of the diseases. So we also generate a new module for the students, not only for the undergraduate students, but also for the postgraduate, for the internal medicine specialists, for example, pulmonologists, to be updated to this new information and on how to look for the coming problems. For example, at the moment is the dengue virus in Indonesia. So that's from my side. Thank you.
Ibu Atina, so she rates dengue as the big problem right now. Do you see this as the big problem? Is your perception that dengue is right now the big problem? What happened with flu burung? Have we forgotten flu burung here? That's bird flu for you, H5N1. You can use mine.
So yeah, I think before I answer it, I have to declare that I'm quite junior here. I just finished my PhD 1 year ago and start my academic journey. So yeah, I agree that the dengue is a big problem, yeah. And then I might be a little bit short about our research that we have. So in our research, we use the Google Trends data. So thank you for the Mr. Michael who already introduced the Google Trends. So yeah, we use the internet search data that collected from this search engine to understand what happened in the population, specifically for the dengue fever. And from the result, it shows that the increased number of the search is follow the number of the cases, and it's even earlier compared to the official announcement from the local government in Indonesia. If we look back on the pandemic that we had in 2019, the local government, they mostly they say that, oh, we have outbreak like on March or April, but if you look at the Google Trend, it's already give us the signal that the outbreak will be happen like in the early January. So it still give us like 2 months to prepare for the outbreak, I think.
Made.
Yes.
So you hear the ladies dodging really my question. I think, what's the role of the university? So you are right here local, we're not very far from you. You're in Denpasar, just around the corner. Yeah. What happens now in this, with all of you? You've been visiting here now, watching the discussions about genomics, bioinformatics. It's sort of a new field. We heard it a few times that it's more of a newer field. Is it something now you believe that will happen at Udayana? Will there be classes in that field of bioinformatics or genomics? Do you really, believe that microbiology will expand into that right now, in your curriculum? Because I still miss that when I hear that. And we have all these fancy tools that we try to to have created in the world open source tools, right, that make the analysis easier, but you need individuals that want to learn about this. Do you believe that Udayana is one of those universities that will drive genomics and bioinformatics?
Okay, thank you. Udayana University is the center of the university in Bali. We know for the infectious disease like the dengue, for genome sequencing, and we much learn from the COVID-19. In the era of the COVID-19, in Udayana University already done the genomic sequencing, maybe from governments, to know what kind of the sequence of the SARS-CoV-2 in Bali. Where the technology of the genomic sequencing we can do in the dengue infection. As we know, in the last months, the dengue cases in Bali is a very increasing case, and we know too, Bali is the tourist destination, and some tourists have the dengue infection too. So very important to we know in Bali what the kind of the sequencing of the genomic of the Arbovirus.
I'm still trying to find out, and I'm not the one, and I really just filled in that spot. Buriska is here, and she's leaving me up here on the stage. But I think, I'm sort of the person, the outsider, and by the way, I also don't have a PhD, so don't worry about it. But we all can contribute, right? All of us can do our part. I think what I wanted to sort of also get at, do you believe, sort of in the times that you are involved right now, we talk about the experience of the pandemic, is there a more common understanding of the role of genomics? Do you believe students and colleagues in the faculty are more aware of that? Is there an awareness of this being an important tool? And maybe that's an accessible tool, right? I mean, we all know what it used to cost not so long ago. And the cost of sequencing, the ability to generate data is very different today than when it used to be, even prior to the pandemic, right? It's more readily available. So we start with you again. Do you think there will be maybe more interest in that field? And what would it take to get more of, more interest? You need the government. Buriska is here. She will listen very carefully now. To see what's necessary, and also the chief of BGSI, I see her also in the room here. So you go ahead.
Yes, Peter, I think if the question is whether this will be in the interest of the students or the researcher, I think the answer will be yes. But the situation at the moment is for the student itself, they are not really exposed formally with this kind of information, but of course they can look up in the internet or Googling, or might also be involved in one of the studies that have been performed or conducted in our university. But for the researcher itself, because in the University of Indonesia, we have this institution of research, Indonesian Medical Research of Indonesia, that also already, most of the researchers that already exposed to this NGST test, and I believe that months ago we also have the capacity to do the diagnostic there. Yes, because in UI we have this strong collaboration with Oxford unit. So then, yeah, we are also doing some activities regarding this genomic study, but maybe not that massive. Comparing to what I already learned from other countries in the last 2 days. So, but then the answer will be yes. And if you ask about what it takes to expand this more, I think to give more information like a workshop or webinar, a seminar regarding this, and hopefully this can be more like can be translated into more. So if you know about this, what can you do then better compared to the previous situation? I think that will be it. I hope I answer your question. Partly.
Yeah, no, you did very much. Athena, how would we do this? to make it more formal. That's what she's saying. It's not formal yet. How would we make it formal? Is it necessary formal? Do you believe the private sector could play a role in that? Or is it only the government that can drive this?
I think the private sector also can take a part, of course, yeah. But I think the question is back to the role of the university. Does it going to be like the interest for the genetic bioinformatics, right? So, yeah, I'm sort of, because there are so many questions. Yeah, I think that in a Monash, Indonesia, because we're now still new, very new, we only just established, we do not have a specific program on the genomic or bioinformatics so far, but we do have on the public health. And I think that's going to be interest also from the president of our university to perhaps have a specific program on bioinformatics, genomics, such a thing, because we saw that most of our students, they are come from the physician, and then they also have a big interest on the bioinformatics.
You go ahead.
Yeah, of course. For the genomic sequencing, that we can learn, we can give education for our students for the genomic sequencing and more development of genomic sequencing in the next, for the future. We hope with the genomic sequencing that we can have from the government, or we can do more for the other microbiology, and we can development in the hospital. In Bali, we have two kind of the genomic sequencing in the university and also in the center hospital. That maybe we hope in the next more genomic sequencing in the district hospital and the others too, to give community service better for the infectious disease. I hope you understand about the word. Thank you.
No, I think this is good, and you being put on the spot, this is a difficult topic. And it's very broad, as you pointed out. There's a lot of questions. How can the role of a university play in this? But I hope it gives you an impulse, because you did play a role during the pandemic. You all know that. And Monash may be new here. It's not in Australia, but certainly in Indonesia. And I think, I would just sort of summarize this from a GISAID perspective that we saw, and this is really interesting. We just said goodbye to Maria van Kerkhove, who is just on her way back to Geneva. She's the representative of the WHO, and we just took note of the fact that during the pandemic, this COVID-19 pandemic, we saw basically this really massive growth also of the private sector, which for me in some cases includes a university, that contribute to the surveillance, right? Because they're generating data. And these are data points, and the more data points we have, the higher the resolution, the better the decisions, particularly if it's a timely sharing. So I would say universities do play a huge role going forward for the mindset, for finding people that are interested in it. Maria and I also agreed it's one of the most interesting fields you have, sort of, the evolution of a virus. It's actually very exciting. It's almost like a Hollywood script. We're talking about Yamagata right now. Has it reappeared just moments ago? We have H5 going on in Texas. So it's really, really interesting if you do it properly. But I want to thank you very much for coming and take a message home. I will take your message to my friends here in Indonesia and make sure that you get all the support to really, really drive this forward. And hopefully the private sector, there's a few gentlemen here from the private sector. Joshua is one of them. and Michael, I saw you over here. You all play a role also in this. You play a role with the institutions to make sure they have what they need and get them interested in it. So that's what this is all about. I thank you very much. We're going to hand it over now to Buriska. Ibu Riska, can we get your attention and we let the MC maybe call you formally, yeah? All right.
Thank you, moderator, and all speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have reached the end of our event, to conclude, let us welcome Dr. Lucia Rizka Andalusia, Director General of Pharmaceuticals and Medical Devices, Ministry of Health, Indonesia.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Very interesting event today. I think everybody also have a very valuable memory in this event. Yeah. I hope during a busy agenda in Arbovirus Summit, you still found to enjoy Bali. I don't know, Peter bring you to go to the beach or to go to the temple. Yeah, no. Because Bali, not only beautiful nature, but also Bali have many local wisdom that can inspire us, especially when we are talking about the pandemic preparedness and infectious disease prevention. In Bali, we believe in order to live well, we need to harmonize with nature. Like in UID, we have a very nice environment and green, and the environment is nice. Most of new emerging infectious disease and other infection like arbovirus caused by imbalance in our environment like climate change. Learning from COVID-19, Indonesia undertakes the health resilience transformation seriously to anticipate the emergence of new pathogens and potential pandemic in the future, including to keep our environment healthy in One Health. There are three key elements in infectious disease control. First, prevention. We already discussed, maybe yesterday and today, we discussed about the surveillance prevention. In Indonesia, we very popular with the motto, lebih baik mencegah daripada mengobati. Which means it is better to prevent than to treat the diseases. Start from the primary primary school until to the faculty, everybody's always learn about how to prevent, better to prevent than to treat the disease. We know vaccine to be the best way for prevention. With the advanced technology that we have, not only the vaccine is more specific and safer, but also we can produce efficiently the vaccine using the new technology. In terms of arbovirus, vector control is also important. We hope that this vector control will be more nature-friendly, less uses the chemical that can damage our environment, and more toward a natural approach. Second, accurate detection and diagnosis. Surveillance is our weapon to recognize the threat of infectious disease. There are many methods that we can use. The simplest one is rapid test diagnostic, RDT, especially for Indonesia. RDT is very important. As I mentioned before, we have a very unique geographic situation in Indonesia. We have many archipelago. So the RDT for surveillance is very important for us. Then in molecular, PCR and genomic sequencing also can give us better understanding, especially to study the mutation and genotype of the pathogen. Specific to this matter, the willingness to share the data is essential, because when we talk about infectious disease, it is not only the responsibility of the one nation, but all of us as members of global community have the responsibility. I'm happy that GISET also provides the platform for us to share the genomic data for arbovirus. It is important that the platform should be safe, secure, and also allow the contribute countries to gain benefit sharing. And also in the third phase is curative approach. We need better treatment for our patient. So we have to make a resilience and strengthen to supply chain for the vaccine, therapeutic, and diagnostic, and still become one of the major problem, the supply chain in several countries. So we have to develop the strategy how we can maintain the supply chain for VTD to respond the pandemic and also the preparedness for another emerging disease. In order to solve and to strengthen our health resilience, MOH, Indonesia MOH committed to our health system transformation agenda. In current years, Indonesia is heavily prioritizing to produce the vaccine, the diagnostic tools, and also the therapeutic locally. Furthermore, Indonesia has also been appointed by WHO as one of the global partners of WHO MPP mRNA technology transfer program for vaccine, and manufacturers undergoing preparation by WHO MPP. We hope by sharing our experience, we could inspire more collaboration with all parties, including everyone in this Arbovirus Summit. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, continuous communication and collaboration among relevant sectors are essential. As demonstrated in this summit, local, regional, and global cross-sectoral collaboration, including knowledge exchange and training, are very vital for optimizing surveillance capacity. On that note, I would also like to applaud my friend Peter Bogner and Gisette, who has consistently supporting Indonesia in strengthening genomic surveillance capacity through the Gisette Academy program, and today, Arbovirus Summit conducting here. I also would like to send special thanks to our friend, representative from Ministry of Health of Brazil, who has been working together with us to co-chairing this event. I hope this program can be sustained to improve health resilience, strengthen our collaboration and partnership. Lastly, I hope you found amazing experience and friendship in our event Arbovirus Summit, and as well enjoying the beauty of Bali Island. And let's continue this partnership to build a better prepared life to live in harmony with God, people, and nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lucia Rizka, for the closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we had thoughtful discussion and rich insight from all of our honorable speakers. Thank you all for your participation, enthusiasm, and commitment to this important cause. We hope this event can become a strong foundation and substantial milestone in advancing global health. We also would like to extend our profound gratitude to our sponsors, Thermo Fisher Scientific, Takeda Pharmaceutical, United in Diversity, Kalbe, Biopharma, Illumina, Amazon Web Service, and Rockefeller Foundation. Shuttle is ready at lobby area to take you back to your hotel. For those of you who are leaving tonight, you may contact your PIC number on your handbook. Thank you everyone, and have a good day in Bali. Matur Suksma, Om Shanti 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 Om.